Futures on a bit of a bounce here, trying to get back to the upside, still in negative territory to kick things off for a Friday morning as we look to maybe bounce after yesterday's big-time reversal. If you remember, we gapped up in the pre-market yesterday, sold off basically the entire session, helped by a bond auction late in the afternoon that produced basically no demand for 30-year notes in the U.S. That had yields back to the upside, pressuring equities overall. Do we get a little bit of a bounce here into the weekend? Setting up in that fashion right now. Some of the tech names back to the upside, going red to green already. So we'll touch on some of the big tech. In fact, Google, Amazon, and Microsoft all moving back higher right now. Had a huge move to the upside early on this morning in oil. Crude oil spiked more than 2% on a note that Russia was planning to cut production going into the remainder of the year. Back to the downside in a big way right now, however. It is Friday, February 10th, 2023. Tradertv.live starts now. There we go. Look at a little bit of an improving situation. We were down more than a full percent when I sat down for the NASDAQ this morning, back to just 0.75, about 0.5% for the S&P right now. The Dow 0.3%. Big Canadian employment change number just came out there. 150,000 jobs created versus a forecast of just 15,000 expected. So employment in Canada apparently a lot stronger than expected. As we head into a weekend, guys, going to be an interesting day here as far as the overall market is concerned. When we got that huge slide yesterday late in the day, looking to bounce here. Some of the tech names looking pretty good right now, back to the upside.
Yeah, a little bounce. Maybe it's premature for the free fall Friday. Just don't tell that to Lyft. Yeah, Lyft, man, it's bad. That was bad last night for them. Needless to say, it's almost filled the entire gap. Like, the stock had been on an absolute tear, and I was already looking pretty weak going into it. Uber did better, Lyft did worse. At this point, you know, maybe there's going to be some crumbs to be left to be had for the shorts today on Lyft. But when it's down 31%, there's not a heck of a lot you can do. We did have an exciting day yesterday. I mean, I get it, the market was down, but there was a lot of trading opportunities out there. Big tech was on fire in terms of momentum. We're going to be looking at some interesting names from yesterday. I know Sean's already in Alphabet. I like the Chinese ADRs today because a few of them have some flat bottom breaks, although I say that, and Sharif is not in the building today. So I'll have to, I'm in one of them right now, JD.com, and there's a few flat bottom breaks setting up. But Lyft, yuck. If it had been to the upside, there's so many puns out there, but I don't have any puns when the stock is down 30% and it's called Lyft.
No, I mean, it's just retracing back to its lows there, but yeah, no Sharif. I'm just finding this out now. He's not feeling well.
Yeah.
So, okay, so no Sharif here today. We'll figure out who's going to be doing the midday show. Brendan does not have a co-host, but that's okay.
He'll survive.
He'll survive. We've been doing it for a long enough time like that. But yeah, look, I'm already long Google here in the pre-market. I love the rally that we had into the close yesterday. Let's see there it is right there. Let's see if we can continue. We're right back to that 95.50 level. We're long here at 95, going back up to the upside. So let's wait to see where we go from here. But yeah, man, we're ready to rock and roll. This is going to be very, very good. So I think today's going to be another good day here. We're starting to be downside, but as Brendan mentioned, it is a nice little rally coming back here. Let's see if we can keep this momentum going. Oil up as well. Today up 1.3, back to $80 on oil crude. So yeah, I don't know. Let's just see. Yesterday's we started off yesterday. Randy turned this thing over into a bull, and that kind of changed the momentum almost immediately. So let's just sit back today, see what happens. Tesla is going to be on my mind today again. We have the crypto, like Coinbase yesterday, down 15% and still going. So this is going to be really good. We'll see what happens here moving forward.
Yeah, I was going to grab this chart. There you go. There's Bitcoin right now back to the downside this morning ever so slightly. We are negative on the morning. Same with Ethereum. Ethereum holding up a little bit better than BTC, worth noting right now on that SEC note late yesterday. And the Kraken note on staking late yesterday. So we'll see if crypto can find some support. Meanwhile, this is the 10-year. Just made a move to the downside there, but right back higher so far this morning. Same story with the 2-year. Big move up late in the day yesterday as we took out that high. Finally, we're back above 4.5 for the 2-year. Obviously, that was a big part of some of the weakness we saw in individual stocks yesterday. This was the overall headline I sat down to this morning. Rising yields, putting pressure back on tech, putting pressure back on anything really that is interest rate sensitive. So we'll keep that in mind going into the session. Looks like that HPCO, big mover yesterday. This was, just right now. 4.2 million share offering, guys, for Hempaco.
Shocker. I mean, how many times do we have to see that story play out over and over and over again? You get a stock that, a small cap name, gets a run, maybe a day, couple of days, they have an opportunity, and essentially what they are doing is ringing the register. That's exactly what you should do, is shore things up. But this is it's just a cautionary tale when you get a runner like this to pay yourself out a little bit and understand that what goes up often comes down, and some of these names are going to be depressed for a reason. You have a couple running today. One of them I couldn't even find. There was this SLQ up 140%. I know it made a move the other day. Yeah, it made a move right to here the other day, and it came right back down. No new news on this, and all of a sudden it's right back up to the double top. This was a 50-cent stock, quadrupled once and came almost all the way back. It gaps up again, and if there's news on it that I'm missing, you guys let me know. I see Momo in the chat. Check out Ford. I was kind of looking at Ford a little bit there. Maybe we'll get to that name. I know they dumped some more of their Rivian stake as well. But there's just a cautionary tale on some of these low float runners that start running, especially when there's not a huge catalyst. Be careful buying tops. You don't want to be holding that bag, which, I mean, obviously Hempaco, if you're still holding on to that one, you're in trouble. And always have access to pre and post market trading if you feel like swinging these. If you don't, it's a bit of a tricky trade.
Yeah, did we have news on what was going on with Ford there?
I didn't.
First of all, we did talk about it? Oh, okay, yeah, because we have Ford. It's obviously not up today. I don't know what's wrong with our
There's
math
something wrong
here.
with our
right here. We have. I called it up and I'm like, okay, so we were at 1350, and now we've dropped down to 1273. So it's not like we said. We are working on stuff. We just maybe there's a bad print here somewhere that's calculating that. And hopefully that gets fixed. But 1273 down here. So Ford coming back into some decent levels. I don't want to buy. I haven't sold anything. I told you guys we were buying here at 1150, which we did. We didn't get out of anything when it went up here to 1450. This is a longer term play here, but yeah, maybe we'll go back and figure out what's wrong with this name, because it still continues to go down. Tesla's been riding pretty high, so it is kind of sucky here to see Ford back to the downside. I'm going to guess supply chain, but I don't know. I'm going to throw back to Brendan and see what exactly the story is.
Tie up again. So there was a 13G that was filed late yesterday showing they've reduced their stake in Rivian down to 10.5%. So that's significantly less, selling 91 million shares last year of Rivian. So Rivian downside here as well to the tune of 2.5, guys.
Oh. Yeah, so I mean, obviously, I think there's a few symbols that have that back close, but sold 91 million. There we go, trying to pull up Rivian. Rivian was already selling off. Yesterday, Lucid was probably the worst of it, but man, Rivian had a rough day. It's had a rough go of it. And if you look at the chart of Rivian, hugging the 50 period, and it just churned off the 50 period another time in yesterday's trade off like 21 or so, and then you're trending back to the downside. There's not a heck of a lot to like bullish in that chart. And I know I was looking at Lucid yesterday and probably want to go back to that one today. Lucid could break $10 today. But Rivian, it doesn't have a great flat bottom break setup, but it has a weird thing happening at 19. And when I say weird, this is all I mean. For whatever reason, you've got a wall, 96, 97, 98, 99, and it just hasn't been able to break 19 even. It's not a heck of a lot of volume, but clearly there's sellers at that level. I almost want to see what happens at the open if they break this. You get like a really short, like a short little squeeze to the upside when you break a resistance like that, and then maybe it gets to like 1950 yesterday's close. But I'm really looking southbound on these. When I see that trend, I'd rather be looking for the shorts, even if it's telling you you could have a little bit of a level break. Whoever's selling it at 19 even. Lucid's the one I want. Lucid's the one that we were shorting yesterday. We'll see if we get another crack at it. If it goes crazy, I don't know, there's probably no point having the 11. I know I want 11s. I'll probably look for shorts before it gets to that price, and then there's a potential $10 break. I was long in front of 11, reversed it to the short side of the trade. Wish I had just started out short, but all you can do sometimes is join the trend when you missed it early.
Yeah, to me, Lucid's a little more interesting than Rivian because we have that Saudi fund there that at any time can deploy $800 trillion. So I feel like that's going to be something to look at here. Where Lucid really got excited there was obviously right there. We all remember that day was one of the best days for me of the month, and it just happened to be at the end of the month, was January there. Big move up when we got that sort of buyout rumor coming through that they were going to deploy some capital back into Lucid. That went all the way to 18 bucks, man, and then it's just faded out every single day since then, to the point where this is what it looks like. We touched the 200 period, which has been pretty pathetic. We've been nowhere near that for a year. That's the 200 period. This is the 50 period. So we've been nowhere near that, but we did break through on that news. And I don't think it's BS. Like, I really do think that Lucid probably has to go private again. So I think it's getting close to buying this name right now and just holding on to it. Like, you want to talk about not a YOLO type of idea, but I think you can get this. If these rumors spark up again, you're going to go back to $14, $15, $16. And it sucks to buy a stock on buyout news or potential, revenue is what you want on potential buyout news and just like, hey, the only way to profitability for me on this trade is that if it finally gets bought out. You don't like that because it could just float all the way back down to 6 or 7 again. But to me, I think there's a little bit of protection down here somewhere on that news. It doesn't surprise me that it came out around $8 or $9. You did swoop down here and touch 7. So for me, Lucid is more exciting. Now, whether or not the volume comes into it today, I don't know. But if you think this market's going to pull back another couple hundred points on the NASDAQ and maybe back down to 3,800, 3,900, something like that in the S&P, I think you could pick up Lucid again, $8, $9. To me, that's a little bit better. Like, ask yourself this question, like with Tesla all the way up here at 210, 215, if you're long Tesla already, would it be maybe profitable, or would it be a good idea to maybe take something off the table on Tesla just because it's gone up now 50% in a month, and possibly deploy some of that capital to some of these other beat down names, even like a Ford after a day like today, or like a Lucid. That's gambling going into these companies like a Lucid, but I think Tesla, I think you can sort of pair some off like we've talked about, or still ride with Tesla. I mean, I think the EV space is going to be good, and you're in the right name here. But, on this move down here, maybe you pair some off and swing into Lucid. I don't know, just another idea there in case that news gets going. But we did have a story earlier on in this week that the Saudis were looking to deploy some more capital on things. So, maybe that's what it is. Maybe Lucid has some great AI things that they want to announce at some point that could get that name back going. But hey, for now, we'll sit on our hands. I think Lucid's a pickup around that $9 again, and we'll see if it can get that spark with the buyout rumors.
I just want to answer a question because Bradley Taylor asked a question in the chat. That's a good one. He said if you're in a stock or like bag holding it, he said bag holding. But if you're in a stock and they go private, what happens? Well, if they go private, then it's going to be a cash deal. So you just get whatever the cash value of the deal is. However, if they get
Twitter's a good example.
But they could get acquired by somebody, and then there's a share portion to it. So you could always be, maybe the acquirer does like half cash and half stock. You might end up owning some of the acquirer. That also tends to happen as well. But all that happens automatically. You don't have to do anything. Like, you just sort of see it reflected in your statement in 3 days.
I'm laughing because Darwin's like, yeah, Lucid has new AI. And then he says, kidding. Yeah,
Go long. No, just kidding.
That's the thing. Oh, what? I'm not long yet? Yeah. So we'll wait on that. But we are long the biggest AI name of them all, Google, right now, at 95. So it's at 95.60. So right now, we've already got a decent idea right now into the bag there. We put it on our sticky note that we were getting long, and there it is right now, a man of our word, long right now into yesterday's high and breaking higher. My first offer out of Google is at, I didn't sort my thing alphabetically, 95.90. I have my first offer at just ahead of 96. Let's see if Google wants to continue to march higher here. I like it, man. There goes Google turning positive. If you didn't buy yesterday, hopefully you have a chance to buy today. I think it's, I don't know if it bottomed, but I think it was well overdone, well overcooked is what we wrote here on the sticky note. So there it is, man. I mean, maybe we'll just take this profit right here as it lies. All right, or not. Let's go up to 70. Hopefully it goes a little bit higher here. It's Google. It's already on my radar, guys.
It seemed like a little much. 8% 2 days ago. We got another 4 and change yesterday to the downside off that AI mistake from Bard. But anyways, let's. I want to mention some of these Chinese ADRs because they were also just popping up on volume, guys. But back to the downside. This was a note this morning. More U.S.-China tensions. Talking of the Biden administration introducing new restrictions on U.S. companies and tech-related restrictions when it comes to China. That was from the New York Times today. So basically, any of these going to be down 2.5 to 3.5 at this point. And again, volume elevated right across the board so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's a shame Sharif's not here because, like, one of the things today it's flat bottom break. So if I lose on a short, well, Intel, but if I lose on a short today, it's either, I mean, JD has to be it. Intel probably, we'll see if I even get into that one. But flat bottom break, I wish I had a graphic for it, then we could hit it and it'd be like boom, and then I don't know, you drop a you know what and just have something go to the floor. But 55, I mean, look at this. You have a relatively weak name compared to some of the other Chinese ADRs. Pull up a chart of like Pinduoduo or Baba, or maybe not Baba, but definitely like PDD. Some of these have big breakouts. You're never able to get past 67, 68 on the stock. It had a clear level at 55 of double bottom support. It hit there twice this week. We got there 2 days ago. We bottomed out 3 times there, and now we're gapping underneath. So as long as we're underneath 55, I'm only looking short. I'm looking short here off the pre-market highs. If it pops, I'll look short at 55. I'll look short in the middle. Just want to be south side. And then for the next, as long as you're beneath here, it's a 200 period as well, I'd be looking for a little bit of a downward trend till it gets into the mid-40s. So JD, they said yada, 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 AI as well. Well, not really. They said they're coming out with their own AI product. They announced that this morning, and they did not get a bump. They're actually down 4% on that. So there's always a chance it could squeeze a little bit on that AI news, but underneath 55, I'm just going to be looking for shorts on this stock. Flat bottom break.
It was like yesterday, someone did job cuts and the stock tanked. What stock was that? They did the opposite.
Who was that? Really poor company.
It wasn't DraftKings.
Oh, we're talking a firm, aren't we?
Was it a
firm? It had to be a firm.
Oh, okay. Well, Firm had. No, I feel like it wasn't a firm. I feel like there was one other name.
No, Dell did it a couple days ago.
Because the firm had the horrible earnings. It wasn't.
Dell,
yeah, I mean,
Dell a couple of days ago did job cuts, and they were down like 1%.
Maybe it was Dell. I feel like it wasn't a firm, but I don't know. Okay, yesterday, it probably was a firm. Yesterday, we had the short in Alibaba breaking through 108. It actually worked out pretty good for us before ripping into the close, and we had 20% and wind up getting out. But there's the drop down here now today. So, you know, we were 1 day short on Alibaba because today, here's the move down. We were looking at that 108 break. We had it yesterday. I still think we do the same thing here today. If the market rallies up to this 108, 109 area, you want to look for a short in Alibaba. And then I still like Alibaba. It's not that I don't like it. It's just it's down today in a market that's rallying a little bit here, and it can't catch a bid right now. So I'm just going to look at that and say, hey, maybe there is a downside pressure here. But then you look at this, and this is what I wanted to run into here. 105 has been a great bottom. We made that huge move down a couple days ago where everything got absolutely clocked there, down to 103.60, but then you did hold 105. So maybe this is what I'm saying. The short, I think, is up here, not right here. Because if you short here, I think you got a decision to make at 105. So that's $1 worth of risk. But then if you're wrong, where exactly are you wrong up to? I think you got to hold it to 108, right? So I don't think the risk to reward is here on Alibaba right now, but I still like it. If we drop down to 105, probably worth a long if this market is pretty strong and this name continues to be weak. Test it on the bottom. Maybe it does find a bid, but then I really think that weak name into what is turning out to be maybe a boring day. Am I allowed to say that on a Friday? I think there's a chance it could be relatively boring. I don't know. And if that is the case, then I do want to short Alibaba if it does float back up here into 107, 108. So again, pretty weak volume right now. The reason why I say that, I don't see too many stocks doing too much volume right now. Here, obviously, we did have Ford dumping down there. And then here on the imbalance locator, I mean, Uber's there as a sell off of a big day yesterday and a couple days ago with their earnings. Other than that, we don't have anything on here whatsoever. I mean, Ape, 70,000. AI, 70,000. The banks aren't even on here. NEO, 100,000. So I don't know. Let's wait to see. It's never a boring day. There's always going to be opportunity to find trades. But I don't know. For right now, I'm glad we have Google long at this 95 as the market starts to rally backside a little bit here. So let's wait to see what happens into the open. But I'm still excited. We still have 50 minutes, before this market opens. Someone's
I think I figured out what our system is doing wrong.
What?
So if you look at it, Ford had two dividends, 15 and 65 cents. And it looks like our charts, P per weight, is simply adjusting the close price for the ex-dividend. It's just, it's basically taking 80 cents.
Where did Ford close?
13.48, 13.49 looks like. Check, you can verify that. It looks like a 13.49, 13.50.
Yeah,
take the 80 cents off, and we're indicating a close price on our level twos of 12.60, 12.69. So it looks like we're just adjusting for the.
But there's no way our charts actually ever do that. I think it's more.
That's
fluke,
what the math works. That's how the math works. It's weird that they would do that.
Our chart is, but okay.
Yeah,
but that's not what it's supposed to do.
No, I don't think so.
No, you don't think so. It's not. I mean, no other place would have.
Not that I'm aware.
Would have this.
Anyways, I'm just.
Yeah. Anyways,
yeah. We're trying to figure out why our percentage was wrong. But
I mean, that's probably a good call there. But okay, well, hey, our charts are considering dividends. That's great. Maybe I can find another stock that gave dividends yesterday.
I want to verify that.
If you guys know any name that had a dividend yesterday into today, let us know and we can double check that on our charts.
Yeah.
But,
I'm going to put Brankles on it.
Might be, yeah, it's good. Yeah, get on something. All right, over to Brendan. We got Michael Moss waiting.
Yeah, let's bring in Michael Moss, CMT over at Trade Ideas for our Friday discussion as far as a few ideas to consider as we move forward here, as we're getting to the end, Mr. Moss, of earnings reporting season. That typically means things will quiet down a little bit. Volatility kind of settles down a little bit. Doesn't mean there aren't a ton of opportunities to come, and we're going to find those today looking back at what happened coming off of earnings.
Yeah, and this is a scan that I talk about once a quarter, and this is one of my favorite setups that I get really excited for once a quarter. And as Brendan was saying, it's near the end of earnings season, and man, what a volatile earnings season it was. But what this means for swing traders is different for day traders. So day traders, when I day trade, I look for stocks that have done earnings that day or the day before. We talked about second day plays a little while ago. And you're looking for that volatility in that action. However, we have to understand that large institutions, hedge funds, and all of these things, they move a little bit slower. So what they'll do is they'll process the earnings for a long period of time. They have investment committees they have to do and regulatory compliance and all this fun stuff that fortunately we're not really beholden to. But what we get to do is we get to ride on the back of those institutions. So, Mind the Gap is the first slide I have here. And this is one of my favorite swing trading setups of things that reported earnings, in the last, say, 1 week to kind of 1 month. So the next slide here is basically just the scan that I'm talking about. I've actually just included it. So that's my Twitter handle and that's our email address. If you're interested, if you're a Trade Ideas subscriber, you want to email us to get this scan, or hit me up on Twitter. That's the contact information there. And what this scan is basically looking for is stocks that are strong after they've reported earnings, again, in that last kind of few weeks to few months. So the first chart I have here is basically a trade that I took myself and something that was a great trade, and I'm still in some of it I actually forget the ticker. But the point of it is that we had this gap up on earnings where I have this arrow right here. And that's the day that, day traders and scalpers are really, really interested in it. But by simply putting it on the watch, setting a price alert, keeping an eye on the technical pattern, you can see this base for a very, very long period of time. And this is just saying that, hey, it's digesting the news, it's digesting the earnings. When and if that stock breaks out in the direction of those earnings, you can enter a nice little trade with a good risk reward and basically ride on the back of these institutions, because what they'll start to do is accumulate after the earnings date. Because again, they can't just read the earnings and instantly kind of hit the button and start trading. They have to have these investment committees and talk about it and run their numbers and all of that. So often you'll see on strong earnings, that stock actually holds up for a number of days or weeks as these institutions are buying on dips. And then when they're loaded up, it's kind of free to go. So that's the setup. As always, I've got some examples from the scan that we'll go over. First one is Monsanto. So again, what we're looking at for all of these is it to hold that earnings gap. We don't want it to fall. This one much below that purple line on the bottom, which is about 46 bucks. If it starts to fall and fill the gap, I'm no longer interested. I want it to hold strong after the gap, showing that there's a lot of buying pressure on any dips. Anything over kind of 47 bucks a share, that's where I'm interested in this one. Next one is SoFi. So anytime you see this vertical yellow line on the screen, that's the earnings date. So you can see it had earnings. The next 3 or 4 days was a nice run up, and now it's pulling back, but it's holding into that level. So as long as it can hold that level and start to turn higher, I like this one. I drew out the smiley face. You know, I have to say this, I think, every time I'm here. I've been taught to buy smiley faces and sell frowny faces. So SoFi might be one of those that it's just gotten beaten up enough that this earnings report may have kind of changed this investor sentiment. Next one is Levi's. So long pants, I guess, breaking out of a nice little base here on Levi's. Nice run up, probably 5-6 days in a row up after earnings, pulling back down into that gap level. If this holds over the next few days, it's just a nice tight place to put a stop loss. So if we're going to long pants, we might want to long boots as well. So this ticker is Boot Barn, ticker Boot. Nice little bull flag after earnings. So you can see the earnings date, it opened up and it ran all day long. So really, really strong earnings. So for this one, if it can kind of hold that $80 a share level, I think that's a good little entry. Last but not least is XM, QuantumScape. I'm not too sure what these guys do, but same kind of thing as SoFi. This one was incredibly, incredibly beat up. Put this long kind of rounded bottom in there, gapped up from earnings, and then held. So again, what we're looking for is strength after earnings, consolidation after earnings, and then we just simply buy the breakout and hope that the nerds at the hedge funds who've done all the fundamental analysis are right, and we get a nice trend off that change in fundamentals.
It's an interesting setup in the sense that it doesn't necessarily matter. I mean, obviously it's going to matter what the market is doing, but in this case, there's individual catalysts that are kind of leading the way as far as the stocks are concerned. So even if the market is on a bit of a pullback, you can look to strength once we get a bit of a turnaround for sentiment overall and start working back to the upside. Mr. Nosh, you're in the building here. Coming up next week, both Thursday and Friday, you will be sitting to my left, and we will have the ability to answer questions. We'll do a couple of different Q&As with the audience. If anyone has any questions, if anyone has any inquiries about trade ideas, have those ready again Thursday and Friday next week. Michael Noss will be with us live in studio. Trader TV 20, guys, will get you 20% off over at Trade Ideas. Have a great weekend, Michael Noss. We'll see you next week.
Thank you very much. Look forward to it.
Yes, so I look forward to it. A, my first question is, how do I get a beard game like Michael Noss? And then B, I don't know if Michael's, Michael's still with us, just out of curiosity, because I know I'm probably going to email him anyways. But I see that earnings thing on the chart, right? So we're looking at Ford, and I'm curious if I can. I'll figure it out because I want to be able to set it up where I can see dividends as well, so you can see the dividend reflected by Ford. But yeah, like I love Trade Ideas. I say this only because I know he's probably watching, and then he'll literally tell me how to do it instead of me taking 5 seconds to figure it out for myself. That's because it gets me lazy. But thank you as always, Michael. You have me looking at SoFi. I like it. I think, when you talk about power earnings mode, I want to say it in that voice for some reason. I have no idea why. When I saw power earnings mode, I want power earnings mode. Above $6, maybe we get there. Like, it did the gap up, it ran. SoFi is starting to come back down. Wherever it holds a higher low, like 650 consolidation, 6 consolidation. As a day trader, yeah, do you want to hang on, wait for it to break back out, or do we want to look for the higher low consolidation and start trading off of that? Well, big move down yesterday sometimes can set you up for this. So maybe we see a 650 area holding. I don't know, maybe it comes all the way down to $6. I think that would be a more obvious zone with the 200 period moving average there. But yeah, you got SoFi on my radar at least to set up some alerts for 650 and 6.
So we actually missed the story here.
Well,
right?
I mean,
we
the
talked
Ford
about
thing,
this.
yeah.
So the Ford story has nothing to do with Rivian, of course. There was a 65-cent special dividend given yesterday. So that's why you're down 65
Plus the
cents.
regular
So,
15.
Yeah. So it goes 15, 15, 15. This is e-signal chart. So now I'm going to get a message from Michael Noss. Why am I using these charts? But 65-cent special dividend yesterday delivered by Ford into my pocket. So yes, sir. Thank you, Ford, for that. You had me a little nervous there while you were down. So you're probably right, Neil. Our charts, for some reason, are taking that in consideration.
Which is good. I don't know, maybe
so,
it is.
yeah, 1350 minus 65 cents brings us down, not down here, brings us to 1385. And then, I don't know, there was another 15 cents. So I don't know about all that. Normally, you don't look at charts considering the dividend, but when it's a special dividend, then that's different. I remember Microsoft gave one of like $5, I believe, or something like that. Not too long ago, and Costco gave a big one as well recently. So there is a 65-cent special dividend there baked into Ford price. So that is this downside move there. So it is going to be down. I mean, the market's down. If you take 65 cents off of yesterday's close of 1350, then you're at 1285. So looks like you are down about a dime here or so on Ford today. So glad we sort of got that all figured out there, but. Okay, Alibaba just sold its whole stake in India's Paytm. So, okay, not big story there. But, yeah, so that will make sense there, Brendo. So, Ford with that special dividend. I just saw it there on Twitter.
I mean, the Rivian story, obviously a story as well, guys, but going to be more negative for Rivian outside of Ford. So keep that in mind, obviously, for Rivian downside today. Quick look here before we do that, though, brought to you by Surge Trader. The first segment of the show brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million, keep up to 90% of the profits, trade stocks, indices, Forex, crypto, and more. The program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Use the promo code TTV, get yourself 10% off. Here comes some analyst moves quickly for you. Upgrades and downgrades. Micron, Seagate, Western Digital, Walmart, all to the upside. There's a firm. There was 3 or 4 I saw. More negativity piling onto a firm after earnings. Adidas, we talked about that during the midday yesterday. Nike made a move to the downside. I saw over in Germany today, Adidas down about 13%. On that preliminary earnings that came out yesterday, Lyft and Dollar General. Let's bring in Arun. Good to have Arun back for a Friday as we head towards the weekend here. Big move down yesterday, big reversal yesterday after the gap to the upside. We are trying here to find some footing, Arun. What are we looking at?
Well, I mean, 10 a.m. I think that's got to be next on deck here. Every number that's got some sort of resemblance to maybe potentially looking at how this economy is going to handle inflation, I think we're going to be paying attention to. And we got Michigan consumer sentiment coming out. So attached to the consumer sentiment is that consumer inflation expectation. The last time we saw it, it was at 3%. It's gone down a little bit. 2.9% is now the expectation. It's been in line for the most part. Anytime we have that number coming out, it seems to come in line. So that should not be a surprise. But we always pay attention for the times that it does surprise. So keep that in mind. 10 o'clock is going to be something to watch as well. For now, this market is, I mean, we are starting the day downside, 0.75 on the NASDAQ, 0.45 on the ES to the downside. We had a nice little trend all day yesterday. Now, I wasn't there in the morning, but all day yesterday, we've been trending down. And we took out, I think for me, was the key level of 41.20. Going through there and then finally taking out that 40.75 also opened up both sides of the downside. Now, what I want to see is a move back up, preferably closer to 4,100 that ends up failing. So a move, another 20, 25 points to the upside that ends up just losing any buy side strength. If that's timed out well with the number, even better. With the 10 a.m. number, even better. But I do want to see a bounce. I want to see a bounce back to 4,100 just to get rid of some of this excess potential bottom picking that's going on. If that sets up on the short side too, that's the big thing with this market these days is that you do have to wait for these things to set up. You can't just step in because you can get run over by a freight train. So if this market gets back to 4,100, starts to kind of lose some buy strength and sets up on the sell side, I'm back on the short here around 4,100. Now, flip side of that is if we were to continue to the downside, if we break that 40.60 low and can keep going towards that 50, there could be a long down there as well. I just want to see how this market's going to handle below 40.60. We've bounced here now. We've kind of somewhat firmed up, not solid, but we have somewhat firmed up a little bit. Let's see if we can get some buy-side strength below the current low, which is going to be 40.60. So if we get underneath, maybe go about 5-10 points and then end up catching another bid, we have to consider the possibility of a long against that 40.35, which has been in play since the beginning of the month. So I would definitely look at 40.35 as a potential option for longs if we get a setup downside. Flip side is if we rally up, I look for shorts 4,100, north of 4,100, go all the way up to 4,140 for the short side.
Good stuff. Thanks, Arun. We'll check back in again on Monday. If you haven't done so already, make sure you hit that QR code or enter the link, watchlist.tradertv.live, enter your email address, and you can get that for free from us every single day. Has everything you need to know in the pre-market, guys. Watch list. We'll get into right now. The 10 a.m. announcement, I actually went back to the last one. Michigan sentiment, and it did cause a move, but it wasn't as bad as the prior month. So going back 2 months ago, we did get a bit of a reversal in the overall market. So we'll watch that again. Bring that to you coming up at 10 a.m. Let's kick things off with Lyft this morning. Ouch. Big move to the downside for Lyft on their forecast specifically, and worries over continued signs of them just falling behind Uber as far as market share is concerned. Yeah, 31%. We are kind of grinding back to the upside here for Lyft.
There's a note in our watch list on Lyft about their total active riders going up 8.7% to over 20 million. That is over 10% lower than fourth quarter 2019, which is pre-pandemic. So even like the thing that was positive about it really isn't all that positive. And you come across, I mean, this is after Uber, who still lost money, by the way, actually had a good quarter and then guided actually pretty well, and the market seemed to like that for a minute. I just can't see, look, it's down 30%, so any kind of a rally I feel like is going to be short covering or that it's gone too far, so I want to give it room on any pop to short it. I just don't feel like this is much of a reason to go long. I think it's going to start a move down into like $10 here. It may not get there today. It's probably a significant pop. I just put up some fib retracements and was like, okay, 12 and 1280 makes some sense. So let's go for those. If it does make a bounce up, I won't short anything until that particular price. And if there's a bit of a rebound, I just feel, I'd feel a little bit better if Lyft is going to go up. I look at Uber over here. It had that breakout at 33. Heck, that's like kind of like that power earnings breakout, whatever. 34, 33, 34. We had a dip into there yesterday, 34.5. If we're going to find, you have some support levels that I think can come back into play if we're going to have a long day for the ride sharers. So, that could be maybe you break out 35 and you're playing longs off 35, or we get a further dip down, Lyft does nothing, Uber catches a bid at something like a 33. I'd much rather be looking for long somewhere in Uber on the way down and be shorting pops in Lyft. It just might be a significant pop. You could definitely see a good 5, 7, 8% move when it's down 30%. Sometimes that's what happens back into the upside. So patient with those shorts.
Yeah, I was going to say, did you talk about the short interest on Lyft? I don't think it's
5 or 6.
I was going to say, I don't think it's too existent. Oh, no, it's 17.
It's 17?
Okay.
Okay, then
that's a little more than I thought.
Wait,
like when you said 5 or 7, I was with you on that. I thought maybe a bit higher, but I was more on the 7 side. But yeah, 17, a little more than we had thought. Uber's short interest is nowhere near that. Yeah, 2. So Lyft is going to be possibly lifted off today, to be honest with you. This is a funny thing. Like, even though you see a stock that's down 30%, that doesn't mean it's going to continue to go down. Remember, this has gotten hit on that. And they haven't done well diversifying their business, obviously, with just ride sharing, while Uber does have many different things happening on the back end to get them to positivity. But, I mean, they're just round tripped. Like, you want to talk about filling in the gap here. I don't think you're going to get back to 18 anytime soon, but it was a pretty historic run up, man, from 10 all the way to 18, up 80% in a month for Lyft, if not even more than that. So you come all the way back down, and now you're getting that opportunity to say, hey, maybe this is a time for me to pick up some Lyft down here. I like the ride sharing business, to be honest with you. I just think that as they electrify their vehicles. I know they have independent drivers and things like that, but I think you can bring down hopefully the cost of gas and then increase the price of the travel in their vehicles as it is. I mean, Brendan had a story the other day where it was, or this is a couple months ago, taking a cab was almost just as affordable as a Lyft or an Uber. But as they get more drivers on board, which apparently, again, another issue there for them, maybe some oversupplying of drivers against their demand. But we're going to wait to see here that I think you can increase prices on some of these things. I think there's only really right now 2 players, at least around here, Lyft and Uber, and then there's the traditional cabs. And I think that people like the security of apps and getting involved with that, especially for a safety thing, like knowing where your ride's picking you up and what car's coming and the tracking ability and all that kind of stuff. So I like it as a pure play for ride sharing. Let's just see what happens. You probably have a lot of pain today. Probably does upsize volume. I don't know what the average daily volume is on this name, but you're probably going to get 10 times that today. So let's wait to see. It's down 30%. I'm looking for a blowout back up to the upside. But if we do get down to 11 again, maybe that's a level that we can test here on Lyft. Right there, 11.11. That bottom is 10.90. So, again, the fact that it's 17% short gives me the idea that there could be some short covering today. Because if you're short into that report, I mean, you got more than what you've wanted. I mean, there's no way options were implying a 30% move. I wish we would have had what that move was. Maybe I could check that website and it still shows what they're expecting, but there's no way 30% was in the books for this, especially after a good Uber number. I would actually expect this name to start to fly a little bit here today. So let's wait to see. I'll be on Lyft right now, but it's not on the sticky note because I don't have any key levels to look at. Either we come back down to 10 and then we start to go YOLO long on that, or you just let this thing fade out and wait for that pop. It's not going to halt. Well, it could halt, I guess. It's possible. 10% up, $1 up. It could halt from here. So let's wait to see what happens with Lyft. I think congratulations to the shorts. You've won. Now let's see if they cover.
All right, a couple things moving around here. HKD, a little tiny low float name, popped up 8.5% here. AMTD Digital, they've successfully, apparently there's a positive note on the combination of the two. So this one can go if it wants to. Just took out 10. Tiny float. I believe it's under $1 million. I'll double check on that. And Spotify just popped up there on some volume as well. Investor Value Act. I've never heard of that, but took a stake in Spotify to support cost cutting, apparently. So 4.25%. This thing was negative moments ago for Spotify. PayPal. I mean, it was positive initially and then right back down. The forecast, better than expected. Profit forecast specifically, better than expected for the remainder of the year. The CEO, Dan Schulman, not the Blue Jays play-by-play, but CEO Dan Schulman of PayPal, also going to retire.
Yes, sir. But before we get to PayPal, I'm just going to address one thing. Oh, Bed Bath & Beyond's doing it again, but I'm a little upset because this morning haven't really been able to get into as much short because yesterday I was sitting in the short and then it kind of made a move to the upside. So sitting in the pre-market, made a move to the upside, I'd take it off, and the shorts after it popped were the better play. So I thought I'd be patient with it. Never really got all the fills, so it is coming back down again. Try to get aggressive. I was looking for like 65, 70, 75, 80, that kind of a deal to get some shorts in here. Now I'm going to go back to the well. If it pops to 65, maybe even take some 60s. The play is short the pops, into the next resistance level. If it breaks it out, I'm taking it out and then looking for re-entry. But yeah, Bed Bath & Beyond's just been one of those the last couple of days here. Everybody knows that. It's like the 4th day in a row we're doing pretty much the same thing on this stock. PayPal, I didn't really think too much was happening with this and after the earnings, but it has made an interesting double bottom, I guess, at 78. That's what I would look for here. It's kind of running into overhead resistance at 83 and a half, and now you're basically trading right in the middle. So I'll be patient with it. If it wants to hold support, maybe we get a shot at that down at 78. But this wasn't really on my to-do list this morning because it was dead flat after earnings, which was pretty much the opposite of what I was expecting to come through for them. I kind of thought maybe you would have a chance to break down that double bottom and you'd be looking for shorts or trending shorts, but the opposite's happened.
Yeah, so we had Daniel Shea on there yesterday, and she was talking about PayPal and, possibly shorting somewhere near that 85 mark right here on a daily chart. So, yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. I don't know if we're not going to get anywhere near there today. Only implied move. I thought it was 6% when she was talking that yesterday. So you only get 2% or a $5 move, I think maybe it was. So more than that. So, yeah, pretty much muted there. Not a great quarter, but the thing is that I think you can go bang on this one because bye-bye Schulman. The guy's been an absolute disaster, letting this stock fall all the way from, what was it, 300? I don't even know what the high was for PayPal. And then just absolutely, yeah, it is going to be 300 or more. Yeah, right there, 310, not a bad guess right there, I guess, if that's even the high. All the way down, and basically didn't have too many comments on the way down. So let's get new management in here. Let's see if we can't figure this out. We've seen a lot of companies bump on CEOs leaving and or coming back. We got one with Disney, with Iger. Obviously, Bob Iger's a little different here. They're not going to get anybody coming through to PayPal that's going to have that pedigree, but we're going to wait to see what happens with PayPal. Maybe they can integrate some AI and get this all figured out. But no, you know what? Look, they talked about some of their core business there. The revenue's still pretty strong on the revenue side. They still have the good user base there as well. And I know that there's a lot of people still using PayPal for sure, especially small businesses. You conduct business on Facebook Marketplace or something like that. I could see PayPal as being a good transfer of capital there. They've really fallen off. There's really no more crypto tie or anything like that. I don't hear about it anymore. And maybe that's something that the new CEO can come in and sort of give us a direction on where we're going for PayPal moving forward. So I'm not super excited about the company at these levels. I am a bag holder in PayPal, so we'll just continue to hold that bag. And I think you get out on any pop. There has been good pops here. We did get back to 100 a couple times. Once, and then again, and then right there, lower high again of 93, and then one more time, another lower high right there of 90. So yeah, I mean, it looks like it's pushing back down. We're below the 200, we're below the 50. But I always think that when a stock's been as battered as this name has been, that a change of CEO should spark something, and I guess that's what we're getting today, because if that note wasn't in there, I feel like PayPal missed on too many metrics, and then they would be down right now if there was no PayPal, if there was no CEO departure note there. So that's something that I've been listening to some other talking heads. I know Guy Adami from CNBC was talking about getting rid of that CEO for a while there. So I'm pretty happy with PayPal's decision here. Let's just see if it goes the other way now. I think it was Josh Brown actually on his podcast a while ago was just disgraced about what PayPal was doing. And I know this is another name of Jim Cramer. He had this in his portfolio. I don't know. He probably sold it maybe near 65, 70. The Cramer bottom. I don't know that to be a fact, but we know that he sold Boeing at 120. That was announced
the
as
other
well.
one was something else.
Meta, he sold really low and called that dead, and then it went up to 190. So you guys actually know more about Jim Cramer's methodologies than I do, because there's memes about that.
It's true.
So anyways, I think PayPal can run from here, but I would watch about that 85 top like Danielle mentioned yesterday.
All right, let's go to big tech. Big moves yesterday right across the board for this group. Once again, back to the downside. This happened late in the day yesterday. There was a 30-year bond auction that produced basically little to no demand whatsoever, which can be and was quickly pointed out to be a possible sign of recession to come later on in the year. We saw the yields then pop on that as well, back to the upside. We're holding, there or thereabouts, around the top end of the range for both the 2-year and the 10-year this morning. Down here, they mentioned specifically these rate-sensitive stocks, all the big tech names in this group that, as we saw yesterday, there was some covering maybe late in the session back into the close to the upside for all of these, but showing some strength here, guys, for basically all of them. Apple maybe a little bit weak.
Well, I don't want to say all of them. So I'm gonna pull up Meta for a second here, just because look, Meta had the monster gap to the upside, of course, on their the earnings, and it's been holding. It had been holding that line at 180. And so when you see it, it never got to 200. It had like 97 as a top. It broke down yesterday, kind of trended into the close. It didn't bounce when everything else bounced. Like there was some relief rally on Google and a couple of other names out there. It did not at all. So to me, that's like it's filling. Well, it doesn't have to fill the gap in, but it's certainly breaking that support since earnings. Kind of the opposite of what Michael Noss was talking about. So as it gets up toward that level, I want to be looking shorts on Meta in front of 180, and that's just specific to Meta. Yesterday, Alphabet, you'll see it held that 94 area. There were some good longs in the afternoon. I took mine off too early. Sean held on to his. And the other thing going for Alphabet on the daily chart is it's bouncing off the 50-period moving average. So, they have that for support. You have the bottom that got made yesterday. The key thing about that 94 level is the market kept falling and Alphabet kept leveling off at that price level, which sometimes indicates some exhaustion in that move. But I don't think it's all strength in big tech. As far as I'm concerned, Meta broke that support level, and I'm shorting into that level on Meta, that 180. It's about a couple of bucks away.
Yeah, so I have Tesla. I mean, so Tesla's at the end. I was just going to talk about Tesla a little bit there, but we'll do that at the end. So we went long Google, and again, the only reason I went long here, we had good strength into the close yesterday, and so this is just I should have got out. I mean, the fact that I sat here and watched it bounce around when I was just 20 cents higher than this, it's it's like 10% of the position I want to get, and the position that I actually want to get is written down on here, and it's Google long 94. So I just want to test it back here if it does fall. I mean, Google's been working on AI since inception of the company. So obviously they failed, and I don't know anything about that, Bard. I didn't watch. I don't know how they failed or whatever. But the thing is, and again, I heard a line again on Fast Money yesterday, that lions shouldn't fear sheep. So I don't know why Google is talking about like, oh my God, Bing is in the building again. Who cares about Bing? Bing has 3% of search. Now, so for me, it's a better story for Microsoft to say, okay, can they go from 3 to 6%? Great. I mean, that would be huge for them, right? And that would, diminish some of Google's share for sure. That's fine. I understand that. But Google has to be. And I don't have any inside information, but you guys would think that there has to be something brewing here with Google. I mean, they called back, it's so stupid that they called back Sergey Brin and all this to make this big BARD announcement, and then it turns out to be really a nothing burger. I think that was the hype, right? We all expected for Google to wow us with something, and apparently they did it. So do I think it's worth trimming some Google if you're nervous right now? Look at this daily chart, doesn't even make any sense. There it is. Would you trim some right here? I mean, I still think you're in the middle now. I bought at 97 or something the day before. Then yesterday it was looking pretty bad on the way down. I even told you guys that I bought it. And I think I'll buy more if it gets down here. But to me, Google has the whole suite, like they have the Google Drive. They are the internet. I just feel like there's more about Google than just this story right now. If anything, Microsoft is the name that everybody should be trimming. And this is crazy for me to say this because I never ever say it. But if you remember what Microsoft did on their earnings report, they guided lower. And that was down here, MSFT. When did they report? They reported on January. I'm going to find it right here. Oh, no, I put it on my e-signal chart. It doesn't show the earnings play on that. But it was 2:30. Okay,
24th.
The 24th. Yeah, so there it is right here. Yeah, okay, so I was going to say, so 2:30, right? So it was down here at 2:30. They guided lower, but chat started getting popular again. So all of a sudden, they ripped up to the upside. Why would a stock that guides lower and doesn't even have a good quarter go up $30, $40, $50? Just seems like it's too far, too fast for Microsoft. So for me, I would actually like to sell Microsoft and switch it into Google a little bit. So I think that could be something there today. Microsoft down, Google up. I don't know. I mean, I don't think I'm coming up with anything that no one else has thought about here if you just look at the market. So I think Google's overdone to the downside and Microsoft is overcooked to the upside. So, whether or not you like your steak well done, then you buy Microsoft. If you like it a little on the rare side, you buy some Google and hope to get it back to that medium where in my opinion, everybody should be eating steak like that.
Well,
anyways, so. Yeah, if you like rare, I mean, Google's rare right now, I think.
Yeah, well, look, I like Google too. Oh, just one last one. So I think it was Ashok asking about Apple as well. Apple, it's over under this 150. I think, I was talking about this like for flat bottom breaks. It's not as clean as Meta's is in terms of like breaking that bottom and maybe trending. But yeah, that's still that 150 level doesn't bode well for us here. Apple gets back above that. I think it gets interesting. But beneath, I tend to favor shorts when the market is trending in one direction or the other, and Apple sometimes is more of a barometer than a trade, but that 150 level could give us something today. I just prefer Meta's chart if I'm looking for one of these to short.
All right, let's go on. Some ADR action once again this morning. Back to the downside for most of these. We mentioned a ton of people still coming in, guys. Great to see everyone this morning. Make sure you take a sec, hit the like, and subscribe if you have not. We mentioned it early on, but if you missed, let's revisit a little bit here. More China-U.S. tension talk this morning, to the point of the New York Times reporting that the Biden administration is poised to introduce new restrictions on U.S. companies funding development of advanced computing technologies in China. So tech specifically could be a bit of a problem spot here this morning, but all of these down 2.5 to 3.5 at this point.
So I'm in JD. I was about to say Pinduoduo because I'm looking at Pinduoduo, but I'm in JD.com, and I'll show you why in a second if you're tuning in a little bit later. But PDD, the other day when it failed 95, it made a move right down into 90 even, which at the time was the 50-period moving average, bounced off that. You can see how nicely it's not even been testing it. Now it looks like you're really putting a test in to roll over. And suddenly the 50-period rests at 91 and change, somewhere in around there. You can find out exactly. But this breaks 90 today. I mean, you'll have the 90 break with resistance at that 50 period on the way back. So I just feel like this one also sets up. It's just that JD had already made the break. Its break was at 55. On the daily, it looks like this. Underneath the 50 period, like that's a flat bottom break if I've ever seen it. I just want to be looking for shorts. I'm short here to the pre-market high. I'll short again if it pops and try to get anything in front of that 55 level. If it breaks 55, I might even still say, hey, you have like 56 in the 200 period as well, and it has to be through that before I'm convinced that this downward trend is broken. If anything, I could see acceleration. Like that's worth betting on that it continues because there's so much room to the downside. And if it loses, then I know at least you bet on a horse that has a good payout, or for lack of a better term there. So I like JD. Certainly could come into play PDD at 90, but it has to get there first. I want to see that level taken out because it couldn't get through on that other day we had it short. So, I'll be patient with Pinduoduo.
Yeah, NEO, yeah, okay, I was just looking at this at that $10 mark. It doesn't look horrible there at 10, where we've sort of barcoded a little bit here, trying to buy it back and forth, dumping it through. So I don't know. A million shares is decent volume for NIO. The name that I wanted to look at, though, was Alibaba, and we talked about that from... Come on, charts. This is why I like the other version better. Just need to get that figured out. Was Alibaba. We traded it yesterday. We talked about this. I like this short back up here if it gets back to 108. Yesterday, we were short this right here, which was actually pretty good. We did get some good covers there, and we held 20% before losing on the last piece of it, but still a profitable stock for us. Alibaba today down into what was still a weak market, but as the market was rallying, Alibaba really wasn't. Now I'm seeing Alibaba start to get back up to the upside. So let's watch out for a 108 short there on BA. That's sort of what I'm looking for. And then you can go for the long at 105 also, which I guess looked better on the 20-minute chart right here for 105. So yeah, right here. So we have, we've dipped below, but then we've stopped at 104. So, if the market does tank, maybe you test a little bit at 105, but then you put on many more shares down here at 103, 104.50, 103.50, something like that, before watching it fall down. So I don't think there's any reason for Alibaba to come to the downside today, but it is getting hit on some of this Chinese worry. So, all right, it's 9:26. We're getting ready to rock and roll. We're almost ready to get going. We have
Tesla.
one more name on here. It's going to be Tesla. But before I go back to Brendan, just to look here, not too much. Normally, I like to see all buys or all sells. There's Google with a buy, so you are getting a bump up. Hopefully, we get that fill now on Google at 70. And then we'll see where we go from there into the open, guys. Back over to the big screen, or big desk with Brendo.
Tesla this morning. What a week it's been for Tesla. Back to the downside ever so slightly here in the pre-market this morning. This is really the only notable note on Tesla. If you remember at the end of last year, they did a big cut over in China as far as prices. They're back to the upside today with Model Y, at least an extra 2,000 yuan for a Model Y over in Tesla, guys. But regardless, Tesla going to have a positive week where the NASDAQ is kind of struggling to get back to green.
So I was just talking to Justin about some old school hip hop. Yeah, look, Tesla, it reversed course yesterday like a lot of names, and it was a huge trend break because it was this and NVIDIA were holding the market to the upside for the longest time. It reversed the trend, got back beneath. You can see it here. This is 205. Double bottom 205. Now you're back below. So suddenly that level, it's kind of like the 150 on Apple. Like that 205 level, you could have a bit of a maybe we trend back to 195, 190, who knows? But that 05, I think it's the one level I would look to short. If it breaks back out, fantastic. You can kind of resume what's been happening the last couple of days. But that 205 is it for me. I don't really want to look at too many other levels unless maybe you see at 200 and 195 and you get those little quick dip buys. But as I say that, it's already starting to head to the downside. I wouldn't have sat short 203 into there. I would have been looking for a pop into 05s. If anything moves, in Lucid, it is already starting to pop up. I was waiting for that 11. It got halfway there. Let's see if it can extend higher. I want to short Lucid in front of 11 as an EV name. And Lyft got a bit of a bid just there. So Lyft already starting to squeeze. Oh, give me a break. And it's already coming down. Okay, never mind. I thought Lyft was on its way. It was starting to move up. I'm like, okay, maybe we'll get that short in front of 12. And it's already back down testing 11. So Lyft pretty weak there. We might have a chance to get some of these short pops. I do have JD and Bed Bath & Beyond. Oh, we just got the reload. Hopefully it's a little better than the one I just had.
I didn't have, oh, you had one again. I didn't have one today. I just been drinking mine from the house.
It was kind of the same as remember yesterday. It was kind of...
All right, start off with a bang. Let's start off with another bang, and then I keep getting all these notes on Twitter, on Instagram that we need more bangs. So there's another one right there. We did get that Google fill at 70, so we told you we were waiting there, and that's exactly what happened. We got it. So now let's see where we go. I like Tesla today. It's on the sticky note. It's the number 2 name on the note for strength. If the market's going to be strong today, which I kind of have a feeling it could be, I want to watch out for 202. So here we go. Or sorry, 200. My bad. It's at 202 now. 200 as a bottom for Tesla. Watch out for 198 if it continues to drop down lower. That's going to be my target to get out where we're wrong. 198. And with only 20 seconds to go, you need an ultra bang. I know. Well, we're working. I don't know if we're working on graphics or not, but we're trying to get them done. We're really busy around here, so we are. We are going to get new graphics at some point, but hey, we're working on so many things, including this great green screen right now. So, here we go.
Hello.
So Justin sitting on a boat right now in Toronto. That's
great.
3, 2, and 1.
It's lit up for the Raptors, man.
Yeah,
I
it
like that.
looks pretty
like
good.
that.
Yeah, the Raptors are a disgrace in my opinion. But all right, we'll talk about that after.
Let's not go there.
Yeah, let's talk about that after. Okay, so here we go. Tesla is falling back down into 201.50. That was that low right there. We're just going to stone cold chill on this and wait to see if we do get that 200 fill. That's something that we're looking for right now. One name we didn't talk about was Disney real quick. I like a 112 short. That's probably not going to come in as Disney fades out, but not open yet. So let's just wait to see if anything happens. We're trying to be patient with our idea. And there we go. There goes Google right now trying to get back up to the upside.
Yeah, Google making a nice little move into 96 there. Meta, which is the one I like to the short side. If the market comes up, I like that 180. Want to be patient here. Give it time to get to your prices and don't capitulate when it comes to what you're trying to do. I did mention Intel would be a name I would be shorting. If it gets back up to the 28 level, I am going to get on the offer now just in case. I do not want to forget about Intel. I totally missed that one in yesterday's trade. And Lyft down 30-something%. Yeah, I thought there'd be a bit of a bounce. 17% short, why not? But there's not much of a bounce happening here, unfortunately, in Lyft. I only want to short the pops into 12. I'll be patient. If this takes out the low, maybe that's it.
Wow, bang, ultra bang, supreme bang. Look at Google, man. In the money already, $1.20, but we don't have a big piece. But at least we're right on that one. We're, like I said, there it goes back up to the upside. Tesla as well, making. I just feel like it's too early. It's only 1 minute in to find these bottoms, but there's Tesla at 202. So it was not a Freudian slip where we talked about 200 there. That's what I'm thinking about here for a move back down as I just looking to make some plays here on something. Is PayPal going back up to the upside? I thought it would have been a good call there for getting rid of their CEO. So it's trying to go a little bit, but not super exciting for me right yet. I'm still going to watch out for Google. Tesla's trying to go as well. Maybe we just got to punch the bottom or some bottom. We don't have a bottom, but maybe the top on Tesla there. That's 0450 could go. I said the market could get going here. It looks like we're starting a little bit early on this move. So let's wait to see here. I still can't. Google is just a monster, man. $1.30 to the upside. Told you guys about that one. Really happy that that's moving the way it is. So right now, Tesla also taking out pre-market highs. I'll just probably punch this long. What is that, 204.50? Maybe we just got to go long 204.50, guys, and then hold on to it. I don't know. I don't like punching tops, though. Let's let things settle down. AMD is at least still red. I don't know.
Yeah, not everything is strong. Some things are going to the downside, and one of them is JD. Just hit 53. We took our first leg out in front of that 53 level. Want to be short this name as long as it's beneath 55. First off the pre-market highs, and then we'll work from there. I never got a full position on Bed Bath & Beyond because I thought it would be a pop. to be shorted. It just hit 250 again. Every time it pops up, I'm just going to short until it stops working. We talked about that over and over again. And then you got to go back over to the ones that are moving sometimes. And Apple, 150. Here it is right here. This is a crazy wick. 150 right here, right now, trying to make a break out of that 150 level. If it starts holding a consolidation above, then I'll go for the long. But it's kind of giving you that whipsaw up and down action. And all these ugly dark pool prints are not real. It is trading at that 150 level. Now it's starting to hold above. So I want to see it hold a nice consolidation above so I can work along off that 150 level on Apple.
All right, good call there on Apple. Obviously, we'll have to keep looking at it and see where it's going. So, yeah, for right now, man, I mean,
I got this.
Google's still ripping. I don't really have a plan of action on that one. Looking at Microsoft as well, up to 263. So I was looking at, Microsoft, again, a nice move up. We have these bad wicks all over the place, but maybe a 264 or something like that. We did close at 263.50. It's still red, but it's making a move higher right now into that 263.50. So that could be a break long. I mean, I know I was talking about Microsoft has gone too far too fast here, but it's still a nice move back to the upside right now for Microsoft. So maybe there is that 263.50 area. I'm going to try the short because we still are red on the day here. So anything right now in Microsoft, 263, 263.50 is really where I'm looking for it. So I'm going to put a short upside there at 263.50 for Microsoft and just see what happens there.
Yeah, we just broke 53s on JD. That continues to flush to the downside. But the 150 on Apple, it's going back and forth. I did take it at 10s once I saw that it was starting to hold. I'm going to be reluctant to add to this until I see some real strength. If I get a little more strength, then I want to add above that 150 level because I think there's room to the upside. Definitely more room to the upside on this name. Tesla, we'll go to Brendan. What's up, bud?
Super strong. A few people mentioning this one. Super strong so far. Hills Bio, little biopharma, teaming up with Merck. Positive results on a lung cancer trial. Just took out the highs there, guys. Huge volume on Hills so far.
Running to the hills.
Yes. Run and don't stop. Okay, so we did take a trade here in Microsoft, and it's just right here. We're going to give it to that level yesterday of basically the close, 263.50, 260. I mean, we could give it to 264. Maybe that's a little bit better to do that. But if I'm going to be wrong on it, then we're going to be wrong. And I'd rather get out and save myself the pain of being wrong on that name. So we'll stay there and just continue to watch out for Microsoft here. And we have our plan of action for that trade. So right now we're short. It's nicely in the money. It's only 20 cents. But this is what we're doing right now with Microsoft in the money, hoping for a little bit more on this trade.
Yeah, so I just added to Apple, but this lift is starting to get out of hand to the downside. 35%, and I'm looking for, is there even a pop to be shorted on this? I'm not sure there is, so I'll see what I can get here. Back to 75. Going to need an uptick. It is short sell restricted, obviously, so you're going to need an uptick on that to be able to get short. Like I said, I just added to Apple when it started showing a little more strength above 150. And then it just checked up at 30. So I might start going into some scalp mode where I scalp some out, try to reload, and then see where it goes from there. JD, I'm not going to reload this until I see more weakness. So we got some on 53. It went all the way down to 52.85, snap back up. That can be a very bullish sign. So I will maintain a stop at the pre-market high. And then if the next level is 54 or 55, I don't mind re-energizing the short at that price. But I'm not going to be reloading on this one at this particular price. We'll just hold on to what we have and maintain our stop order. Apple did just give me a fill, so we'll go a little bit of a spike there. We got to use up the graphics because the Super Bowl and football season is going to be ending there. So as it comes back downside, if we start holding 150 again, I'll go reloads off 150 and see if we can't trend into said upside. And we got to figure out what we're doing for this bet, Sean.
All right, yeah, we will. So Microsoft right now, spin it again. There's the short that we just pegged for you. Bang on that one. So you guys want ultra bangs, you're going to get them right now. As we are 75 cents. Look at that trade that I gave you this morning. What did I say? Short Microsoft, long Google. Well, Google's $1.80 in the money long, and Microsoft's 80 cents short long. Short Microsoft. So that's a good trade there. Thinking about just pairing off some Google. I mean, this is just, well, we've already paired it off, but getting some out. I mean, this is a monster run here. We take The number one idea on the sticky note is the Google long. And then we have the Microsoft short. So we just took a piece out of Microsoft, one piece at 70. I'll give you the exact prices here. 65 and 83, giving an average price of around 70. So let's see if it wants to continue to make that march to the downside. But yeah, here we go. Microsoft, hopefully we can retrace back in a little bit on this name. But we're short right now, 70 cents in the money and $1.50 in the money on Google. Thinking about getting some out here on Google as it's pretty top heavy. Let's just take this out for $1.50 right now. It's just fading off a little bit. So in case this market fades down, we'll take a piece of Google out and I just offer it so we miss it. We should have just punched out of that. But hey, Microsoft's going down. Let's try to get some out on Google here. Take that profit, but it's fading off that 96.50 right now. So yeah, that sucks. We are offering 96.50 to get out though.
Yeah, and Meta's making a bit of a crest here. I like shorts in front of 180, but we're not at 180. We're at yesterday's low and yesterday's bottom. Sometimes support turns into resistance. For now, it looks like resistance, so I'll take my first short in Meta. I don't think it would be the last. We'll play off this area here. Man, I'll have to zoom in to show you. We'll take our first short to the high of the day. If that gets busted out, I'll probably take another shot at that 180. I just think since that floor is broken on Meta, I want to be looking for shorts as long as it's beneath that 180 level. Similarly to how I felt about Apple and that 150. Well, I'll clean up that wick. It kind of skews things here, but this is 177.50 is the current high on Meta. There, and I'm short basically 177, 176.85. Apple is testing 150, God. So that could head back to the downside. But we got the shorts on there, and just an update, Bed Bath & Beyond's at 240. Looks like that one is in the doldrums again.
Guys, hit the like button right now because we just took $1.80 on Microsoft as it just went all the way to the downside. Sorry, $1.51 on Microsoft down to the downside right there because we just got out at 261.70 another piece of Microsoft. So far so good on this one, making that move to the downside. But we did miss Google upside right there. What's up, Brandon?
Big mover yesterday, guys. Hempako down on an offering this morning, just halted to the upside again. So 55% still, but halted upside right now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I see this GFAI making moves as well. I don't know why it says, oh, it must have been like a reverse split. Okay, never mind. Nothing to see there. I'm wondering why the percentage is saying that, but it's just a reverse split, so who cares? Not to say who cares about it, but not that interesting to me there. Intel looks like it is once again relatively weak, so I'm going to be looking for shorts in this name, but not just yet. We'll let it pop up a little bit. It's Lyft, the one that... So now starting to make a bit of a bottom. The stock is getting destroyed, down 35%, but it's making a nice consolidation down here. This could be our only chance to get in because you need an uptick to get in. Any pop into the pre-market lows, I'm going to go ahead and take. If it breaks 1050, I'll try to get the 1050, but you can't always get a fill by hitting the bid when it breaks to the downside. But I'm going to give it a shot here on Lyft.
I just heard a scalp deep and go, wow, Microsoft. But I mean, I hope he's short. I hope he's short with me, or he said Tesla. Okay, let's look at Tesla. Yeah, okay, good. So Tesla, yeah, okay, it's just right back to where, I mean, Tesla's moving exactly like the market, but it is a move down here right now. So yeah, man, we are now $2 in the money right now on Microsoft and watching out for Tesla at that 202 level. We'll see if that comes in. Look at Softy, man. This call, I mean, again, for me, that's a good call there. We did put on some decent amount of shares there. We talked about 263.50. It came into play, and that's exactly what we did. We shorted the living you-know-what out of this one. It's now $2 in the money for us right there. So we talk about one good trade. I mean, $2, depending on how many shares you have there, that's a decent move down. But it could be one of those moves that could stop. So I'm going to get another piece out here at 261 flat if we can push bid, get filled. We just got 11s there. We got 11s there. We got 9s and 11s there on that Microsoft fill. So now we're almost out. We only have 20% left. We have 4 outs there. Boom, 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 all the way to the downside. That's Microsoft, well cooked to the downside. Like it.
So we got an uptick in Lyft. So we're finally into this one. We'll give it to 1075. I want to short it. The first consolidation I could get, it just so happened to be this right here. And then Apple, it was working for a bit, and then the market did a reversal on us. I know 150 is going to be my level on Apple, so it needs to be holding this level. That's what I want to see. We'll go back into it. If you start consolidating and breaking higher, I really don't mind getting back into the trade, but I'm not going to hold it if it tests pre-market lows. That'd be holding $1 against. Not going to happen with me. I'm into Meta now, into Lyft now. JD, I said I wouldn't reload it, but it retested the high. I'm going to give it a shot here. I'm going to cancel this stop and then readjust because it double tapped that high with a lower high. That's worth a reload entry for me on JD. I was being cautious by not going earlier. And Intel just broke the low. Now short that name as well. Intel is just, I didn't short it once yesterday. which is quite frankly embarrassing as far as I'm concerned. It was one of the weakest days it had, and this is the first day in forever that I had not traded it a single time, and it was probably the best short. Flat bottom break below the 50 period. I'm short Intel, you know it.
Yeah, no, I like that call there. Intel, again, you know, stay with the names that you believe are in a directional bias, right? I mean, and if we're gonna go, if you're gonna have that bias on Intel, yeah, you want to make that for sure. And that's what I'm doing with Google right now, and it's just kind of funny that just came into that. Yeah, so I have Google short right now, right? Long, sorry, Microsoft short, Google long. It just came back in and gave me an opportunity to buy some more down there. So we just bought some more at 95.08. It just popped into the 20s. Probably should have taken some of that out there. So if it comes back through, we will take that one more time back in for that name. Microsoft, we're going to let it float around. And then there's Tesla, another new position for us. So yeah, we're a little stressed out here on this because there's Google. Nice trade on that one as we just bought the dip. Let's see if it continues to move higher. But for right now, the story looks like it's going to be Tesla. As there goes Tesla, like we mentioned with the scalp demon back there, 198 is my break level for TSLA. Looks like we're getting there a little faster than we thought on Tesla. But we're long. We're long at 220 cents. Let's put an offer at 201. Scalp a little bit out there. And then, you know, hold for that much bigger move upside if it does come through. Yeah,
let's ring the register here on Meta. Meta just got down to 176, so, you know, get stopped out on Apple. Looks like he could not hold that level that we loved. We're going to get that Meta short. Relative weakness, I think if it gets down to 75, I'll make another decision down there. We'll rinse and repeat it if I can get some more shorts back up in that 77 range. JD's rolling back in the money. I did just try to pick some more shares up. I just made that decision. Now you're seeing it come back to the downside. I'll get a little more in front of the low of the day. Then I'm waiting for 52.50. That one looking like it's okay. Intel for now, so it made the break. Try to get some out there in the low 40s, and it's kind of right back to that 27.50. When you take a bottom break, I don't want to hold it all the way to the top. 25 cents risk on Intel is too much given the way that it moves. I only want to risk in the 5 to 10 cent range at the most. Brendo, what do you got, bud?
I was just checking on Robinhood, guys. Notice there was a ton of volume at the open there. We did go red to green, back to basically flat on the session here after what happened yesterday. Really the only note, Vanguard reporting a stake of just over 7% in Robinhood after the close yesterday. But Hood doing some volume here.
Because it's all good, baby. Tesla, dollar. We just took a couple outs right there. We got one at, sorry, that's Google. We took a couple Google outs there at 26. Then we took another out at 35. And now we're ripping back up to the upside as Google. Just, you know, we're trading that pretty good here for that. This is the name that I want to look at. We just took one out on Tesla at 85 right there off of a 220 long. So it's only, you know, let's see where it goes. What did I just get filled on there? Oh, Google again. We got another fill there on Google. So nice out. Whoa. Yes, sir. Now we are getting escalated. Escalation right now. Let's go, man. The bangers are in the building again right now. $1.50 on Tesla. A reloaded 85 cents on Google right now. A load up on Microsoft. That's coming back. Only have 10% left. And there goes Tesla. Moonshot right back up to 203. Let's get a piece out if Tesla goes back there. Wow. Man, do I love this job. Probably a little bit too much, but here we go. You know what? Let's take a piece out right now on Tesla. We just have this great move off of 200. There it is right there. Spin it. Hopefully Scalp Demon has that bid as well. Down there at 200. We're long 200 on Tesla. And by the way, who would have ever thought that could have been a level? Check sticky note. Oh, yeah, it's right there. Let's go, guys. Hopefully you're on this with us. Nice day today to start off for sure.
I'm going to go be very cautious with this because I'm looking at what just happened in Tesla here and a couple of other names. Huge monster wick top, and then that was a big volume candle. More volume on that last sell than you saw at the open. So a little bit of caution for me on that name. JD looks like it's going to be pretty good. I'm reloading Meta. We just got the buck, and it wants to come back up to the top side. Can't do anything about that wick. I got rid of it, came back. So we're going to short more at 177, have my stop out at that high of the day, and then we'll rinse and repeat it. NVIDIA is the name that we haven't gotten into. Not once, and NVIDIA looks even weaker. So NVIDIA about to test the lows. It feels like this could be another trend. It broke trend yesterday, and once it did, you can see how it was flushing to the downside. Now you have another monster sell. I'm going to be shorting pops in NVIDIA. We'll add that to the hit list on Intel, but I want it testing VWAP here. I don't want to chase the bottoms. You saw what just happened Tesla at 200. Shorting the bottoms in the first 15 minutes, 20 minutes, not necessarily the best thing unless the stock is a piece of, never mind. Unless the stock is something like an Affirm or like a Lyft or something like that. Be careful doing it on something like NVIDIA.
Oh yeah. Don't do anything on video. I mean, I think that we've been doing a pretty good job of telling you guys. I mean, you guys looked at me the last couple of days, right? Bed Bath & Beyond, we annihilated that stock to the short the last couple of days.
Terrible.
We've been absolutely destroying Amazon to the short the last couple of days, and I'm looking at that again right now. Stick with the names that you feel like you have a feel on, right? And that's why on Tesla, honestly, we only have a third left. Let's see about this 199 bid. So we're in it. There it is. We are short now. Amazon. I don't know if this name's going to work too great on the short side of things, but I want to try to test this 98 short. So we'll try that. It wicked as high as 98.20. That's going to be my out. We're going to get more Amazon short, and we just did right now on Amazon. So let's watch out for that name coming back up to the upside. It's all good because we have Google long, but we definitely have to, and Tesla, but we have to watch out for Amazon now. What's up, Brendo?
HKD and now AMTD starting to go. This was this note that was released this morning right at 9 o'clock. I have to be honest, I read through this entire thing. I don't completely understand. It's very vague. They talk a little bit about this movie that they've completed, digital media company, but it's very vague. There's nothing really specific as far as I can tell in that note, but here's HKD, guys. Just took out the highs there on a huge volume spike. AMTD starting to go as well.
If HKD is still holding the highs at the end of our show, I'm going to be looking for some shorts on that stock, but not right now. I just took a little bit too much out there on Intel. It is what it is. It happens here, but I put an extra bid. May not be the worst thing in the world. I'll try to reload it in the 50s. That's working to the downside. I just looked for that Meta reload. Did not get it. It just made a fresh low, not low of the day because pre-market it was lower, but it is trying to come back into the upside. We'll try to get that reload if we can. Lyft took some bids down there, but JD just continues to stay in the pocket. It gives you like 50 cents, which is pretty good on a $50 stock, but it's not really rolling over too much. And Pinduoduo, by the way, is part of the reason why. Wick bottom, holds 90. Remember the 50 period? That's the big monster level on Pinduoduo. So it's held it again. If this takes it out, the stock is probably toast. And then if you're looking at Alibaba, I don't know if you're in this one, Sean. Are you?
No, not yet.
So Baba is weak as well. For now, it looks like JD weak, not PDD. JD weak, Baba weak, Pinduoduo holding fort. But if these things all break, these lows, 103 Baba, 90 PDD, it could get pretty ugly pretty quick.
Yeah, we're getting pretty ugly right now on Amazon. It's getting upside now. So we are going to get stopped out at that high of the day now, 98.20. We said we'd go back to the well and try to short something that we thought was a short. It's been a short, and like I said, we have our out. So we just look where we're short, man. We're short at 96. Our out's going to be 20. So once it breaks that, then we are gone out of that name. It's having a little bit of a problem up there. Let's just put a bid. Let's put a bid down for 10% right here, right now at 98. There it is. So we'll take out a little bit of pressure there just in case this name does want to rip back up to the upside. But here it comes back down. Remember, we're short at 98. So we just took some off for flat. And now let's wait to see where we go on that. We did take a bid early on that on our first load there when we were short the first time. We got some out at 77. So yeah, it looks like it didn't want to bounce. We're above the 200. We're above every level right now, and the market's above the 50 period. So yeah, a little bit nervous here looking at the NASDAQ. So let's stay controlled here. But yeah, I don't love this short anymore. It's not going to the down. There it is. It's going to get stopped out. So there we are. We're now stopped out of that. Yeah, but you know what's really working, man? The longs are really working. Google's now $1 in the money. Tesla's $2 in the money. And Microsoft's right back to a spot where I don't mind shorting this name.
I'm about to get my. I just took a sip there. I'm about to get my reload in Meta. It seems. At least I hope I get it. Come on, gimme always gets. But Apple now back to some strength there. Yeah, I just got my reload in Meta. Back to some strength. 150 isn't really mattering. You're seeing these wicks down to 149.50. But I think if it doesn't break this top, we'll look for whatever dip buy in that region that we can pick up. So we'll respect that 150 level a little bit, but it seems like it's strong enough, and we're just going to get longs in and around VWAP on every single dip. We were doing that with NVIDIA yesterday. I feel like that's the right name to do it on. So I just reloaded on Meta. Kind of tough to see. I got to zoom way in for you to be able to see it. Just reloaded Meta 177s. This one's holding the channel. Looks like it's relatively weak, at least for now. Going to get bids down around that 176 bottom, and then see if we can hold on to this one. I mean, the market. You see the market screaming, but this isn't breaking out. You want names that are breaking out, and I don't see that happening. It's similar to NVIDIA. NVIDIA doesn't want to break out. Relative weakness there. As a matter of fact, maybe I should like that short more than I like the Intel short. Down 3% and still trending down when Intel's trying to get back toward those tops. I'm kind of convincing myself that I should have a piece of NVIDIA if I still like to short in it. Apple definitely longs on that 150 level, or at least close enough to it. And as I just got into Meta, It's heading right back down into 176. So ring the register. Find your relative strength, relative weakness. I know where mine is, and looks like Meta's going to be the one.
Oh man, I just made a huge keystroke error. I thought I was on Microsoft and I was on Tesla. So I actually got out of Tesla, then wound up punching long on Tesla now. So, you know, it's fine, we're long, but these are not the right prices. I mean, we're right here in the middle on Tesla. So, yeah, unfortunately, not a good price for me here as I have to manage this. And so if you're seeing me out of Tesla, it was a straight mistake there. Like, didn't mean to get out and in and out and in of all of those names. But we're long Amazon as Amazon falls right back again and gives us that long. So that short was absolutely perfect, just absolutely wrong price. It went to 98.50 and then tanked in pretty hard there. So yeah, man, that sucks. Yeah, that Tesla was a blunder. I thought I was on Microsoft. So right there, we're gonna get out if this breaks 200 and then just sort of lick our wounds because that's a keystroke error. And we got out almost immediately on that. So that sucks, man, for me on that one. So that was a mistake. And then Amazon, like we just said, that was also a mistake getting out. But let's just, again, once you make these things, slow down and like regroup. So right now we're gonna try to flatten out everything, make sure we have the right names. I meant to get reloaded short. This is the problem. I meant to take, why am I even on PayPal on my other screen? Meant to take that short right there again on Microsoft, and instead here I am like offer, and I'm offering on Tesla. So I wound up getting out of that Tesla trade and then punching back long on Tesla by accident because I was all discombobulated. So we'll wait to see if that breaks 200. We're out. We're not going to make one problem worse, and then we are going to try to short more Microsoft upside, but we already missed that. We should have had $1 again on Softy. So yeah, man, I got to regroup.
Yeah, but that's what you always have to do. Like, play key levels, understand, like, what's your kill point in the stock, where do you want to buy more, and then where do you want to get out. So I'm sitting here with mostly shorts. Oh, by the way, there's a position board is incorrect. I am not long Bed Bath & Beyond. I promise you that. I'm short that name. Apple is the one I am long, and then that buyout which doesn't move. If 149.50 goes in Apple, then this reload is going to be invalid. I'm now long beneath that 150 level. I'm not getting any reloads in Meta, but I was just able to grab some intel in front of VWAP and then get some out. And again, I put 120 bids at 42. I thought I had a bid at 42, and I apparently did. I bid it another time. Too aggressive down here. That's the second time I've done that on Intel. But I'm going to short the pops, continue with that pattern. Meta, Intel, JD looks like it's okay. Lyft is the only one, the short, that goes against me, oddly enough, down 35%. Brendo.
Just seeing a note on Bill Gates, guys, co-founder of Microsoft, just saying with a analyst conference that ChatGPT is as significant of an invention as the internet was. Maybe a little bit too much, but Microsoft not really moving on that, but worth a note.
By the way, that last short, I got some out at the low of the day on Lyft. Lyft just broke a support level, or sorry, a resistance level. So I'm out of that one. I just had a hard stop on it. I wanted to short this channel and then wait for the high. If it gets to the high, fantastic. We'll take another shot at it. 17% short was more than I actually thought. Next fill I get, we'll update the position board, I suppose. Apple's trying to bounce off that 150. If it starts holding VWAP here a little bit better, I'll try the reload on this bad boy. Sorry, not reload, but add to the position on the way up to those highs. It looks like 150.50 is resistance, so do want to get something out in front of that if I can. Going to get my orders out because you can't get fills until you do. JD has been, I mean, it's a pretty calm one right now because, you know, you're essentially shorting the pre-market highs, taking some out in front of the bottoms. I should be above 53, not beneath it for those orders. So I'm going to change that. Rinse and repeat. If it breaks down, I like the trend, and we'll go ahead and work with that. So inside of the pocket, I know where I want to reload. So when I get out, I want to be getting back in 53.40 or so with a stop up at 60. Meta, very similar looking chart. Shorting off 177, it gives you 76 a couple of times there. At some point, if you don't break the low and the high gets taken out, there's going to be some reversals in there. I tend to like Apple a little bit better than Meta, so I'm going to stick with this one to the long side, at least for now. My mind can get changed, but for now, I want to stick to what's working. I hope you're enjoying it here. There's been all kinds of opportunity inside of this range, guys. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. It's going to be a banger of a day today. Sean already dropped the word of the day, but I don't want to steal any thunder from the midday, guys.
What was the word of the day that I dropped?
I didn't.
You're not stealing the thunder. I just want to know what it was.
You said a school word, and then I was like,
do you remember what it was?
No, I don't. I hope you guys caught it. But you said a school word. I was like, did you say what? And I was like, we didn't have the graphic to hit, so.
Oh, I know what it was. Discombobulated?
I think
Because
that's
I was
what it
like,
was.
I'm all discombobulated here.
That's a good one. I love that word.
Man,
we had a friend that used to say that all the time.
Well, I figured out a way I could lose money trading the wrong stocks.
JJ used to say that a lot.
Oh, did he? Did he? Okay.
No, she.
Oh, JJ? Oh, I think he meant J. A J.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. She used to say that all the time?
A lot.
Oh, okay. That's probably because she was always discombobulated. Okay. So let's just, and I was just sort of say that tongue in cheek, but honestly, like, this was another opportunity. You're only going to get so many opportunities to make the trade that you want. So I'm going to do it again. 263 if Microsoft comes back up to the upside right now. The market, remember I said this could be a pretty boring day? I mean, you have right now 50 handle range. Not bad, but it is for the first half hour. It probably is the most, one of the slowest days we've seen so far. But there's some names to be traded, man. I mean, Tesla just bounced off. I had to get out of Tesla. It's too bad because Tesla, we actually traded really well until like I thought I was buying something else. And I buy this at the high right there, then get it out almost immediately, but then held that last third for 200. And it does break and goes down to 199.50, which has been the bottom before. Tesla's looking weak, man. It just keeps on making, like, there's the high. Forget about the first couple minutes. We always talk about that. I want to stay away from that. But, since then, tried to get back going there at 202, missed. Tanks, comes back to 201.50, hits the 200 again, comes back to 201.50 again, hits it back downside. So now you're starting to think about the momentum's down right now on this name. So think about momentum downside. We've made a lot of good money here on Google today, but we're going to try one more time. You have the 200 period right here. We've respected 95 twice. 3 times, right? Actually, right there in the pre-market, then again right now, and here. So let's wait to see. We are trying to buy some more. I'm going to get out if it takes out 95. We're going to go 94.90 as our out if we're wrong on this one, but apparently we have a number coming out as well. So get ready to go over to Brendan if you guys want to. We can do that, Brad, if you want. 10 o'clock number time.
Hey guys, yeah, we'll get the Michigan sentiment number coming out here this morning at 10 o'clock, about 30 seconds still to go. But just so everyone is aware, there is a both 5-year and 1-year inflation projection in this number. So there's the 5-year, there's the 1-year. So this is supposed to be 2.9%. The 1-year is supposed to be 4%, or they're looking for anyways, the forecast. Last time 2.9% versus 3.9% on both of those. And then the actual number up here is 65. So the sentiment prelim 65 expected there for this. 66.4, so higher on that. Inflation basically in line with expectation outside of the 1-year, 4.2% versus 4% expected on that Michigan sentiment, guys.
That spiked. Like, it spiked all my shorts in the money, but it obviously did some things to Apple here. Apple might take out that. Yeah, this will happen sometimes. You get a number. I was in the longs in Apple, and then obviously the number just came out. It stopped it out. That sucks. But, I mean, that's a possibility, right? But I want to take advantage of this in the other way. In that, if you get things coming back down into the low, you want to pay yourself out every single chance that you get. The problem with some of this is I never got the reload on Meta. I was really hoping it would spike us to the upside, the long in Apple would go, and then I'd be able to get more in Meta here. That's now taking out the bottom. JD's now taking out the bottom. Intel's pressing toward the low of the day. So the shorts are definitely working.
Google wants to take it.
Google's taking the low?
Yeah, it wants to anyways. I mean, I'm loading up
94, baby.
Yeah, that's
the 50 period.
Yeah, that's the level we have is 94
that's
written down there. We're going to try at 95 because it's been holding. So we're long at 95.07 right now just because it's been holding. But like Brendan said, man, that University of Michigan number there, 66.4. So let's wait to see what it does. If Google breaks, I mean, I'm going to get out at 80 if it breaks and then look at that 94 because I'm in shares now, so I don't want to hold this all the way back down to 94 right now. Tesla's really giving it up, and that was another trade that I said, man, maybe take some out of Tesla and into some of those other names. Obviously, they're all tanking today. Nice little bump up for Google there. Just went into the 20s before just coming right back in again. So let's take, all right, I got to take something out. I mean, I'm long at 07. Let's take a dime, and there we go, up to the 20s. Let's keep rolling this, Google, man. If we can just get back going here and the market wants to go. I know Google's going to be one of the strongest names in the market today. It seems like anyways. I don't know that, but that's what I'm playing off of what I see. So that's the only thing you can do as a trader. Right there you go. You just got a 24 fill. That's all that you can do as a trader is like analyze what you see. Hopefully don't make keystrokes because that's the only losing trade that we have today. And also Amazon, like this is a losing trade actually. This is not a keystroke. We are getting it up to 98.20. We were hella short this name at 98. Unfortunately, it went 20 cents further than I hoped it would, and we got stopped out on that one. So Amazon, try to find our way back in it, but it has to come back to 98, and then we have to look at that 98.40. So I don't know how much risk I'm going to take back to there, but better off waiting for a little bit higher. But it's still fading right now. Microsoft is absolutely getting destroyed, but it just bounced off 261 again. So I don't want to say destroyed, but it did have that 263 high where we should be short, and we're not. So let's watch out. Google right back into 95 again off getting some out at 20. So let's put the shares that we got out. We'll put them back in right here. We'll see if we get some more sevens, and there it is. We got them. So now Google is what we're sort of waiting for. If it breaks down, that's fine. Like I said, it's fine if it breaks down like it's doing right now. It's fine if that happens. We're now loaded up on Google. Let's just see where it goes.
Yeah, well, some of these names are going heavy to the downside. We're now 2 change in Meta to the downside, and JD just broke 53 again, so that's trending pretty nicely in. I was just about to, I drew a trend line on Uber and was like, look at Uber, strong trend, looks like it could be going, and then it promptly breaks said trend. If it hangs out, any consolidation off this trend, I want to look for the shorts on Uber. I just drew this up thinking about what can I go long that looks relatively strong, and the second I had the line drawn and came to you guys, I mean, quite frankly, it broke it and looks weak now. I already have enough shorts. Tesla. I mean, Uber looks really good. Ooh. Now we're at the low of the day on Meta. I want to hang on. I want to see if we can join the trend back in on a pop into VWAP, but it's at 175 at the same time that this is happening. So you're right at those low, close to those lows in the NASDAQ. You could see a little bit of a bounce here, and if you do, that would be an opportunity to take some profit, reload if there is a little bit of a pop to be reloaded. JD, I don't want to get everything out here. You know, I want to get a couple more shots at JD on this break. It just took out 53. Well, the daily chart's a better look here. There's a lot of room on the daily for a free fall, if you guys can't tell. Yeah. So I want to be sitting in this one as long as I can while paying myself on the way. That means getting back in. If it pops, that means taking some out at the next even dollar. That'll be 52. Last I checked. But yeah, this market is, what a wick top it just put in there. Now that you've broken trend on Uber, I will take a shot in front of 35, something in here just to see if it accelerates, acknowledging that you could see a bit of a bounce in the market. And I'm going to have a tight stop here, but I like those trend reversals.
Yeah, I'm really just focusing. I mean, we have $1.50 in the money on Microsoft. Wish we had the more shares, but we have the big position in Google right now. If it takes down 94, here it goes. If it takes down 94.80, we're gone. Look, it's going to be a 20-cent hit. We can hold that, but again, you know, the market right now is getting hit pretty good. We talked about it maybe being a boring day. That's got changed really quick on that Michigan number there. So you can never think that it's going to be, I didn't even think about that number coming through there at 10 o'clock. So it's a good thing Brendan brought that to our attention, which is why we waited for these bottoms in Google. That's why we're long here. I mean, otherwise we'd be long a hell of a lot higher than this, right? So let's just wait to see. I think we got the bottom. I'm talking like this is in trouble. We're long right here at 95. It's at 95. So hopefully it goes back up to the upside right here. We'll try to take some out at 95.10 if it rips back up to the upside like it's doing right now. So hopefully there it is. We just take a piece out. We take 10% out. So we'll ring the register on that one. But yeah, there is more upside here, I think, but also respecting the downside of 20 cents. So we take 10 cents out there of only 10%. So it's a little bit helping there. But maybe we should have took out more. We're trying to go like 5 to 1 or so, like, right? If our risk to reward is going to be 20 cents, let's try to see if this can get back up to 96. Like, we'll take some more out at 20 because that's where the 50 period is if we get that chance. But right now it's falling back down. So good out there. But yeah, Google right now still looks pretty weak, man. The market trying to catch a bounce and Google didn't really bounce there. So yeah, this one's probably going to be a little bit of trouble there today. GOGGL starting to go back down to the downside. And that Tesla, man.
It's accelerating.
Shout out to Scalp Demon back there because he was like, wow, look at Tesla. That name just, yeah, good thing we got out of that trade right there. But again, like, you know, talking about punching short, 200 was right there. You know, that could have been a short punch. If you did it the first time, though, you would have lost because it went up to 202. But there's that good punch downside there on Tesla. Great trade if you got that short, guys.
Yeah, I just rang the register right here on Meta. It did the up down at 175. We had that pre-market low kind of set out there as a target. Once it hit and could not break, I'm looking for a VWAP or trace. The names that I kind of preferred to hang on to deeper were JD and Intel. Intel might be the wrong one. NVIDIA might be better. If I can get anything on the pop, I want to rejoin the trend in Meta. I just think with the NASDAQ bouncing off of those lows, there's a decent chance we can get back to set upside. Uber, I know it was Dawn in the chat just now who was mentioning Uber. Some of the tops would be a little bit better. I just like this for the trend reversal, and I can't even get in. Sometimes you just got to punch into these things instead of talking about them. I'll see if I can join. I don't want to be too aggressive because my stop is going to be up at 35, so I don't want to chase this down at 34.50. Not really the setup I'm looking for to risk more than 30 cents or so on Uber. Oh. But you saw the wick tops in the market. There were a few names at resistance. And you got this almost like a false break, and then you're kind of trending back in. Anything that held the top while that wick happened on the NASDAQ, I'll zoom in so you can see. Anything that held the top on that wick, I'm going to like that for the shorts on the way back to the upside. If it broke out tops, then it can be trending up. Like, I'm not looking for shorts in Apple right now because even though they haven't worked all that great for me on the long side, Apple is at least holding enough strength that I want to consider it for that long trade at some point. I don't know if I want to get back into it right now, but at some point I'm going to look for Apple to the long side. Intel, about to rinse and repeat.
Yeah, I'm about to lose again on Google. So it broke through 80 there, but I still actually like the long. That's the problem. That's what I mean about trying to lose on this name. Obviously, we don't want to lose, but I'm going to go long again, honestly, if it breaks. So if it breaks 95, I'm going to try one more time here. And again, I don't think this is like being stubborn or anything. I like this long at 95. And I mean, if we get ticked down at that bottom, at least now we see another bottom there, so I can take it with 25 cents worth of risk and really assess it properly. Again, if this market rallies back, which it's trying to do right now, I like Google. So, we just missed it. Okay, there it is. We got it there. We got it at 05. So it just broke a little bit higher there. Let's see what Google wants to do now. We can make this all back on one trade, literally. But we'll put some orders out again, somewhere in the 20s in case it goes. But we do have that bottom. So if it breaks the bottom, then we're gone. Like, this is about as simple as it could be for me. It's 25 cents worth of risk. So you know where I'm going with this one, down there at that bottom of the day. So, hey, if it breaks it again, then we're gone, and we could say, you know what, bad read on Google today. Not bad read. It's still not at the 94 level where we really want to go with it. It's just, the market's still down 0.7. That's where we were when we opened. We're right back to where we opened again. And Google still has a little bit of a travel to go, I feel like, back up to the upside. So we've hit the long here today on Google. We're going to be flat on it because we just lost, a decent position there. So let's wait to see. We'll lose again now, but we can hold 25 cents. So that's my target now for Google. And look at Microsoft. It's rallied all the way back up, by the way. So I don't know, man. I don't want to go long long Google and short Microsoft at these levels because we already hit that trade once. So, I mean, we could try Microsoft again at 263 just because that's not a bad short. And I think we could try that and then get out if it breaks 263.20. Like, that high right there is 263.20. So let's try that. Here comes Microsoft just ripping to the north side. Let's hold off on that idea for a second because, Google's bouncing right now. So let's see if Google wants to go back up to the upside. We're waiting in the 20s. That might be a little bit too steep. But Google, let's go. We'll take a dime first at 15 if we can. And then we'll try to get 20 cents at 25. And then here it goes. Nice trade for Google. Let's go. Yes, sir. Rally back. We're now positive on Google. That didn't take long.
Yeah, and I want to go PayPal for a quick second here because it's up 3% and holding higher lows. Another name that is relatively strong. I just got a reload in Meta. I do like that, but if the market goes, give me something that's relatively strong here. I just want to make sure I got this breaking VWAP right now. I want to make sure I can grab this. Brendan?
Little one, guys. A few people mentioning this Oscar OSCR just ripping right now through to 475 on decent volume. There was a debt raise on this, it looks like, this morning. It was announced after the close yesterday, but completed this morning for OSCR.
I'm not touching those today.
Just got some props from Raj back there. He's in the Google trade with me, so I was just like, finally. But there it is. Nice little move to the upside right now, 95.60. You want to talk about risk to reward? I mean, we told you it was 25 cents, and here's 65 cents in the money. So, yeah, man, we're going to start taking out some profit. We still got a good piece left. Yes, sir. So now the only thing that's holding me back is that stupid keystroke there on Tesla. But there it is, man. Nice run up for Google. We got you on that play. So there it is. Yes, sir. Thank you, Google. That was a good trade for us. I hope you guys have it there because that's a bang. It's a supreme bang, and it's an ultra bang. So there you go right there. Great trade for me on Google. We loaded that up. A little bit of revenge trading there because I knew that Google, I didn't know it, but I thought Google was strong today. Obviously, it's paying off right now. So we did take a decent size there back to the upside, which is why we're starting to get some more and more and more out. We still have a third left, though.
Yeah, and obviously you're going to see some moves back into the upside. I didn't get PayPal, but I'm not chasing too far on these. Unless the market breaks out the top, I do have a top breakout on Apple if I get 150.50, but got some more shares of Uber, still a lower high, still beneath that 35 area, which I'll respect. But Meta is finally looking like it wants to test the top. After every single time, kind of going in here, reversing, we're still beneath the pre-market highs. I'm going to take multiple shots at this, even if it takes a high. I like other things long. Meta is not one of them. I'll go for 180 shorts, but if this takes out the high, then all the profit here we'll have. We want to make sure you're holding on to some, but I'm willing to give it back if this name is going to hold that top. Uber okay, JD okay, but I did have to get out of Intel because Intel showing relative strength. I feel like it is NVIDIA that is the weaker of the names. That's not what it was yesterday, but I'll acknowledge NVIDIA weaker than Intel. I should have snipped that out earlier and gone to that name to the short side. But Meta at the high of the day, that means take a shot in the reload. I just got Apple on that break of the high of the day, coming on the way back in. That is one of the names I like to the long side, but Meta's still a short until it breaks the top.
Wow. Oh, I should check my Apple Watch, see what my heart rate was there. I don't even know. It says my resting heart rate is 57. I don't know if that's good or
possible.
not. But
everybody has their own zone.
Yeah, that's right.
Everybody has their own zone. What you want is consistency. Where'd the position board go? Okay.
I think Google broke it. It was like, wow.
I just got out of Meta there, and the position board went away. So Apple long, Bed Bath & Beyond short, JD short, and Uber short. That's what I have.
All right, and I just, I have Google long, Microsoft short right now.
That was weird.
So I just, that is, I took a fill, so it's back, Fod. No, that's nothing.
Okay.
Don't even worry about it. I think it's a fill thing. Like, I think it's like, it doesn't do anything until one of us gets a fill, and then it waits. And so I got a fill right there. But okay, I'm going to throw to Brennan 1 second. Just my out for Google is 264. We're hella long, Microsoft. We're hella long Google right now, and that's ripping. So let's not give back our profits by holding on to something right now for Microsoft. We have double the shares in Google right now than we do in this Microsoft short. So what's up, Brennan?
Nothing new as far as news I can see anyways. On CVNA today, huge day to the downside yesterday, but just popping back to the upside here, guys, for Carvana once again on volume.
We'll talk about it after.
We'll talk about it after. I think I have an idea what's going on with the position board. We'll try to figure it out because it kind of disappears and then we don't really notice. So I did get into Apple here. I didn't catch the break, kind of missed it on the stop, but I left my order in there. If I miss a breakout trade and I like it, I'll just leave the order, try to get picked up on the way back in, on the way to 151. Just wanted confirmation. I never got the reload at that 150. Meta finally broke the top, so I just get out. Don't fight it. It's going to break to the upside. I'm going to hold Apple long and work for Meta shorts at 180. That's the level I like. Uber, at least to its credit, well, we'll see what Lyft is doing in a quick second. But Uber's stalling out at that 35. It's kind of where I thought there'd be a lower high. But if it breaks this, I'll give it a couple of pennies above 35 even, and I'm just going to have to get out. Lyft, I don't want to ignore it, but like I got out of it here at VWAP, and it's kind of doing the same thing. But it was a trend break that I saw on Uber. That's why I liked it. Lyft is kind of in the middle of no man's land here. I want confirmation back below, because the short interest on this was much bigger than I realized. So I'm going to be a little more careful with the shorts on Lyft and not just hold on to them for dear life. And JD, which is the first position I was in, yeah, it doesn't really want to get past VWAP, so this is still weak regardless of what the market happens to be doing here. I thought I'd get some Pinduoduo to add to add to JD. But PDD does not want to break 90. That's a strong stock. So maybe this, and I haven't checked BABA, but maybe this one continues to be the relatively strong name in the Chinese group. No longs for me in this, so shorts in this yet. It has to break 90 for me to want PDD short.
All right. So, you know, we just got out of half of our Google while we were doing that with Brendan and Neil there. It just came up. I mean, we just noticed VWAPs here, 96. The highest we got on our first sort of long there was 96.20. So yeah, or 96.10. Of course, we want that to come through. But remember, we are short as well now. There, yes, sir. Come on, guys. Let's go, man. We are short Microsoft as well off 264. So we just got a 27 fill there on that. So that was good. And what I was getting at here with Google was just, you know, now I have 15% left. That's it. 15% left. We cashed it out on the way back up. You know, getting excited to me is part of entertainment. It's, you know, obviously when we're making good trades and, you know, we're putting money in our pocket and feeding our family and everything, that's important to me. But, you know, making the right decision is equally more important. The profit is a result of your decision making and the trades that you've made, right? So, you know, I do get excited when they work out, especially when I talk about them with you and then you see the results, right? I mean, this right now is 3-1. We talked about going long 95, which is exactly what we have, and getting out at 94.75. So it's like we gave it the trade to you, and then when it works almost instantly, yeah, I mean, we are going to get excited for that. And there goes Microsoft. So again, still positive on Microsoft today, not positive on Tesla because of my stupidness, but we are positive on. Look at this. Now this is starting to fade down a little bit. Let's try one more time on Softy. So we'll try one more short, maybe that 264. We just got blown out of that, but it just ticked a little. You know how high that ticked, man? To 12s. So let's give that a little bit more room there on that short. We re-shorted it again, and yes, sir, there's 25 cents back into the money. Like, there it is. We just took 30 cents on that reload short, so we lost 30 cents, put 30 cents back in our pocket right now. And if this thing tanks, man, yahoo, we got a good one on board right now. So let's see if Microsoft wants to get back to 262.50. All right, we'll put a bid at 262.50 and see if it holds. Otherwise, 264.20 or whatever is going to be our out, wherever that stops.
Yeah, so I did eventually get that PayPal long off of VWAP there. It finally came in. I actually got 25s. I don't usually bid numbers like 25 or 10 or 15, but we did today. It just broke through 50. We'll see if it can't get back to the high of the day. I actually, when I sat down and we talked about this in the morning, it just didn't feel like PayPal was that exciting. And then it was holding the trend. The same trend that I thought Uber was holding, PayPal is holding a very similar one. So we'll try to rinse and repeat. As a matter of fact, I want to dip by a little bit beneath VWAP there. Apple, which we got just now on that 150.50 top break. Technically not the top break, but that's what the order was. It's now holding the trend a little bit better to the upside. I got a couple of legs out in front of 151. That's just ringing the register because when I wasn't aggressive enough doing it, it kept stopping me out. I tend to like to go with stops to control losses there. But that one on the Michigan number, that's the worst because I got stopped out of my long right at the bottom. Sometimes that happens here when a number comes out. Rejoin the trend where you can. To me, the confirmation was the breakout of the high of the day, and we'll see how far we're going to go with that one. Uber is still going to be holding fort, or holding serve, I guess, beneath that 35, that lower high. But if it doesn't start breaking down here soon, this one could come out, and then it'll be just the lonely JD and Bed Bath & Beyond, which I don't mean to ignore it, but I want to short pops in this and actually get a better position. But it doesn't want to seem to pop today. Today you can't get into it, so it's a bit boring, just sort of sliding to the downside again here as we go to the small cap recap. Right?
I believe so.
Yeah, maybe.
There we go. As always, guys, make sure you take a second, smash the like, and subscribe if you haven't yet this morning. Let's talk about a busy day as far as small caps are concerned. Hempaco back to the downside today after a huge day yesterday. Higher, we ended all the way up here at 450. Huge gap down on this morning. It was 7 million, I believe, on the offering for this. So we give basically this entire daily candle back for HPCO, although it is trying right now to work its way back to the upside. This one, Hillstream Biopharma as well, big move to the upside after being very volatile on the daily chart over the past week or so. Positive lung cancer treatment data released from Hills today. That one on the move, ton of volume behind that as well. This SQL, yeah, why is it up 126% today? It's a very good question. There are, I mean, still some low float type names that are floating around here, but back to the top end of the range, 280 to 3, a huge area. If it can get above 3 and hold, maybe more to come for SQL. And then this one as well, Expinion, XPON, having a nice day, back higher on a new distribution deal for them, guys.
I'm going to go pay for locates on SQL just because I feel like if that does something insane in the afternoon or like in the midday.
Oh, but you can talk to Justin.
Oh, yeah, if it does something crazy,
Or actually go to
I just want the ability to be able to go short on this. I'm not saying I want to short it now, but it's 3 cents a share, which is reasonable. And what I've always found, I'm just taking NVIDIA here, is if it makes it bounce off these lows and then takes out the top, like that could really go parabolic because it's probably wiped out a bunch of longs and it has room to go higher. I just want to be the option. I want the optionality there just to make sure we can go ahead into it. I know optionality.
I like
don't
that.
know.
Yeah, give yourself an option. That's a sick word.
But I'm upset with myself over something because yesterday NVIDIA broke trend. I was only long NVIDIA during this trend. It broke. I got out instead of doing more. I was long in here on NVIDIA. That was working, and then it broke trend to the downside. It was a short all. From noon to the end of the day, NVIDIA was a short, and I had making money on some longs in the consolidations, but I should have gone the other direction. I should have noticed that and said I wanted to short it today. Instead, I went over to Intel. Intel took out the highs. And again, I'm always going to play with a stop, so you short up down there, and it gives you the wins. You eventually stop out. Didn't want to give it to the high of the day because I hated that risk to reward, and I might short it again up at 28. But very clearly, Intel's now positive, and NVIDIA is the weak name on the board. For the chip name. So I want to acknowledge that, and then if I look for a short again in a chip name, it better be Intel at an even dollar or NVIDIA on a consolidation because that's the more aggressive one to set downside. Apple looking okay. PayPal, I tried to get a reload on the long. Wasn't able to dip on this one. Again, this one has a nice little gentle trend. I'll get out in front of the high. 83 top coincides with the aftermarket resistance level. Apple's starting.
Do you have that?
Yeah, but it's not really. It's slow.
Oh, you're at 155 or 150.
It's slowly going up. Like
I thought you said, didn't you like that at one? I mean,
I don't want to. I'm so pissed off at myself.
Okay, yeah, because when I looked over, I was like, oh my God, Apple's at 150, 120. Great trade.
I made the low. On the Michigan sentiment number.
Oh, that's what it was.
It came out. It ran my stop because I usually have a stop when the number comes out, just in case it's like abject disaster.
That's happened to me too, man. I got stopped out of Google the same way.
Like that sucks.
We got to learn that lesson though. Like it's a fail for us, I think, not just the market. I mean, we got to not have those stop orders out, or maybe do them for like 75%
and hold some.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like 75% of your position, because when you're going to have a random event like that happen, with the number's not random, we know it's coming, but the release we don't know. So when that's going to affect the market in a random kind of way, because again, unless you have inside information, like I don't know how
let us know if you do.
Trade. Don't let us know, actually, if you do.
I was joking.
I know, of course.
Totally joking.
I don't want people to what I'm saying.
100% joking about that.
Yeah. We don't trade off that. Nor do I think that's a good idea to trade off of, anyways. I mean, that's not how you can learn to day trade.
Trust me, bro.
Because trust me, bro, on that one. But there goes Microsoft. If you want to learn how to trade, let's just watch this. Here, Microsoft to the downside right now. We're almost out of all of our Google. We got out of more. So right now we have 5% left of Google. But there it is. We're bidding. Did we just get a fill there? Where's my Microsoft bid? I don't have one down here. Okay, I should be right here at 67. I don't know why I don't even have a bid. I must have canceled that, or just talking other nonsense. All right, so that should have been a fill right there. We don't have it. I would have been here anyways, so let's wait for 262.67 right now on that one. So yeah, we're going to do that right here for Microsoft. Oh, we missed that. But okay, just back over here to Google. Yeah, we just got another out at 75. Look how it's stopping here at this level. So that's why I am paused for concern here on Google at this level. So yeah, let's wait to see. We took another piece out. We screwed up that Microsoft trade for sure. It looks like it's bouncing off 263 a bunch of times. So that's going to have to be a level that we're going to have to look at there for Microsoft. 263, maybe we get out. I'm still holding for a dip into this level. So let's do that. We have it targeted there. I feel like if that market does fail, we are topping out a little bit now. If we fail, then we do push that back in. So because we're a little bit lighter now on Google, let's hold out for this. I do like Apple, but Neil, watch out for 152, just sort of where we closed yesterday.
Yeah, I think it's got trouble.
Yeah, that's things that I look at. So, all right.
I mean, the other thing, too, about that 152 is, I mean, the NASDAQ's going to get to, come to my chart for a second. Like, the ES and the NASDAQ are probably going to get right up to these tops here, and then you want to respect those. Like, when I got out of Meta at the bottom, it was mostly because, not just because Meta was at the low, it's because the market was at a significant low, and I wanted to respect that. So, you got to look at something as an indicator. Oh, I just tried to grab NVIDIA to the south side there, wasn't able to get it. NVIDIA is just weak today. That's just how it is. I just got to be able to respect it. JD, it's just rolling over here, and I'm starting to see, instead of looking at resistance on JD, maybe this just turns into a bit of a trend, and I wasn't willing to just say this is obviously a trend here till it showed me the confirmation of the trend. I wanted to short off the level first, and then as long as it's going, try to work the level, and now it feels like it is the trend to the downside. So I'll get a little more aggressive. I'm going to flip away from this stock, and that line's going to disappear. But shorting off of the trend on JD, we'll see what happens. Maybe I get more in, maybe I don't. PayPal, that long feels like it's okay, but I feel like it's, I'm going to offer out in front
log in like normal
here in front of that high of the day, just in case it makes like a big move to the upside. But I feel like we're reversing in here, and I want to pick up some shorts, and it's not going to be Intel. It's going to be somewhere in NVIDIA or JD.com.
Yeah, you said about the short, and I was like, where's Amazon at almost immediately? Amazon is at some pretty nice levels. Excuse me, I got to drink some more water and less coffee here because we're behind on our water. Our water level is still at 9 a.m. here, so I won't drink it while we're on right now with you, but I will have to have some more in a minute as I just rearrange things here as we're getting ready for the midday show. Yeah, Amazon, okay, so this is the thing, right? I'm not in Bed Bath & Beyond, and that sucks. It should be. But Amazon has been a short for me for throughout. Wow, this market might get green here, by the way, guys. So what I was looking at here, though, now, it's not a short because it's the way it's trading. It's not trading to the downside today. It's trading to the upside. It's making higher highs here as we continue to go up to the upside. So for me, scratch all the thoughts of Amazon short right now, and it's probably a long. So we'll have to wait to see if it comes back into these areas. We've lost on Amazon today, nothing really, but we did lose going short on Amazon today. So let's regroup on that and think about it. We are net the exact same amount of shares. I have the exact same amount of shares long Google as I do short Microsoft. Both are 50 cents. Microsoft's 80 cents in the money now, and it's looking to, is this the level that I'm at 70. Am I just being stupid here? All right, I'm gonna put a bid right now, 84. 84, I just put a bid. Give it to me. I'm sitting right there now. Run through me. No! Hit me at 84 right now. See, this is part of that acting that I don't really care that much, but I would like to get this fill. Give it to me at 80. There we go. We should. Now 89's holding? Okay, well, whatever. We're at 84, so hopefully that happens. And what I was getting at here was just a talk, right? Is that we're in the same trade here. So, I'm long one AI, short the other right now. There it is. We just got that fill at 84. So there's Microsoft now the move's coming back in, so good. Because we got a piece out now, let's get another piece out on Google. So we got a piece out on Microsoft to the short. Let's take out another piece long on Google there. So we're kind of just playing the middle there. Good trade. We got it out. So, hey, we're positive on both Google today and Microsoft. We would be positive on Tesla, but we're not. And we're short on Amazon. So we're negative on Amazon. So we're 3 for 4 here today. Mind. And you know what, Neil? We always make keystroke errors.
What the hell happened to... Sorry, go ahead.
That's funny because I was talking about that. I was going to mention Lucid, so I'm glad you are. And I was going to say keystroke errors are part of the game. So the fact that I'm negative on Tesla today is a trading thing. So I'm negative on it. I don't think my reads were wrong on Tesla at all, but
Sean, there was a day
we did punch into too many shares.
I didn't say it when it happened, but there was a day there was a short on Square.
Yeah, I remember that day, I think.
So we're just normal morning trading. I'm like, I like this short on Square, and then I keystroked not like an extra zero, but like 2 extra zeros. And I was trying not to let it out on the show because, quite frankly, it shouldn't matter. The position was good. I ended up taking a bit of a hit on the stock because I got squoze for a little bit and then it tanked and I had to cover a bunch. And then it just flushed like $2 or $3 and it looked great on the chart, but you make keystroke error. But if I had held that and it squoze on me, I wouldn't have been sitting here in the afternoon. You make keystroke error. You got to be able to. You got to do it. You just got to get out or deal with it.
You said something really key there, though. It's like, you get out immediately, and then you look back to see what the situation is, right?
No, I took out like 80% for the hit, and then when
even if it's at a key level, you don't become comfortable. It's like,
even I was crapping myself.
Right. Even if you want the long or the short at that level, you have more shares, so you're not comfortable.
Exactly.
To me, that's the major thing. People said, how could your heart rate be that and this and that?
What's crazy?
We've been doing it for long enough that
you do know. Yeah. Although my wife was she's like, when did it happen? I want to see it. When I told her, and then I go, just watch this 20 minutes, and then you tell me when you think it happened.
Yeah, because you probably went stone-faced.
And then she goes, was it this time? I go, that's exactly when I got to Phil and I was looking at the camera. And she knew, like she could look, she's like, I saw the difference in your face. Maybe people couldn't catch it, but I could tell you were up to something and it was scary. But the reality was, I was in at the price I wanted. It's just that I had a few too many shares. I want to go to Lucid for a quick second here because I don't know how this got missed. But something happened here. I mean, at 10 o'clock when that number came out, can we come to the chart, guys, for a quick second? Lucid was getting flushed. Can we come to the chart for a second, guys? Yeah, sorry, guys. But Lucid was already flushing, then did this candle at 10 o'clock on the number. Beneath 10, huge monster up and down, and then recovery. That is a monster long setup when you see this happen. Already flushing, big shortable name, capitulating all over itself. Whatever, that's not even a thing. But then look for that entry here, and now it's stair-stepping up. I might look for some longs on Lucid this afternoon if it can start holding that $10 level. I know it's crazy to say, but what a huge volume bottom that made. I just wanted to get that one out there for you guys. Because quite frankly, that's crazy. Going to go to Apple quick second. We're going to go back to Brendan for crypto. If it can hold 150.50, the breakout price, start bouncing, I'll reload here. Otherwise, I'm looking at the 150 for VWAP as we go to Brendan for the crypto segment.
Hey guys, yeah, a very negative day setting up as far as crypto markets are concerned. Back to the downside we go right now. In fact, after this came out late in the day yesterday, this settlement between the SEC and Kraken. There we go. This was late in the day, Gensler making some comments here telling the rest of the world, essentially, yield earning programs should take note and come into compliance after Kraken agrees to pay $30 million to settle that charge that came against them. That caused this move to the downside. Late yesterday, we were beneath that to start things off today, coming back up a little bit, but more negative pressure coming in right now, it would appear, for some of these. Very red right across the board as a result. 3.5, 5.6 right now for Ethereum, 1,540. Red numbers top to bottom as well. Cardano, Matic, Dogecoin even 6.8%, 8% right now for Solana, guys. So negative to end the week for crypto.
Yeah, this could be like the next, there was probably a catalyst looking for the next downward leg, like the market making a bit of a turn there. Yeah. When you see like names like NVIDIA come off and some of those big Qs names make those highs, then you get that headline. This could be the next downward move. I mean, Coinbase, there might be a trade here in Coin. Yesterday's move kind of puts everything askew because I look at 65 as an obviously big level. So when you scale back down, it's like, we're not going to see something like that today unless nonsense happens. Maybe like a 62 area would be short, or it's just 60, like 60, 62, 65. It's starting to catch a bit of a bid here, but if we're getting a trend reversal beneath that level, I'm got to be thinking about shorts on these pops, like wherever it happens to level off. Apple is starting to make a bit of a hold. I like keeping things in perspective sometime, right? You broke down at 150, and if you can really hold this level throughout the day here, you know, like all of a sudden Apple regaining the 150 level, there's a lot of room for it to come to the upside. However, this is what 152 Sean was just saying, right? Look at what happened when it cracked 152 yesterday. That's your first big down candle after a floor break. So that could run into resistance. So I want to respect 150 as much as we can, but maybe we run out of steam at 152 if we even get there. PayPal is a bit of a different story. It could be breaking out above this 82, but it had trouble getting through 83. 83 was a bit of a level a couple of days ago as well. So I'll get out at 83, look to rejoin the trend to the upside. I wish I could tell you I had it down here, but didn't really notice PayPal was doing that move until 81. I'm going to see if I can't get a reload on Apple, but it's a question of I haven't decided where I can get back into the trend on PayPal. It might just have to be VWAP, to be honest with you. I'll just get on VWAP.
Yeah, so I took an early stab on Apple right now. So I just went long at 62. I just punched along. I like all that. I mean, I like this bid here at 150.50. You know, that was the high previous. It's fallen back down here. The market trying to bounce. I mean, we have the 50 period here on the market. So this is where the cautious tail happens. So I still think that you can get down to 150. So, you know, I want to start a position now in case this starts to blast to the upside, because I don't know where the futures want to go, but I do know that if we get back down to the 50 period, Apple's stronger than the market today. So I know Neil's on it. I don't want to talk about the same stock all the time, but I do want to go back down to 150. So we'll take another fill middle way here on that. We still are 70 cents in the money on Google. It's remaining high. I don't know. We got a piece out because we got out of Microsoft, so I was sort of thinking 1-to-1 there. But Google's way stronger than Microsoft is weak, so we got to hold on to that one and try to do our best on that. So let's try to hold on to that and see if we can't make some money on that. And then the Apple long, yeah, it's out of the money now, but I'm not worried about it. I'm going to give this down, and I actually want more bids. So if we can get a bid down here, that's what we want to do, down to like 150.25 or something like that.
Yeah, and you know what? I said I would look for some longs in Lucid potentially. I'm going to, you know, if $10 is obvious level here, I'd like to get something a little tighter to VWAP. If the risk is to 10 or maybe even to just like right here, like this is $9.99, I might actually go like a 97 or 98 stop, something like that, then I really don't mind kind of getting in there in the 10s, getting in front of VWAP down here. So we're just going to park a couple of bids. You can't get filled unless you place bids. I just want to be in this consolidation. If it breaks out the top, that's a totally different trade, because then you're chasing the move up here and your stop's a little bit tighter. So I'm going to go for some Lucid as Apple just bounced the upside. I'm going to cover some in front of 151. And then 150, 150, something like that. But yeah, that looks like a good level. I do want some Lucid here. It was a short all morning long. But after that bottom, I'm looking for longs when I see something like that. It's a wipeout bottom if I ever saw one.
Yeah, so we'll just we'll spin the money a little bit here because we got out at 73 there for Apple, so it's only 12 cents. That's not the play that we're looking for, man. We like Neil, we wanted much higher, but we'll take out a piece right there because I still think we could go down. But remember what I just said about the futures? We're still, you know, trying to get back to Greensville right now on this day. We thought today would sort of be like this. I mean, you did have a big move down, and now you're having a big move up. So I think you just want to take advantage of these moves. And I know that sounds ridiculous, but we did do that. I mean, we took great advantage of this Microsoft move down to the point where now we don't have that many shares left. I'm actually editing this script order because I have nothing left. I have 20% left. And we've talked about that. So, okay, that's why you take some profit. Apple just falls back down. We could reload it, put that same profit in our pocket again if we wanted to. But for right now, yes, it looks like we do have a nice little reload spot here for us on Apple. Back down into the 20s. Microsoft continues its march lower right now. So yeah, we'll continue to look at that for a march. But other than that, not really too many new ideas. I know you're already on Meta. Have you looked at Lyft yet? Let's just see.
I had one trade on Lyft.
1050.
Now
right back down, man.
One trade.
Right back down.
Yeah, we did one short at the low of the day. It is coming back down into the lows. I wanted confirmation below VWAP before I took another shot at it. And the tricky thing about it is it's down 34%, as you guys can see. So it's short sell restricted, which does mean you got to kind of put offers out there to try to get picked up. So it's never going to be getting shares exactly where you want them. Quite frankly, when it's SSR, if it gets back up to those tops, I think we can respect 1090. We'll see what happens with that one. But it's kind of Lucid that's on my mind right now. And I was just sort of saying, ooh, Lucid's NASDAQ deal. Yeah. I was just sort of saying there is a separate trade here at breaking 1025, and I will do both. I am going to be on the bid down here to catch a little VWAP action, maybe give it down around 10, and then if it breaks out the high, that's a separate trade. That's 10.25, the 10 quarter level. Maybe it's a little bit obvious, but sometimes obvious means trap. Sometimes you just got to spring the trap because that means price action is going to happen. And that's where you want to get active. You want to get active where things are happening, not where nothing's happening. JD, now suddenly it's kind of like that trend that I was looking for. It hasn't continued. It's got a lower high at 53.25. What I might do here is just play off of that 53.25 top, get more shares now. If it breaks out the high, take out half, and then work back toward 53.60. Still like the trend to the downside on this. It hasn't really invalidated my process yet, but it's running out of time for that flush.
I like that value, the process. Yeah, no, for sure.
Trust the process.
Trust it. You have to trust the process.
What process?
You have to trust it, bro. I don't. Please don't talk to me about the Raptors because I'm going to get too upset. All right. So right now, Microsoft Tank City. We just took Meta, and it just went into the money for us, 30 cents. I was like, yeah, Meta. But now here comes the fall down again. So I want to try some of these longs here. Let's try long off 177. If it breaks, we'll get out of that one. There goes Microsoft. Let's go Microsoft. Microsoft. Hit that to the bottom right now, Microsoft going. Okay, so now we're in Meta. You can see our average price is 177.15. I've already put the stop in. It's 176.70. So we're going to try to take about 50 cents here, maybe a little bit less than that, 45 cents worth of risk here. I like it. Let's see if we can capture a little bit of profit here on Microsoft, or sorry, on Meta falling back down. We can't capture profit if we're long. We're long at 177.15. We're only giving this to 70. It breaks 70, we're gone. That's where VWAP is. So break of bye-bye, Meta. We tried it. The market's just failing right now. We're still long. Shouldn't say bye-bye yet, but Meta is falling to the downside right now. So we'll be patient with it. What's up, Brendan?
Hey guys, quick update for you on the S&P green right now. As I'm sitting here watching this, just going 0.01% to the upside. So it's been grinding its way in that direction all morning long. That's how the overall board is setting up right now. Consumer discretionary is notably weak over here. A lot of the travel names getting hit today, including all of the cruise lines to the downside to the tune of 3+%. Expedia, the one that reported, we talked about right at the end of the day yesterday, 6.8% off earnings. There's Tesla. 3% downside. Still a huge week for Tesla, though. DXCM, nice day, 9.7%. There was buyout rumors floating around earnings earlier in the week for that one as well. Speaking of earnings, NWS, News Corp, 8.5, 8.3, depending on which shares you look at. Downside after an earnings miss, more job cuts, cost cutting in general coming. Disney right below that, doesn't look like much, but almost 2% downside after a pretty good week for Disney. Oil still positive, but back to the downside. All of the energy stocks, though, having a really nice day, 2.5 to 4% higher. There's PayPal as well, nice day, 4% for that one, guys. We are chopping around here around that break-even mark for the S&P.
Choppy, chop, chop, chop is
Break
what we're doing.
even, you say.
But speaking of PayPal, it's good that you mention it because I just got a reload. Sometimes it's about how you get the shares. Look at that candle. Does this remind me of something? It reminds me of NVIDIA the other day. Yesterday. Breaking this trend, it looks like it's going to do it now, so I'm out, and now I'm looking for the short. And I didn't do this yesterday. Oh, one thing I should tell you guys is actually have to send like multiple orders when we want to reverse positions because we have to specifically, like every sell order is coded a short sell or an actual sell at the market, which means 2 separate orders to get out and to go short. But it broke the trend line in here, so I'm going to flip it and then just give it back to like, I didn't do this on NVIDIA yesterday. I hated myself for not trying it. So I'm going to go with the short. We got 81s or just a little bit beneath 81s. We'll give it just back above VWAP there. I know it was strong before, but these trend breaks are something that I want to get involved with. NVIDIA, speaking of NVIDIA, actually, I keep trying to get something on these curls, and I can't even get the shorts in NVIDIA. It's ridiculous. Like, every time I think it's popping and give me the consolidation, it does this little over-under. Like it breaks here, 216. I'm like, okay, there's the wick top 216. We'll get the short on the way back in the next candle. Then you can't pick up the short because it hates me. So I hate you too, NVIDIA. I was dead wrong. No, I don't really hate NVIDIA. I was dead wrong about Intel. Whatever. And NVIDIA is the weak one today. So that's a little bit frustrating for me. I was short Intel on the weakness. Intel's relatively strong. NVIDIA is the dog in the chip sector. Apple could be testing that 150. We might be running into some trouble in Apple. Oh, I just reloaded JD.com. It starts to roll over. I want 52.5, the low of the day here before I get some out. This was the one I wanted to be in all day long. Well, I wanted to be this in Intel all day long. Intel lasted about 25 minutes. JD looks like it will last all day long for the short.
Fahad, we need your attention to my left here, please, ASAP. Okay, so, all right, we got stopped out on, well, someone has to. We got stopped out on Meta because there it is, just falling to the downside right now and still going. So let's just be very careful here with Meta falling down. We did average into our Apple trade, so hey, at least we may or may not have a winner right now for Apple. 150.50. I mean, you know, our average price is 152. So, or sorry, 150.52. So we're right here on Apple right now, but it just went up to 57. So we thought we might have caught something there. Microsoft is really the money trade for me today, man. You know, we talked about it early. I could feel that Microsoft, people might be getting in and out of this name. It was such a high side move for Microsoft that this does not surprise me, obviously, needless to say here, how far down we are now on Microsoft. We are now $1.70 in the money off this short, so that's going to pay us out. Google, I mean, it's back into the sort of where we'd like to say, like back into the pocket a little bit here on Google. So, you know, that could be something to look at. Back down to 95. So I'm going to take the long again. We are breaking through the 200 period, but we just bounced. I wasn't even here. I'm going to have to look at that. Google bouncing off that 95. I like the long again. We should have been there. Let's take a small bid there at 20, and then we'll work on it from there. So that's what I'm looking at right now. Google down to 20. Make sure we have that stop order, which we do, which is still at that 94.70. That seems a bit low to me. We may have to adjust that stop order there on Google because I don't know if we want to be involved if this breaks 95. That seems pretty low to me, guys.
Yeah, I was just so one of the ways that I managed to manage multiple positions or like have other ones I want to look at is every now and then, if I don't have a chart up with the stock and Sean's talking about it, I'll give a peek. I'm like, where's that stock? Because I don't have it up as one of mine. Like I'll manage 4 or 5, but I have my own charts for those names. I just loaded on Lucid again. I just got some in front of that 10, so my average price is 10.10, kind of what I wanted to risk just beneath the 10 even, but it looks like it might stop out. PayPal, we just got into this one, thankfully. So this was learning a lesson really quickly when the trend broke. Ride the trend to the upside when it breaks, sometimes go for the reverse. It looks like it wants to make that push down into 80. I'm going to ring the register on the way down to 80 from the 81 entry and then see if we can't hold on if it wants to go any further. Apple's still holding exactly at 150.50. Maybe that's going to be one of those last names to the long side that gives it up for me. JD still hasn't given me the bid. Why not? Come on, JD. 52, where am I sitting? It's at the quarters now. I'm like, sometimes it's like, Neil, just get out. Like, if it's in the pocket here, and of course I sit on the bid and don't get it, just cross the spread by an extra cent. If it decides it wants to slow down here at like 73, 74, instead of down at 63, 64, and I want it out in that area, wait for it to break, then I want it out in front of 52, I'm not going to split hairs. If this comes back up to VWAP, the purpose of getting some out is so that I can reload somewhere on the trend. So I'm just going to take it out here. I'm thinking it's a much bigger move eventually on JD.com, so we're going to hold on to it. I always check back in. If I'm trading JD, I want to know what's going on with BABA. BABA at the low of the day, that's good. Pinduoduo, trending back in. So this could be a reversing trend as well. And if this does, you never want to start a trend line on a wick like that, but it's kind of more in and around here where liquidity was at the bottom, but that could be holding the trend. Ooh, I just got stopped out on Apple. So if PDD breaks trend, I'm not going to jump into that because 90 is a monster level. I got burned not respecting it, but I might add to JD if I have an opportunity to. But Apple just stopped me out.
Yeah, I don't know if we should be
going to go to that
Apple.
one here.
I'm still in it.
You know what? Yeah, I put that stop. I mean, VWAP's kind of arbitrary. Let's see what happens in around VWAP. VWAP's a little bit arbitrary, but it didn't break VWAP there. I had my stop in at the quarters. It was good the first time. The second time, really not so much. Couldn't get up to that 151. That was probably a little bit too tight of a stop, but I'll give it some time because it feels like the shorts are a little bit good right now.
Yeah, unfortunately, you probably sold that into me there.
It's bouncing, though.
Yeah, I picked some up at 150.25, so I got out where you got. I got in where you got out there. Yeah, hopefully we didn't internalize there. But well, if we did,
answer the ticket.
If we did, we did. I mean, whatever. There's stop orders.
It happens. I had a stop order there.
Yeah, so I think that's fine. But okay, so we're back long. I'm gonna take a piece out. We went long there. It's right back up now. So our average price is only 42. It's just right here right now. So remember I said I was starting this probably a little bit early, which is why we did take a piece out. But I still want to be here, for this name to get back. Remember, the futures are literally back to where we opened. We were down 0.7 when we started this day, right? So, okay, let's get back up. I'm taking a piece out at 57, I thought there. So a nice little move upside would get me that 57 fill there, which obviously I'm interested in for Apple. So let's go. Apple to the upside. Hopefully we can get that fill right now, and then we'll work on it from there. So good long here for Apple. We're long at 42. I don't know. It's bouncing. We could have just took the dime there. We didn't. We're going to wait. We're going to get a little greedier because I think it can go. If this market goes upside, Apple's strong today. They reported a good number, obviously. So let's wait to see what Apple does here on the upside, guys.
So someone just asked in the chat, Sin Tweak. Great question on Lucid. How far can Lucid go? Well, I wish I was still shorted, but the answer to that question is as far as it wants to go. The actual
Go Apple.
I think it's 963 is the actual low that it put in back at the beginning of the year. We'll see. Yeah, I think that's it, but like 963. So breaks 10. It's probably got some support down there just because everyone can see that line in the chart. It is down 35%. Never say that a stock that is down a lot can't go further.
Yeah.
That's one thing. And if you want to talk to us in the chat, you got to be a subscriber to be in the chat. So if you're listening and you want to participate, that's what you got to do. It takes 2 seconds to hit the like and subscribe. That allows you to engage in the chat. We have a great community out there. Lots of knowledgeable people that like to answer questions. We do our best to monitor it as well. But we always go to Brendan for money talks when we can or on time.
Hey guys, you have a bit of a volatile session setting up here for some of the currency markets so far today. After that Michigan sentiment number sends stocks to the downside, currencies back to the upside, including the dollar that was actually negative to start things off today. You can see we got all the way down back below 103. That little shelf right there is 103, right on the number. So we were initially trading to the downside, but now green once again on the day up here. 0.18 for the DXY, 103.4. and change. 0.5% downside, meanwhile, for the euro. Canadian dollar is still holding on to 0.7 to the upside after we get that employment change data this morning from Canada that was better than expected, much better than expected. 74.8 for the CAD, up 0.7, 0.4 downside for the pound as well, back to 120 and change. But relatively big moves versus what has happened so far this week, guys, right across the board here for the dollar specifically, trying to take out yesterday's high.
Go get one. Okay, so I was literally sitting there and I was talking about it with you guys. This did not break, Apple does not want to break 50 back to the upside right now. So this is going to be a weak name, obviously. We did just take some more on Google here. If Google drops below, I've already set my stop right now. Below 95, we're only going to give it a little bit of room. The market's pulling back. So you don't, this is a good opportunity to load up some longs. I don't think the market tanks here today. I feel like we just kind of going around and about, hitting some levels, so on and so forth. So for me, for Google, another long coming, a much bigger position down near 95 flat. And then we'll get out like 90s or so on the downside. I'm not even going to hold this all the way down there to where we got stopped out before. If the market's going to be weak and Google's going to fail again at that same top, this is why we kept getting out at 95.80. We talked about it. It just wasn't breaking. And, support and resistance and all that stuff is very, very key. And that's where we talk about order flow and being able to watch lifted bids versus reserve bids versus this versus that. So you got to be very, very careful on what you're looking at here. So for me, for Google, I'm just going to wait on it. I can see Apple's drifting down now as well. So, we didn't get anything out there. We talked about Neil getting out. I didn't take advantage of that move back up to the upside. And here comes Apple fading again. So I'm going to give it to 150 because that was the key level. But we're under VWAP. We're under the 50 period. And realistically, I'm not going to hold this to 149.70. I've made my bed down here at 150. So there we go. Now we're loaded up. My average price is 30. So yeah, it looks like it's going to be a 30-cent hit or so here. As there goes Apple right back down to the downside. So yeah, man, this market, once we broke the 50 period, we probably should have gave up the ghost here on some of these longs. But we're back in it. Let's see if Apple wants to go. It was strong. All we need now is the market to bounce off these bottoms, which it's already done once. Let's see if it can do it again. We're long 150.30 here on Apple. We're $2.50 right now in the money on Microsoft, as Microsoft right here touching and going lower. So again, I want the market to bounce here for sure because we're averaged into Apple and we only have 20% left of Microsoft, but you're right back down here to 261.50. Wow, $2 in the money on this one.
Yeah, Apple. I just got out of Lucid, but we just got 80s on PayPal there. The reversal when it broke trend, it just happened to be at $81 as well. 80.50s, 81s. I'm still holding some just in case we get a flush through 80. We go the next dollar to the downside. That's the morning support. We had a wick down here at that 79 level, so we do like it. And then JD, back to the low of the day on this one. It's just bouncing off this low temporarily, but I want to continue to short this name as long as it wants to hold that trend. Apple just bounces off that 150
Apple just
level.
went back. I'm in the money
150
now.
is the level on Apple. It is 150 right now.
Bang.
And it's got a bit of a trend to it forming as well.
Oh, my God. Guys, like I just said, I don't think this market is going to be, sitting down here for too long. Should trade the futures, but
And then Apple down.
yeah, who knows what's going to happen? But there's Apple right now. Yes, sir. Wow, wow, man. Sometimes my conservative nature hurts too much. I still have 70% of this trade, but we got some out for flat there when it came back up because I was like, oh man, this market's going down, but it's not. And there's Apple right now. Yes. Remember I said it has a hard time breaking that 150. So let's just ring the register right now on this one. Bring the cash cow up one more time because there's Apple for it. It's printing one more time for your boy down here. So we're gonna be red on two stocks, Amazon and Tesla. Oh, and Meta, wow. You know what? Apple resisted. Look at Meta. Meta still going down. I was thinking that I was going to look back and be mad about getting out. Yeah, both of us got away from Meta. Should have been the short, man, Meta. And look at it against the, okay, we'll hit the animation again. Look at this for Meta. Definitely dropped some money down on that one. That cost a little bit, 50 cents worth of a hit there on Meta, yikes. Apple, good outs there at 50. Let's take another out right now as we're into half left on Apple. Waiting for 34s, and bang, there's the 34 fill. So all good here on AAPL, back in the money. I think we have either earnings or Brendan for something, as it's been a busy day here.
I feel like it's earnings.
I feel like...
No, it's Friday, so maybe not.
Crypto?
It's Friday. There's not going to be anything.
Did we already do a crypto update?
We already did it.
We already did money
talks.
Crypto update's at 10:30, right? So that's a while ago. What time is it?
Now you're messing
and
me
we
up,
did money
man.
talks already as well. Wow.
Yes,
Okay.
we did
I'm
it
too
all.
distracted with this fiasco beside me here. So we'll get ready to go.
We're fine.
Yeah, we're fine. It's just Sharif's not here today, as you guys know. So Obi's getting ready to be locked and loaded here.
This is what I get.
And then transferring layouts. Oh, you got a brownie? Nice. Brownie.
Play the pastries today. There's like muffins and there's croissants.
It's sausage
and
penne
there's a
or
single
something,
brownie. So you know damn well who's going to get that brownie.
Neil is.
Every single time. I got away from Meta way too fast.
Nice trade for Apple, though.
It's just bouncing around toward the lows. This is the one. It broke the trend and I got out, but I never accepted the fact that it might not get to that 180 level. It never got to 180, stopped at 79, made another curl exactly where we got out. This is where you jump back in. I don't have to be in here, but I got to be in here. So it happens to you. Thankfully, we're able to sniff out another short, which is just as good right now. That PayPal reversal. And here's the thing. Like PayPal, why am I short PayPal here and reversing that trade? Don't always reverse trades. It has nothing to do with PayPal and everything to do with NVIDIA yesterday. NVIDIA yesterday, this is like real time, just trying to show you guys why I'm short in PayPal, because NVIDIA was trending, and I'm going to try and show you this, get rid of that one. NVIDIA was trending to the upside, and I was long all of those dips yesterday, did nothing here on the reversal. And I said, I'm not going to make that mistake if I see the same setup today. It wasn't on NVIDIA, it was on PayPal. So trade setups when they're there, and take them if you think it's A+. Make sure you take advantage of them. You got to learn from day to day. At least you can rectify the error the next day. The market is always going to give you an opportunity. Yeah. Although I can't seem to get into NVIDIA today, which is hilarious because that stock just keeps tanking.
Man, we are just let's just run the money thing again here because, yeah, we are in some money right now, boy, for Google. Google, we just picked up 95.20. It's too bad it didn't go lower. We had a big bid there at 95. Well, we'll see if we get it again. And by the way, this is what we're talking about. When Neil and I sit here and talk about taking profits, remember I said that this was having a hard time at 150? We just got a 150.54 there because we were sitting there. So, take that in consideration when you're trading with us or when you're trading by yourself, whoever you're trading with. Watch out for past. Okay, so now we're really ripping. Apple, I got a ripper on for Apple right now, guys. We're long at 150 flat for Apple right now. So you want to talk about, someone said no profit, no brownie, no profit. We're both green today. So Neil, eat away on that one.
I'm just chilling. Shorts are printing right now.
It's like my son there. He plays Valorant, Brad, and he has a box of chocolates that he got for his birthday. And he has a note in there. He says, I don't get to eat a chocolate until I ace. So he's aced a bunch of times now.
I don't know what that is.
Killed everybody.
On
everybody.
5v5, you wipe out the whole NBT.
Yeah. So he's gotten that a couple times. So he showed me a little note. He's like, Dad, don't worry. So I was like, you can't just put this box of chocolates in your room. The guy's 11 years old. That would be done in a while, right? So he puts it there every time he aces. So I hear him upstairs sometimes. He's like, boom, ace or something like that. I should get him these emojis, these GIFs going through there. And then I'm like, oh, there goes another chocolate. So he's getting low on that, but I thought that was pretty funny.
You got to do positive reinforcement, however it works.
Yeah, exactly.
I have no issues with positive reinforcement when it comes to chocolate or pastries or any kind of treat. Obviously.
Do it, 'cause I'll show it to him.
You learn something every single day. I'm not much of a gamer, so I defer to like Prad and others on those kind of things. There, Fahad, stop. Whatever.
My kid probably dummies
We
Prad
say
right
nice
now.
things about Fahad, or about Prad, and then Fahad's in our ear talking trash. He's talking trash in my ear right now, and I'm not repeating what you're saying, Fahad, because you can.
Now I almost want to set up like a game between Fahad and Prad.
I'll tell you this right now. I don't even care what the video game is. He's better than you.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
I almost just screwed myself. I don't have to finish anything, Fahad.
Yeah, exactly.
I was about to say I would bet anything on Prad in a video game versus Fahad. Then Prad turned, he would whoop my ass. So I'm not going to do that.
Yeah.
What I will do, however,
that's insider information.
is, see, we were just talking about the reversal on PayPal. It broke trend 81 to 80, 81 to 79. As fast as it goes up, it goes down just as quickly. We'll ring the register on PayPal. I still think the earnings, the reaction to earnings, as Sean said, it was more about CEO stepping down there, and it's actually holding. It had support at 78, 79. So I'm going to respect that and understand that was just a pure trend reversal into the low of the day. The futures are making a higher low, so I don't mind getting out of Dodge. Always pay yourself when you can, but acknowledge when the trend breaks. It's past 11 o'clock already. I didn't realize that.
Yeah, I just want to acknowledge my own stupidness just real quick here. So Microsoft just went because we were net long everything and only had one short. You know, we held on to Microsoft, but look, it did go right to our line, and we didn't do anything about it. So Microsoft right there should have been taken out. So I do have a bid down here right now, and I'm not going to let my own biased position take an effect because we're 70 cents in the money on Apple there. We're huge. Now we're only 40 cents in the money on Google. So it's just like one of those things that I let my bias take control there. So I'm going to put a bid right here at day's low for Microsoft and then try to average it back in. But looks like we're all ready to go. I feel like maybe we aren't. Well, no, he's just getting mic'd up. So I think we're ready. It's going to be Obi and Luca on the morning show. Get well soon, Sharif. And we will talk to everybody again at 2.
We'll be back.
So see you guys then. Thanks, Bears vs. Bulls. Thanks, everybody, for watching. I think it was a great show. And Neil, enjoy your brownie, and we will talk soon, guys.
Oh, I will.
Ciao.
What's going on, everyone? Hopefully everyone can hear me. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the show. Doing well, guys. Doing well. What a day. As you guys can see, I got the Ferrari jacket on. There's some red on here, and basically the logic with this one today was I thought Free Fall Friday. Here we go. You know, multiple red days in a row. And yeah, we did get the morning sell-off there, which I thought was going to continue to the downside. I just figured, you know, Tesla's going to be the last leg to drop. And it was down on the day. It was going down. It ran up and quickly rejected that 206 in the morning and started to fall. And I was like, okay, we're good here. But bounced off 197 back to VWAP here. I was just kind of recycling over and over again. Definitely can't complain on this one. But I think 205 to 206, guys, was really super clean, man. Super clean. And I just want to kind of pull this up from yesterday because where we kind of dipped into. I think it was Neil who called that 205 to 206 area. And it did kind of waterfall flush into the end of the day. And yeah, the 205 to 206, that was the area of support. So for myself, looking at it today, I was sort of saying, you know, 205, 206, let me watch this area and just sit back and watch. I just want to sit back. I just want to watch this. I kind of want to see how this reacts because it's not a hard level. And, you know, Tesla does Tesla things. And look at this, man. Off the morning, ripping to the upside, breaking the 205 level, going to 206, triggering the 206 stops. And that was the rejection point. This thing straight line from 206 all the way flush into breaking 200. That was a $6 move. And these are 1 minute candle, guys. Look at this. Red, 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 red. One little green one. Couldn't even bounce. And then red all the way down. So congratulations, first and foremost, to anybody who hit that short on Tesla. That was an absolute banger to the downside. Then we had the 10 o'clock number, consumer sentiment number coming out at 10. So I didn't really have a position. Then I kind of got short. I was managing multiple positions. I did take a short on the overall market. So I kind of drifted from Tesla into SPY, saying we flushed down on the number. Let me try a reload. So we had the flush down, got the reload short. had the flush. I thought, okay, free fall Friday in full effect after this 10 o'clock number. Covered a little bit on the 405, so taking the dollar win, and then basically watching it go back to the upside, saying, okay, no, maybe let me just get out of the rest. So letting that go, that was a nice winner. But man, I should have held that reload on the Tesla short. What was I thinking covering below 200? I don't know what I was thinking. I was thinking scalps, but not here, man. That was a little bit of a little bit of a mix up there. Then we went back to the upside, and I thought, you know what? I've seen this setup before. Everyone's going to short Tesla, and this thing's going to go back to 206 and break the high. So I was building into the long and essentially scalping it out in front of VWAP recycling because I thought I was going to spend a little bit of time here. Pretty textbook. I did hold, as you guys can see, I held some because I thought, let me hold some for the move up. That's kind of my bias, but essentially I want to scalp because it's paying me. That's essentially what I did. Then I did a wide stop on it, so I did lose $1, give or take $1.20 on this last piece, but that was a lighter piece. So kind of example on this, if you guys are day traders and you're starting day trading and you're trying to build out your book, for myself, obviously you can build a position and then hold because you think it's going to go to 206. But I just think it's so much easier to recycle over and over again. So I'm sort of like adding a light position, adding the size, getting out of the size. Adding a light position, adding a light position, getting out, getting out, getting out, getting out, and then kind of holding the last piece. I don't get smoked on the last piece. And so essentially, for my style, for the way that I trade, and maybe other people can learn from this as well, and if you guys have opinions in the chat, feel free to let me know as well. You know, for my style, it's, if this is going to be really good, it should continue going from here. And so I like kind of getting in the size, getting out of the size, holding some of the position, getting in, getting out, recycling over and over. So Tesla's going to offer so many more bangers on the day. We're down almost 5%. We're below 200. I think if we do get back, I do want to kind of short into this area and then risk off of the 203, 204. It already did reject, so I think the shorts are good, man. So we'll see where this market wants to go. Overall, ES market is kind of bouncing around, bounced off the 50 period, moved to the upside. So I'm going to use very, very simple levels here and say 4,100. It's just an even level. That's kind of my level to the upside. If we tank, could we get to 40.60 to the downside? That's kind of where we were in the morning, so I think that's kind of the range. So this is the high, this is the low, and then you have VWAP in the middle. I'm going to keep it very simple for the time being, and I'm going to watch to see what kind of happens over here. TH, yes, saying yes, Lucas, size matters. Size matters. Size matters. And the way that you move the size also matters. That's super important as well. So keep that in mind. Good learning lessons. Good learning lessons. You know what? Day trading is great because day trading will teach you a lot about day trading, but it'll also teach you a lot about yourself, and it'll teach you a lot about life. And some of the things that you learn in day trading, you can actually apply to life. For example, no pain, no gain. Works in the gym, works in day trading, works in life. If you want to win, you need to stop losing. You can apply that in other ways. I posted that on my Instagram today. Yeah, lots of quotes, and I love when you guys come through with a lot of the quotes that you guys say. And again, hopefully you guys enjoyed the morning show. They came with tons of bangers. There was something I wanted to comment on as well, which I think Sean was saying. I don't want to forget it, so I'm going to say it right now. I think he mentioned that he keystroked into Tesla, and it kind of ruined his vibe on Tesla. I did send him a message, Sean. I don't know if you saw the Google chart. I was like, oh, that's a beautiful chart. He had it up, and I was quickly looking at it, and I'm like, oh man, I don't think it gets any better than that. That was the 95 level. That was solid. I actually had some of that Google trade as well, but I didn't do it the way he did it, man. I was long here recycling, then I kind of didn't reload, then I did add, then it popped, and I kind of got it out. But yeah, that was a solid trade nevertheless. Up on the name, so definitely can't complain. But Sean was saying, you're going to keystroke, right? As a day trader, especially us, we use hotkeys on the keyboard, so we're basically programmed over here. We're buying, we're selling, we're pressing a bunch of keys. We route to different venues sometimes, and you're going to keystroke, right? Yesterday I keystroked, I think, 2-3 times. I do it all the time, and I've been, I've probably have at this point, I would say like over 5,000 hours of screen time and pressing buttons, right? So you're going to keystroke, it's going to happen, but the most important thing is to remind yourself, look, if it happens, it wasn't a part of the plan. You don't got to beat yourself up. You don't got to say, why am I so dumb? Because then you're going to say, I'm so dumb because I did this, this, and this. Just say, look, what could I have done differently, right? Don't keystroke too hard. Yeah, E-Ray, I see you there. Yeah, it's going to happen. Don't beat yourself up. Just keep a level head, look for the next trade. If you did it on a name and you feel that you might revenge trade the name, maybe for the day it just means walk away from that name. And I think Sean did a really, really good job of saying, okay, I'm done with this Tesla. Let me look at Google. And then he killed the Google trade. So it's a good example of this is kind of wisdom, bringing wisdom to the game. You know, that's maybe a small thing that you can implement into your game and then say to yourself, look, I'm going to step away from this. I'm going to go to something else. There's a lot of different plays. As you guys can see, you watch us every day. There's so many things moving. There's so many different ways to make money, long, short, doesn't really matter. I have 6 symbols traded today. And you know, there's many more symbols on the day, and I'm sure you guys traded a whole bunch of different symbols. So yeah, definitely an exciting day. I did have an Apple trade as well going, and I'll just cover this. I'll get to a few trades. I'm just kind of waiting to see if this pop is going to continue or if we're going to get a little bit of a drop going on the overall market there. But yeah, I did have an Apple trade up on the name, 100% win rate, but super stressful trade, super stressful. So I had, after the number, we sort of dipped. The overall market was ripping. We're going back into VWAP. This is the first time Apple, I think, is below 150 since earnings. And I just thought, okay, how is 150 going to react here? We had the 150.50 level, which was acting as a short-term resistance right off the morning. I think Neil had a couple trades off of this level over here. And we sort of dipped below. As soon as we came back through VWAP, I was like, okay, the tape is telling me this wants to rip through 150. Let me take a scalp trade, and then if it continues, I'll try to hold for the just above 150.50 area. I essentially smashed along through VWAP, took some out on the break of 150, so that was a super clean scalp trade. Held some, kind of came back through, was very patient. So this was the stress-free part of the trade. Then, as we broke the 150.50, I thought, okay, we're probably going to get a test of 151. And so I started to add. Now, this was a little bit of a lighter add. The second ad, though, which was my own mistake, this is my own fault, the second ad was pretty heavy relative to the first ad because I thought, oh, this is going to fly. Like, things are literally flying. And then all of these ads, this was pure pain. And thank goodness I had this in front of me because I was like, well, you got yourself into this. Don't let it go. It's probably going to test 151, and you either hold it for 151 to make it a winner, or you punch out at the bottom. And then you watch it go without you. So I sort of added. This was a little bit of a painful ad. Then we quickly went back up. I was like, okay, we're good here. Then we came back down again, and then I added. And then, as you guys can see, these first, taking it off over here is basically me taking off this trade. And it's like, that's not really like a good thing, right? Like, these ads are great. The ones closer to the moving average, like, wait for the pullback, right? So it's like it rips up. It comes back down into the previous resistance, which is 150.50. I could have added all the size at 150.60, and then I would have had a sick 40, 50, 70 cent win on that one. But no, what do? I added at like 81s, like a complete you-know-what, and then I hold it 30, 40 cents against me, and now I want to punch out, but I'm like, nah, but the right thing to do here is to add. So, you know, it was super stressful. I could have avoided it. You want to go into trading. You want it to be stress-free. It was stress-free. Then I turned it into very stressful. And then I was like, this isn't even stressful. What am I doing on Apple, making this more stressful than it needs to be? We did have the kind of move up. I got out of it. It was kind of struggling in and around this region. I don't know if people had the same trade, if people were offering out over here. Anybody long over here is taking the dollar. So what am I doing pairing those trades up there? It's just you know, learning lesson of the day. Buy the pullback. You know, buy the pullback, buy the dip. Get close to the moving average, because then if we actually fail and dip, and it dips back into, let's say, like 50, 30, you risk 30 cents. You don't risk like 80 cents or 50, 60 cents. So that was essentially the scalp trade that I did. It was stressful, but it was a winner. I'm just happy that it is a winner. I had a couple meta trades that I sort of got in, and then I just let go. These were like, I just kind of got in below 177 and then got out on the print of 177. I had a couple things on the go, like with Apple. It was stressing me out, so I let this one go. And yeah, that was my morning trades. It was, yeah, definitely a lot of fun. Hopefully you guys had as much fun today as I did. And I see 1.8K likes on the video, 6,700 people watching. What's going on, everyone? My name's Luca, Scalp Demon. Tons of fills for the day. I'm gonna have a ton more, that's for sure. And somebody's like, yeah, Luca, it's the Luca show today. No, prayers to Sharif. Hopefully it gets better. I'm sure he's feeling fine, but just getting some nice relaxation. Somebody said prayers. I mean, he's alive and well. He messaged me. He's like, yo, I'm fine, but you know, I'm just feeling a little off. I'm gonna stay home, whatever. So the guy to the right of me, what's going on, man?
What's up, man?
I know you've been on the show before. How you feeling?
A couple
today?
times. I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm chilling. A couple of my keyboard keys are not working. I can't go long. I don't know if that's a tell for something in the market. We're looking for shorts. My morning was crazy. I traded Amazon, and like right out the open, like wipes, 50 cent up down, like crazy buyers and sellers just grabbing liquidity out the open. I did have 97 as a key area, and then 98.90 as a key area. I missed a short on that, but I'm trying to short this lower high on off this 98 test. It's in the money right now, about 25 cents. But Amazon's been a great trader because their earnings was last week, I think, and crazy volume, huge exhaustion to the upside, and then now we're kind of pulling back into a consolidation range under 100. And I think this 100 is going to stay interesting for a while, but a couple weeks ago, watching the tape on Amazon, 97 was absorbing a lot for a few days. So like, I am looking for that 97 level to see if those participants come back if we do test that area. Otherwise, I'm still looking for that 99 area short on Amazon, still keeping with the short bias. The fact that my long keys aren't working might be a sign, so we'll see.
Yeah. Well, I'll let you fix that up. I can look here. So I'm seeing that Google actually dipped into 95. I'm gonna start a light position here. I think we actually, I hope that we get lower into 95. I want to play this level, man, because it was good the first time. I'm gonna try it the second time. Google's not really getting smoked today. It obviously had the significant down days from the past 2 days. Just to remind anybody who wasn't watching, I'm sure if you guys were trading it, you know, so this is redundant. But from 107 all the way into 95, guys, absolutely crazy. We are now at this 50-period line, and I feel like 95, 94 area, 94.75, give or take. Or maybe it was 94, 93.75. But essentially, this is the area that I want to try it for the long.
That's because it's Amex.
If we sell off, I'll kind of build my position and work it. So yeah, let's see where this level wants to go. But I do want to get I want my average, guys. When I'm scalping around these levels, because I think it might go through 95 to the downside and then rip back and then print 95 again. The preferable average that I want is a below 95. So if I can get like a 94, like 91 or 92, and then we rip back, I'll take my 9 cents and then kind of recycle over and over again. So yeah, that's the logic there. So I will build this position. If we drift up and go all the way back up from here, I'll just kind of roll with what I got. It's I see Luca, this peanut butter protein bar is dope. Yeah, man, I got one right here, baby. Cliff bars every single day. I eat my bananas in the morning. I drink my espresso. I eat my banana. I dip it into peanut butter. The trader to the right of me looks over and he goes, man, you love peanut butter. I go, hey, if you ever need to buy me a gift, it's peanut butter nation, baby, peanut butter nation. Jeff Ross saying Google flat bottom break. Well, Jeff, Sharif's not in today. So does that mean that flat bottom breaks are off the table? I have no idea. Personally, I'm gonna be recycling the 95 level, and I like the long. I'm gonna keep it going. Yeah, guys, it's not my birthday today, but thank you so much for the wishes there. And yeah, we'll see like where this the market wants to go for the rest of the day. I thought if we were gonna sell off, we would have sold off like in the morning, and we wouldn't have ripped back. So the way that we kind of chopped around in the morning and we had these wick off tops, and hindsight's always going to be 20/20 when it comes to trading. But when I saw this, I thought, oh, this is like wick off tops. If we can get one more wick here, the shorts are going to be bangers. And like Tesla was starting to fade at this point. Then we actually went down, and I said to myself, okay, we were getting the wick off tops. The number is coming out. The number comes out. It flushes to the downside. I'm like, shorts are good, baby. Shorts are good. And yeah, then we just like, that's it. Shorts are not good. It just rips everyone's face off. We make a new high, and then we run to 4,100. So because we did that move, I just feel like the free fall is not really in full effect. At the same time, anything can happen, so we'll see what happens with it. I did not trade Lyft today, but I can pull up Lyft for whoever's asking. I know they were trading it. They're all over it on the morning show, and I think it was Neil who said, I like the shorts into 12. And the thing is this, guys, when you see an earnings play come out, and this is not, there's no kind of magic formula, that's not what I'm saying, but essentially you see it kind of from 17 into 12, it closes at 12, or sorry, it kind of closes the day after earnings at 12, gets absolutely smoked, it opens at 11. You know, for myself, I would love for this to fade the gap, which fade the gap essentially means gap to the upside or downside, close the gap, and then take my shot on the short at 12. And so it didn't actually do that. It just kind of went to 1140 and rejected. I was watching the 12, but I really wanted to see a move into like at least 1165, 1185, like that kind of area, playing off the 12 level with the anticipation that 12 could break because there might be stops there, and then really hit it hard like above 12 because it probably goes under. This thing dead, man, down 35%. It flushed right off the open. It's at this point, it's giving me vibes of just short the pops. So the same way how we kind of flushed off the open, we popped over VWAP and then dropped. We popped again, then we dropped. We made a low a day. I'm not going to take a stab at this down over here, but if we get back to over VWAP, I do like the way that it kind of wick off tops. So you get the kind of like wick. It doesn't spend a lot of time there and then quickly flushes down. So what I'm hoping is if at any point it gets into that region, I think it's worth a shot. So call it like 1075 into 1090. And I wouldn't even mind if it makes a high. If anything, I want it to make a high because that's like, oh, it made a high, stops are gonna get run. So if this thing can actually get to 11, that'd be pretty solid for like an over-under at 11. So my levels right now that I'm gonna use are just this is an area. So 1075 into 1085. And then if we kind of if we start to inch up into the high, it's probably gonna break the high, which is then close to 11. So maybe we get the 11 test. And then in my opinion, this area is the money fills for like a wick in, wick out. Like you should be lucky to get the fill here. Maybe that's like a part fill level. So yeah, I don't know, maybe it does get there. But yeah, it's really far away from that level. Guys in the chat, keep me posted if you see it get there because I'm watching quite a few things. Maybe I miss it. But yeah, I like it kind of over here, and I love it over here for the shorts. Basically short the pop ideology. We'll see if it gets there or not. Akash, thank you so much for the super chat. It is not my birthday today. Yeah, guys, feel not today, maybe tomorrow, or maybe yeah, guys. What if it's the weekend? You can't send super chats. But no, thank you so much. And yeah, feel free to if you guys are feeling good, made some money, you want to buy me a pizza or whatever, anytime. I'm always happy to take that. And yeah, chicken shawarma was for dinner yesterday for anybody following me on Instagram. Did post that. Nice double chicken. Get that protein in, baby. Life is good. Okay, what else do we got here? I want to look back at Apple to see if there's any kind of areas. The 150 is kind of interesting. So the fact I already covered the morning move, but now what I'm looking for is 150, see how it dipped below VWAP and then quickly reclaimed it and then held it and then bounced again. It's not really giving you crazy range and the volume is kind of subsided for now. But if we do dip through VWAP, I want to try like a little bit of stink bids down there. So there's going to be no stop. There's going to be no stop on this trade. I'm not going to stop 49.99. Maybe I should, but I just feel like the levels of liquidity, the fact that it's in this very, very tight range, the fact that there's not like crazy amounts of volume because it's not really in play the way like, for example, a Tesla is or in my opinion, a Google is, I'm going to throw out some small size stink bid. If it flushes down, I'll reevaluate if I get that fill, and then I'll just be going for like the kind of longs and then short and then cover, long cover, long cover. So yeah, we'll see what happens. Brandon saying, get this man some peanut butter. Yeah, I already had some. I'm gonna have more, and I got the protein bar on lock here. So yeah, life is good, man.
I got my buy keys working, so like finally go long. I saw someone in the chat saying that Nvidia is starting to move. So let's see if we can throw in a long on Nvidia here. I'll pull it up. And here we go. Bang, there we go. We are long NVIDIA at 213.58.
I think your mic might not be on.
Is it not on?
Oh, it's good. Okay, sorry.
Okay, all right. We are not muted. Let's see. NVIDIA is looking good, man. This consolidation, it looks like it can potentially break. We've kind of bottomed out here near this 212 area. I don't really have my NVIDIA charted, so support and resistance levels is what I like to mainly use. To trade off of, but like looking left on NVIDIA, this is the previous low from February, 212.50 area, I think. So like taking this trade, I think I want to risk the 213 area, and then ultimately look again for a long under closer to the 212 area, hoping that this or looking for this consolidation to hold on the day, because again, like it has shown that people show up at this level and people have interest at this level. So again, we'll be watching for them on the tape to see if this move continues. Yeah, NVIDIA is a crazy mover. I don't really like to trade NVIDIA that much on the daily, but Amazon is looking like it's my bread and butter. Like I really like the way Amazon moves, and I've gotten used to it. I think the tape reading is a little bit more calm relative to like a Tesla or an Nvidia or something like that, right?
Absolutely, man. I think it speaks volumes to certain stocks have certain personalities, and depending on the day, depending on if they're in play. I'm sure you were all over Amazon post-earnings day. A post-earnings Amazon trade is completely different than Amazon today, right? And Amazon when it's in the range. Tesla, it's funny. I have a lot of traders that they ask me, they say, how do you trade Tesla? Because how do you even see what's happening? And I go, I don't know. I don't see it. It's digital warfare. I have my levels. I know where I should potentially be in and out at. But yeah, man, it's definitely tough. Yeah. And you're processing a lot of data. So it's super important to use key levels when you're looking at, watching the tape, watching the stock. You get the feel for the personality and go from there. So absolutely. So stick on that Amazon. I'm actually looking at Amazon hoping that this kind of dips. I like that 90, I don't know how you feel about it, but 97.20 area to the downside. And then, I think it's in a range for today. So you're probably right on that short if this market falls.
Yeah, I like it. I think that 98 area, if you look left, there are some bottoms there, so we can look at those to kind of risk the short off of. But yeah, I totally agree with you when you say this is a battlefield. Like I usually tell people that I think trading is a PvP game. Change my mind, right? It's like you're looking for counterparties, you're looking for liquidity, dumb liquidity, smart liquidity, whatever it is, and you're looking for inefficiencies that revolve around those players taking positions. So it is definitely PvP, and this is a battlefield. Like Nvidia is a different battlefield than Amazon, than is Apple. So I like to give the example of say that you're really good at cooking and you have your pots and your pans and your cooking materials and stuff like that. So if someone asks you to bake a cake or make them a dish, you're well versed in order to make that meal. Now, if you had the same tools and I told you to go mountain biking down a mountain, you wouldn't know what to do. So if you show up to the battlefield with the wrong kind of wrong kind of tools, then you will potentially increase your probability of getting slaughtered in this market. I think so. So a PvP game for real.
Yeah, absolutely. And guys, hit the like button for Obi. This guy coming in clutch, not knowing if he's going to come on the show or not. And I'm like, yeah, Obi, if you're interested, if it's something you can do, you did it before. So yeah, guys, hit the like button. And yeah, I like what Sean's saying there. We always cooking, man. We always cooking, coming with that fire. I'm reloading the Google long here. We're getting closer to 95. It's kind of giving those quick little wick off bottoms. I am willing. Okay, that was see how it goes down. These dark pool wicks sometimes scare me in the moment, but yeah, the tape doesn't lie, baby. We're at 95.17 right now, in the money and working. I loaded hills because I think we might be going to the hills. I don't know. I think it's possible. We had the kind of morning pop. This is a 4 mil float. One of those lung cancer news. Whatever the catalyst is. Basically popping off the morning. I think the daily level kind of speaks volume, and this is super key. So it did a lot of volume, and now the volume's kind of dead. But what I'm hoping for, and there's a hope trade, so again, because it's a hope trade, it's going to be less size. But what I'm hoping for is a lot of shorts are involved, and then for whatever reason, it does one of those super squeezes to the upside, and then I'll be sitting pretty. If I lose on the trade, it's not really going to be a big deal because I'm sized accordingly. So let's see if that one can run into the afternoon as we get started. But the levels for this thing, and I want to say first and foremost, is the area of 250 to 3. That's my first area. And it showed that it went to 250. It literally went to 250 to 3 area. Over, under, rejected, and now just kind of stair-stepping down, absolutely dead. But yeah, if we can get back to that area and make a high, then we potentially break 3. And this thing is not a recent IPO, but it's IPO from early last year, IPO, SPAC, whatever it is. And the high is 425. So for whatever reason, if we break 3 and there's volume and people are getting squeezed and we run and break the high, anything's possible. So for myself, I'm going to wait to see if this thing can actually go and get to the high, and then I'll consider covering some. And then if we go and break 4 and do one of those kind of crazy, it's a low float and whatever, then I'll stick with it. So this is kind of I'm just going to take my shot here and see if it can actually go. But if it doesn't, not really a big deal with it. Honey Badger, what's going on? Saying, Luca, what min chart are you using to looking at today, bud? I always, so anytime people ask me about charts, I say the same thing. It's all the same information. 1 minute, 3 minute, 5 minute, 60 minute. It's all showing you the same information. You just have to understand how to digest it. If you're a swing trader, you should be looking at larger time frames. For myself as a day trader, I use the 1 minute. I could use the 3. I just think for myself, the 1 minute is just, it's just like 1 minute, right? I don't know, I just kind of use it like that. That's what I got comfortable with. But I don't trade off of the candles. I don't look at the candles and be like, oh, this 1 minute candle did something like this. That means to take a trade. Like, I'm trading off of just kind of generalized areas that I've found. So yeah, this is the 1 minute. This chart is always going to be the 1 minute. And this chart's actually supposed to be the 15 minute so that I could, when in doubt, zoom out. Because yeah, then you look at the 15, you're like, wait a second, the 50 period on the 15 is right here. Maybe the shorts are good. So yeah, it's, again, I don't really base a lot of things. I kind of just scalp around and say to myself, where can I get in? Where can I get out? What levels are going to print? And I think okay, I'm noticing Google's dipping down here. So I'm going to bid a little bit more here, see if I can get these fills closer. If it drops down into 94.80, no problem. I'm going to recycle this area over and over again. Yeah, exactly. 0331 Mike. Luca uses magic. It's magic, man. It's magic, man. It's Friday. I use magic. I get in. I go, let's go. Let's see where this goes. And then boom, in the money, pay me, and recycle over and over again for sure.
Yes, sir. I had to stop out of my NVIDIA long here. Like I said, we are testing the bottom. We actually broke that consolidation bottom. So like the markets are pulling back. ES is, although ES looks like it's holding above that, it's trying to push towards the 4100 area. I do like the Google short, that 95 key psychological area. Luca, what are your thoughts on psychological levels in the market?
That's a great question. So in terms of psychological levels, I want to use Amazon as an example because it was at 100 recently. I would have used Google. I mean, Google's it's further away from 100. So let's go with Amazon, which is a little bit closer on that one. Amazon was there, and let me actually pull it up on this one to kind of give the full picture here. Amazon at 100 was pretty interesting. It was not close to 100 or over 100. For a long time, it was obviously well below. Okay, so this chart's going to crash here. Let me just go to this one here. See if this one wants to load here. Yeah, bear with me. You know, the charts are basically saying to themselves, Luca, it's Friday. You know, I might clock out right now, but no. It's, yeah, let's see here. And I'm just going to visit Google because I didn't think this would actually go to 75s, but I'm giving myself room to sort of average in. You know what? Let me give this a little bit more time because maybe it wants to go 94.60, and then we get a little bit of a bounce. So I'm not going to get out yet. I'm just going to reevaluate my, if we break 94.50 to the downside, like right now, you know, not good. I'm noticing that I'm also long Apple on this dip buy into 150. So I actually like this trade a lot better. So I'm just going to throw out an offer now to see if I get that. But going back to psychological levels, great question. And let's use Amazon for this example. 100, huge psychological level. It was there before, and I hope this doesn't crash here as I load this up. But essentially, it was there before at 100, and it wasn't above 100. It was not above 100 for quite a bit. It was at 85, 90-ish area, and then we did break above 100, which was for myself, banger along to the upside, something that was pretty textbook for myself. And we couldn't hold, right? We could not hold above 100. We did stay up there for a little bit, but then we could not hold there for long, right? So let me pull up this 30-minute. Okay. Yeah, let me just pull up this 30-minute and see if it actually wants to load, or if the charts are just like, you know what? It's Friday, Luca. It's Friday, Luca. I'm done with you. And yeah, maybe we could use your chart. So maybe go to OB screen and you could pull up the 100, pull up a 30-minute on Amazon, or maybe I can get this going here. Yeah, man, it's extra frustrating when this thing doesn't want to work. But yeah, you know what? For the time being, we'll actually go to Big B at the big desk for what I see is a slew of red across Europe for the European close.
Nice.
Yeah, bang on. Not a good way to end the week here, guys, for European markets as we follow North America back to the downside. As we see typically, we started the day actually break even to slightly higher as we saw in the pre-market there, but big moves down, 1.3% for the stocks index, the Euro stocks index. I'll show you in a sec here, but the FTSE 300 faring a little bit better, just 0.92 when all is said and done, but pretty ugly here, top to bottom, 0.4, 1.4, 0.86. I saw in Germany, we mentioned that Adidas note yesterday. In Germany, it was down almost 13% when all was said and done today for ADS. Nike was gapping lower on that this morning. 1.4 there for Spain, 1.5 for Sweden. So wrapping up the week in the red, guys, for Europe.
All right. So it looks like NVIDIA is holding that 211, 212 area right under it, but markets are looking kind of toppy here. Again, ES, I'm looking for a convincing break of the 4100. I don't know if we're going to get it. It seems like these mornings, I'm looking at the 5-minute chart on ES. Some of these wicks, we can look at the 15 also. The 15 has some wicks off the 4100 too, so like we'll see. Right now, that's telling me that there's selling pressure going into that area, and if those sellers come back in when we test back up there, I might be looking to take the short. But NVIDIA, I don't know, man. 210 may come in today, may not, but we really have to look for buyers on the tape. Let's see. Can you check Geo for me? Geo, what is Geo? Let's check Geo. Is that a NASDAQ stock? Maybe New York. Okay, Geo, $12 ticker. Looks like we have a $12 base around here with a 1165 low of day. It does look like it's building up towards that into that $12 area, but I don't know. Let's check the day chart on this. Okay, yeah, it looks like we've been running for a couple of days, multi-day runner, multi-week runner actually, multi-month runner. What do these guys do? Oh, they're a REIT. Okay, so they do some real estate stuff. Nice. I like the sticker. Maybe are you in a long-term hold on this? Okay, yeah, that $12 top. Anyways, going back to Amazon. Let's see what Amazon is doing here. I am still in this short. Nice. Let's see what happened to. Oh, right, because Amazon is on NASDAQ. I have it set to New York. Let me pull that up. All right, yeah, so you can see that this 98 area, we're holding below it. We have these wicks at the top at like 98.80, 98.90, which is my area. I'm looking as resistance. Now, people ask me like, what type of indicators do you like using? I like using them all actually. But the thing is, I don't really like keeping them on my charts. Like, I'm considerate of where VWAP might be. I'm considerate of where certain moving averages might be and what other players are doing around those levels. But I don't really like to have them on my charts. I'd like to trade off of mainly the price action and just support and resistance. There was actually I forget which journal it was. I think some journal of finance. There's a study done a few years ago on NASDAQ and New York stocks. A statistically significant indicator was found to be support and resistance levels, specifically horizontal support and resistance levels. Now, the study does say that some of their results are inconclusive, and they also do say that they don't have volume confirmation in their studies. So that's just something to think about, that if you add volume confirmation onto support and resistance, how powerful of a strategy that could become potentially, right? And then you amalgamate it with all of your moving averages and your VWAP and everything, and then you can start painting a picture of what the stock and what other players might be expecting the stock might do. So that's the way I like to trade. That's the way I think it's been working for me, and it's a work in progress. Like I'm still a trainee. I'm still learning. Even though I've been trading for I think someone asked how long you've been trading. I've been trading for over 4 years, but a lot of those years in the beginning were misdirected. I feel I tried some indicators for few months, 4 or 5 months. They didn't really work well. I threw some more money at the market, trying other indicators for another few months. So, you know, you figure out, you learn the hard way what works, what doesn't. After coming to the floor, you really realize, you know, my eyes opened up and I'm like, hey, now I have some direction. Now I have an actual place to put all of this knowledge that I've seen on the tape over the past couple of years, and really start to compartmentalize that knowledge into places where it can be effectively used to fight the market. Luca?
Yeah, guys, I'm just sorry about that. I'm trying to like fix this here. Hopefully it works for me. If it doesn't, it's just going to be a pain in the you-know-what. That is sometimes how it be, man. How it be. It's just super annoying. Anyways, yeah, somebody's saying Luca looks different today. No, man, I look the same. I just got the 5 o'clock shadow growing in because why not, right? Anyways, good example here. So I loaded up on the Google long. We dip to the downside. I tell myself, hold on, wait a minute. Don't let this go for a massive loser. It's still probably going to give you a chance to get your money back. So no ads, was waiting, chart crashed, lost my kind of train of thought of an idea of where I should be adding. Didn't add down here, but I probably would have tried to get 61s or something. Then as we dipped back up, I was like, hey, there we go. This is my chance to get the money back. So I still wanted to hold some of the position in the event that we started to rip through 95. And so I was like, okay, let me get out the majority over here. And then let me try to like scale out above as per the plan. But we actually rejected and then went back down. So at this point, I am still long. I'm lighter on the position, but I'm basically waiting to see now, do we get a double bottom here and then kind of retest of the 95 and then break to the 95 and move to the upside? That will coincide with a little bit of a VWAP bounce on the ES. And the ES is already giving you the 1 bounce, the 2 bounce. If this is now the higher low, then we could actually go back to 495, 4100 and go, right? So I'm kind of, you know, making these up in real time. As a day trader, I don't really know where we're going to go. I don't really have a strong bias on today. I did in the morning, but then that was kind of proven invalid. And so as I'm continuing to sit here and scalp around, I sort of change as new information comes to light. So again, guys, if you're watching and you're saying, oh, Luca changes his mind a lot. He said he was going to go long. Now he's short. It's going to happen all the time. I change my ideas all the time because new information comes to light. So for example, I was long, and then I was like, oh, I don't want it to go lower, but it went lower. I was like, okay, I'm not going to sell it. And then I'm like, okay, let me sell it here. And now we're actually going back to the upside. I kind of want to get more long, but I do want some type of confirmation. So yeah, Michelle Lloyd saying inverse Luca. You could try, man. Try. Best of luck to you, man. Best of luck to you. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. So you know, we'll see where that goes. But somebody's saying, Luca, how do you feel about the HILS position? Again, I am light on the position, so I'm not really too worried. This is me hoping, aka like you should know the type of size that I'm taking when I say hoping, that this actually runs to the moon. It's called hills, so I think it could go to the hills. If it does that, you know, I'll be a happy camper. If it doesn't, though, I'm not gonna get smoked. You know, it bounced off of 2, right? It bounced off of that 2 level and didn't break. So I'm kind of thinking if 2 breaks to the downside, maybe you have stop orders there. Maybe it actually flushes and goes down. But the thing is if you guys are looking at the tape and if you you know, pay for all the books and everything, what you'll see is what I see is not a liquidity vacuum below 2. I do still see like some bids that are below 2. So if you think it can break 2 and really go to the downside, but then you see lots of size on the book below 2, maybe it's not going to do that. Maybe people actually want to buy or cover below 2 on that flush. So yeah, again, for myself, no stop order on that one. This thing didn't halt, so I don't really think that it's going to randomly go down and then halt. That would be terrible. But yeah, max risk on this. Like I could lose like easily 30 cents easily. But I'm sized accordingly that if that does happen, I won't get absolutely smoked for it. So yeah, we'll see if that one wants to go. Matt Carnes, that's a great question, man. That's a great question. Anybody watching in the back, if you see that question, feel free. I'll take a short any time of the day. Okay, Google is actually back at 95 now. Do I add to this? No, let's see. You know what? Let me get some offers out just to make sure that I don't miss these. Yeah, let's see if this can pop another 10 cents from here. Moving average is 95.10, 95.15. I think we're going to break through 95 and then pop like 5 cents and then drop back and then come around and then pop again. So let's see if that wants to actually happen. Yeah, we'll see what happens with that. Apple, the bounce play was not as good as I thought that it could be, but I am in the money on this. But yeah, I'm in the money on this, but where's my offer? I was kind of like sitting up way like 150.30, 150.40. kind of, you know what? I'm actually going to add to this. Yeah, let me add to this here because it's kind of holding for the time being. So let's see if this can actually pop. I'm going to throw another offer a little bit higher there to see if it wants to go. And then, yeah, hold some for maybe 150-50-ish area. Yeah, E-Ray, yeah, no, I don't know. Yeah. Oh, somebody asking about Affirm. Okay, let's go over to Affirm really quickly to see where this is. Affirm, did I trade this yesterday? I think this was the 13 level from yesterday on Affirm. Yeah, it's pretty much not really doing much today. It's kind of breaking the lows from yesterday, but it's not really doing something too crazy to the downside. So yeah, no real thoughts on Affirm. And PayPal, I know PayPal had earnings, and in terms of PayPal, long-term kind of bias on this thing, where can it go? I think they're, obviously payment platform. If crypto takes off again, they're going to have a lot of kind of correlation to that move. I think you see it. Bitcoin sort of moved to the upside, and I'm guessing this move coincides with the Bitcoin up move. And then Bitcoin flushed, if I'm not mistaken, and we're back down here on PayPal, back down into the bottomish area. Something on the daily that stands out to me right away is this sort of level here. So it's sort of dipping, and now this is kind of that dip. Do we actually hold 50 period, or do we break? And I'm not really crazy swing trader. I take shots when I think shots are warranted. I would not do this on a swing trade, but if I was forced to, I kind of like that dip buy into the 77s. Risking off 75s just below moving average. Again, the thing with swing trades is things can gap. New information come to light that can completely change everything, right? So keep that in mind. But if it holds this level on the daily, kind of making these higher lows, giving you a pop, is that showing you that it wants to pop again? Do we actually go up from here? No idea. But yeah, with earnings coming through, kind of choppy. I didn't trade it. I tend to stay away from it. I remember trading PayPal once the first time off earnings, and I got smoked. And I was like, I'm never doing that again. I am never doing that again. So yeah, I let it go. I didn't really see any crazy levels on it anyways, so not really too upset with it. I am getting a top fill here on Google, now moving to the upside, getting my 95.10s. Pretty happy with that. I didn't know, there's no way this went to 25s. That's this is why you have to have orders, man, because yeah, man, you wanna get the fills when it does actually move for you. But I kind of feel like once this goes, if the market goes back up, this is actually going to work. So let's try to hold on to some of the Google because, yeah, last time, I mean, when was it? Yesterday, we actually ripped on Google. And, yeah, I didn't do too well on that short that I had going into that high day move. So let's see if I can hold on to the long. And the only time that I should technically flip short on this thing is if we actually get to 96. So it didn't spend a lot of time over 96 the first time. The second time, not really. Third time, couldn't even break it. Then the fade to the downside. So I like the 95 long, I like the 96 short. I'm going to stick to those levels on Google, and yeah, we'll see where that goes. Paul asking, Luca, don't mind me asking again, but what are your thoughts on BBBY for today? I didn't actually look at it today, but I think short the pops. And okay, yeah, literally short the pops. Short every pop. Do whatever you want. Obviously, trade your own book. Do what makes sense to you. But for myself, and again, I didn't trade it, so that speaks volume into what I actually want to do. But BBBY is a short the pops all the way to $1, I think. I don't know, Obi, how you feel about it. I think.
Yeah, I think. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but
yeah.
I think that Bed Bath is full of a lot of shorts, a lot of swing shorts, a lot of institutional shorts, and yeah, they're gonna have to cover. And these random pops that we get every now and then after a crazy volume move is, I think, in my personal opinion, just residual covers. And then also you have buying pressure added on to people who are chasing the long move. On top of that, extending the move even further than it would normally go. But yeah, I think that those are my thoughts on Bed Bath. Definitely a lot of opportunity when it can really get going, and when a lot of people are stuck on the wrong side. Yeah, for sure, Bed Bath is a great trader. I think so.
Yeah, I definitely like it a lot more when it was at 30, because I was like, well, this is at 30. It could probably go to $1. And maybe it happens in the middle of the day, and I'll capitalize on it. But yeah, when it's at 250, I'm like, it's gonna only go to 1. I'm only gonna, that's not that's not as lucrative. Guys, Apple, I added, it started to flush, and I'm in something stupid, man. I'm in something stupid here. I'm not gonna lie. I added at 149.90, thinking, let me just fix my average because 150 is gonna print again. So let's see in real time.
Are you long or short?
I'm long.
Yeah, I'm trying to play the 150 bounce also. I got in above 150 or around 150, and then well, it broke, so I got stopped out. But yeah, psychological level, can't expect it to be clean, that clean. I mean, it has recycled a couple times today, but you know, it's worth a try.
Yeah, it's and going back to what you were asking before, saying, you know, how do you feel about psychological levels? I think 150 is a great psychological level on Apple, but the thing that you have to remember is, depending where the stock is on the day, in the morning where it opened, is it a fresh level? How many times has it been through this level? Is there any size on the level? Yeah, guys, I'm basically waiting for the Apple pop to 150 to see if that wants to fill me. I think it probably prints. I'm not really too worried about it. But essentially, with psychological levels, 150 on Apple is less of a psychological level, in my opinion, than 100 on Amazon. And so the main levels, which is pretty obvious, are 5, 10, 25, 50, 100, 250, and 500, but 250 way less. And so 150, even though kind of psychological, a little bit less. It also does, you know, you want to bring daily levels into account and see kind of where it is, right? Because Tesla 250 was a huge level. It was a huge level, but for the most part, if it's like a Boeing 250, then it's a less level, right? It's kind of less of a level. So you want to look at the daily and you want to say to yourself, how many times has it been around, in and around that level? So let's use the 150 as an example. This was earnings. Wow, I can't believe I didn't get the fill on Apple there. This is the earnings play where it went from 145 and it just ripped all the way into 157. It didn't really, if I'm not mistaken, it didn't really go into 150. And then today we actually opened, you know, below 150. And then at this point we're ripping back into 150. It's over 150. It's back through. It's over. It's back through. So even though now I'm playing the 150 like area long because I think there's a chance that we could actually rip back above VWAP. The thing is it was good the first time, and this is at like, you know, approaching 11 o'clock. Not really the time of day that anything crazy is going to happen, in my opinion. But again, not even close to something like an Amazon 100. And so let's see if Amazon 100 actually wants to load here. Then I can give the example. I see the charts. You know what, the charts, they don't want Amazon 100. They're like, no, Luca. The bots right now, they're all over this. They're like, no, Luca, you're going to give away the secrets. You can't talk about the psychological level of Amazon 100 because we need that money. We need that money. So I'm going to work extra hard to make sure that these charts get up and running. Let's see if this wants to load this time. I feel like it's never going to load. So I might not ever be able to give the example of Amazon 100. And is
that the only one that's not loading?
It's yeah, it's just it's a Friday.
I mean, sure. If you want to talk about Amazon, we can pull it up on my chart and you can talk about it.
Okay. Yeah, we can. Yeah, maybe you can show on your chart Amazon 100. Essentially, what I was going to explain as you kind of get this up and running.
Here you go.
Is it was below 100.
You want a 30-minute chart?
Yeah, pull up 30-minute here because this is going to be clean. And if anything, go to the that box over there, this box right here.
Yeah.
And click and go specific range. And then go from 730. So press the 9. Yeah, 730. Or just go down.
730. Okay.
Go on the 9 down.
7.
Yep, perfect. And then yeah, okay, perfect.
Okay.
Yeah, now 30.
Nice.
Now zoom out.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Okay, we're doing this in real time. So all right, this is what we're doing.
Wow, that's so clean. Look at the 102.
It's super clean, man. It's super clean. And when you kind of set your charts up like this, it's you know, it kind of speaks volume as to where the levels are. So if you scroll to the left. Right? Before Amazon was through 100, it was inching its way into 100, going to the upside. It breaks 100, and then that's it. In my opinion, this is now the point in time where traders are saying, okay, wait a second, are we breaking above 100, and are we going to run to 110, 120? Is inflation cooling? Is the worst behind us? Maybe the bull market is back. Powell's about to speak. Let's see what happens. And so everything is kind of going to the upside. 100 key psychological level. It's a big over-under level in my opinion. And so it's a level that we break to the upside, we start to go, and everyone's like, I need to be long 100. There's probably a lot of portfolio managers that are like, oh man, if Amazon's going to 150, I mean, Tesla was just at 100, and now it's over 200, right? Or it was over 200. So that's a 100% move since the beginning of the year. And so think about any you know, big money manager that's not long Amazon, and then if this thing's at 125, you look silly, right? So huge psychological level, breaks above the 100 level, then dips back, then comes back below 100, and can hold the 100 level. And so huge psychological level, that's like an over-under level. If it holds above 100, in my opinion, I want to be long. If it's below 100, then I want to be short. And this is more of a take a step back, swing trade perspective. Obviously on a day trade, you know, I think the 104 level, maybe 2-3 days ago that Sean had these shorts going in, and they were bangers, and I had them too. And it's just kind of falling into 100. And so it speaks volume when you kind of get that screen time in. You watch the tape, you know 100 is a huge psychological level for all traders that are watching. Are traders actually buying the 100 bounce play, and is it holding? Or is it just having no real bounce and then it breaks through 100 and everybody's just selling this in a panic? So you kind of gauge the market with that one. And yeah, so I'm actually, so those are my thoughts on psychological levels. You want to use 5, you want to use 10, you want to use 25, 50, 100, 500, 1,000. Those are the those are the main kind of levels. And then every stock is different. Every stock has a different personality. In my opinion, 200 on Nvidia. I see Team PJCT saying Luca Nvidia 210. Speaking towards psychological levels, Nvidia 200, in my opinion, is different than like an Apple 200 or an Amazon 200 or a Tesla 200. Maybe closer to Tesla, but yeah, different. So know the personality of the stock, and then use that to your advantage when you're trading these things, because they're going to have different whiplash moves, and it just kind of leans in towards what is the float of the company. So float matters more in small caps, as everybody knows, but at the same time, when you're looking at, for example, Apple float versus Nvidia float, I think Nvidia is going to whiplash a lot more. The range on Nvidia is a lot higher, so you're going to have like more explosive moves if it breaks levels and continues to go to the upside. So yeah, I'm looking at this 210 level. I think I like the long here, actually. Let's see. I'm going to bid here 210. I think it's going to break 210. For the record, I think it's going to break 210. But I'm going to start my long ahead of the 210, see if I can get that kind of whip down, fill me, and then back to the upside. We'll see where that one wants to go. I'm still in Google. Let's see where this one is here. Yeah, I'm going to take another long here. Let's go long again, Google, see if I can get that fill. And Apple got me out at 150, man, so I'm a happy camper. If I'm taking the L. I'm taking a 5-cent L, but it's not a 20, 30-cent L, man. The market will always, I shouldn't say this, but the market will sometimes give you an opportunity to get your money back. The real question is, do you want it?
Do you take it?
Do you take it?
Do you take it?
Exactly.
How many times have you been in a position, it might be a losing position, and then it finally gets back in the money and you're waiting for more, and you get a little greedy and you're like, oh, I want some more, I want some more.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's the market rarely is forgiving, and when it is, you have to be very humble and thankful on finding and take that opportunity while you have it, unless you know something that others don't, which is a totally different story. But
yeah, man.
Yeah.
Exactly, 100%. It's kind of funny because, you know, it's I like what you said towards the greed kind of thing there. You're like, oh yeah, you know what? If Apple can just get back to 150, I promise I'll take it off for a break even.
You start praying and everything.
Yeah, then it gets back to 150 and I go, wait a second, should I add to this? Is it now going to start working? Okay, maybe I'll add more size here. So yeah, it's kind of funny there. Yeah, greed and fear are a serious thing in the markets.
Oh,
and
yeah.
if you can survive long enough, eventually you won't have any greed, you won't have any fear, there's no FOMO, it'll be very boring, you just do the same thing. I mean, it's exciting for me. I'm still kind of early into my trading career, but it's exciting when I look at Google and I go, okay, let me like long over here. It goes up. Okay, sick trade, nice trade to the upside. But now I imagine myself, you know, in maybe 5-10 years, if I'm still trading, I'll just be like, okay, long, short. Okay, I just printed $40,000. Like, that was nice. All right, now let's go to the beach and smoke cigars. That's that with that one.
That is the life, eh?
Yeah, and I see Neil here saying you can reduce FOMO, but it never goes to zero unless you're a robot.
Yeah, I think.
Sorry,
I think being human, you do fall victim to those emotions. But I think what I'm realizing is sometimes you have to really start to understand how people experience fear and greed to get a picture of what the market is doing, because you can sometimes, if you read the tape, you can literally see fear and greed on the tape. I think sometimes those provide with great opportunities to risk off of and take profits from.
Yeah, absolutely. Guys, I'm done pulling up Amazon for the day. The chart's not working. That's a sign. Stay away from Amazon, Luca. Do not trade Amazon. So I'm not trading Amazon. I will not pull it up for the rest of the day. But I see somebody saying 98 is a level because it's the 1 trillion market cap. So is Ahmed in the chat who said that? Absolutely. And that's another good thing. I actually forgot to say it, but look at market cap, right? Because 1 trillion is a huge level. So it might be at a random price. So for example, I think it was Tesla, and I can't remember the exact price, but it was a random price of the stock. It was like 561.60. No, I'm butchering the price, but essentially 98 lines up with 1 trillion, but it might be 98.76. It might be 98.21. And if it is 98.21, but that is the 1 trillion kind of area, 1 trillion market cap, that's going to be a psychological level too. So just keep that in mind. Use market cap, use price of the stock, look at the areas. I think, in my opinion, if you're using market cap, that's going to be an area, not so much a hard level. Whereas if you're using like the 10 level, like that's a hard level. So yeah, there's different ways that you can cut it. I did get my bounce here in NVIDIA. It's already working for me, so I'm basically going to pay myself out as it continues to work for me. Yeah, multitasking is one heck of a thing, man. You gotta make sure you pay yourself out when you get in the money right away. I mean, that was sick. That was an instant 50-cent winner. So I'm gonna take that one right away, and let's see if this one wants to actually continue or not. I'm gonna throw out another stink offer to see if I can get that up top there. And Google kind of going down here. I'm gonna off this position right now just to reevaluate that one. I think we could probably go lower, and I do like 94 a little better for a next level bounce play. But let's see if it wants to break 94.50 and then bounce back. Then I'll flip back to the long on that one. So not really too worried. Somebody's like, Luca Hills is going nuts. I got so excited. I was like, oh my God, it's at 3. I pull it up, and as soon as I pulled it up, I was like, okay, it's at 216. And then it like flushed down into 210. I'm like, okay, yeah, no, this thing's not even getting started, in my opinion. If it's gonna be good, let me know when this is at like 235, 240. Then, then let me know if it clears VWAP. It's a back burner play. I'm not really watching it too closely. I do have the stop in play now if we break down, so I'm not worried at all. Sorry, what was that?
Dude, Google broke that 95 area.
Okay, yeah. But for the time being, we're gonna go to Big B at the big desk for happening now.
Hey guys, yeah, into lunch hour we go on a Friday afternoon, back towards session lows. Meanwhile, for tech anyways, the NASDAQ continues to lead us to the downside right now. 1.1% for the NASDAQ composite right now, 1.14 there for the 100. So it is the big ones leading the way. Everything else actually not that bad. 0.2 for the S&P. Dow still holding on to positive territory. The Russell, all of them, yeah, the red, but only just on the session. We had that note on higher yields at the end of the day yesterday following that bond offering that really put pressure back on some of the interest rate sensitive stocks. If you're with us early on this morning, we discussed in depth PayPal, Microsoft back on watch, and Google as well, coming off what has happened already in the AI world this week. PayPal off their report. Yeah, I mean, a bit of a bounce off that early support level once again, but for the most part, back to session lows, still holding on to positive though for PayPal, guys.
All right, we can see that Google finally broke or is testing around that 95 area. We're just talking about this psychological area, but so like I want to see bids start to stack. I want to see some support coming in, and if it doesn't, then that 95 could very well act as resistance. You do have these bottoms here from the morning in like the 95.50s area that could also provide as a cushion for your short risk. But yeah, this 95 area is pretty key. What is this? Oh, I have Amazon pulled up on this this level 2. Let me pull up Google. Yeah, so exactly. So here I want to see bidders and large size stacking up, seeing if this 95 area holds, and if it doesn't, then yeah, I think I want to risk that 95 for a short. Looking at ES. We have pulled back significantly off of maybe not significantly, but like off those morning highs of that 4100, testing the bottom of the range around, I think the intraday low, the past intraday low is around that 4075 area. So 10 points away roughly. We'll see if we bounce off the same area and hold this 95 on Google. Now, corresponding with that 95 on Google, we can take a look at some of the other large caps to see if they're also around any multi-time frame support levels. We can pull up Apple. 1 second. Forgot the ticker for a second. But yeah, Apple 150, right? We're also around that psychological level of 150 on Apple. At the same time, Amazon, I think we talked about that 97 being key from a few weeks ago, and now we're breaking below all of these key levels. So yeah, maybe the short is the right way to think right here, looking at the rest of the market. But yeah, Nvidia shorts, right? I see someone saying in the chat. Yeah, I took a piece of short on Nvidia. I had this long. I got rocked on the long. So hey, I switched short after the 212 broke. Covered into this short from 211. Covered into 210.50s, I think, or sorry, 211s. Short from the 211.50s, and yeah, it just keeps on carrying down down into this 210 area. But now, if we look left, we'll pull up the 30-minute on this one. Maybe not even the 30-minute. Let's go to the hour. This 212 area, sorry, this 210 area. Look at this consolidation from February, the beginning of February. All of this support. That's where we came up and popped into the 230s area. Now we're back to 210. So like, yeah, look for these guys to show up again here. And if they're not there, for sure, yeah, 205, 200, like that's open territory for me on the Nvidia short. We are coming back from 230, so like this selling pressure in the past few days has been pretty heavy with the rest of the market. So positioning yourself relative to how the key levels are showing on the rest of the large caps, I think that's a good way to play the game. What do you think, Luca?
Yeah, Connor in the chat, I see you, man. I see you saying, bro, relax, stop going long. We literally broke levels and are going short. I know. But I just like kind of scalping. So for myself, it's like scalp around on Google, and then letting it go, because now I'm kind of waiting for 94 to come into play. So yeah, guys, in real time, I like this kind of doing this live, because it's a good example. I'm not sitting here after the fact and then I'm gonna say like, hey, we got time. Things are moving a little slower. So yeah, that 94, let's see if we dip into 94. The only thing that's kind of keeping me, or kind of not worrying me, but the only thing that I'm like, I don't know if it actually gets there and then is amazing, is because this was the bottom in the pre-market. And so this area right here, I'm going to draw a line just to kind of visualize it, 94.20. So I am going to try my first position at 94.20, give or take. But that's going to be like way lighter based on this line. Then if we break that and we flush into 94s, I'm gonna try 94 bounce play on that. So we'll see what happens. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. If it doesn't work, no problem. The Nvidia bounce play was actually pretty sick, man. I kind of scalped out the first one. Let me zoom into this. It's pretty tight range, but essentially bounce, take the fill, goes back down, not really, kind of struggling, take the rest, and then punching out of the rest upon the break of the 210 level. So yeah, making money on the trade, definitely can't complain with that one. I'll take the money when I get it and move on. At this point, the bounce play, it is not a bounce play anymore. Now it's like, oh, do you think 210 is gonna hold? It's down 6% on the day. I agree with you, Connor. Like, yeah, scalp bearish is maybe the right idea. But I do want to scalp like real pops. So for example, and let me just go back to Google very quickly. It's like we're at 95. I just think like I can't really. This is a me problem, really. But I can't really take shorts over here because I want shorts closer to VWAP. So if we pop, I want like those kind of money shorts up there. So yeah, it's you're better off with the short scalps. I think clearly that's been the case. And then you actually get the move down, so maybe you can hold some for that move. And something else that a lot of people new to trading don't kind of take in is if things are going down, right, and the trend is down, it's going to be easier to get fills on the bid because the general trend is down. So you're going to quickly get those fills on the bid for the most part, give or take, pound for pound. And then if you're fighting for fills on the offer because the trend is down, it's going to be more difficult to get those. So if that's the case, you want to get, if you're entering into a short, you want it to be a par fill, and then it flushes, and you quickly get out of that. Whereas you don't want to get like full size on the bid. Like this, it just full size just flushes. I was like super wrong on that one. Thank God I got out for the pop back. But yeah, man, always be calm there. That's the main thing. What else was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I was eating a peanut butter bar. Officially done munching away. Yeah, I forgot to mute myself originally on that one. So my apologies, but no worries. We are now energized and looking at many things here. Yeah, happy birthday. No, Louis, it's, yeah, no, I already addressed not my birthday today, but much appreciated as always. And yeah, guys, let me know in the chat if there's anything else that's moving. Somebody's saying GOEV doing volume. So let's see here, GOEV. Oh, we're actually approaching $1. And I see a little bit of, was this over? Oh no, it was over $1, okay. Yeah, it's It's actually, this is range bound. When I see charts like this, I stay away from it. So nothing to see here in my opinion. Maybe it gets going and does something crazy, but yeah, for the most part, I'm not really too interested on it. Just gonna let it go and see where it wants to go. I wanna pull up CVNA to see if this is, yeah, no, we're not even close, man. This is short all the way down, man, all the way down. We were speaking about this yesterday, and we actually drew a line at, I think it was 12.50 and 12. And I was like, if this breaks 12, that's it. We're probably going to 10. We're probably going to 11 or 10, or I said something like that. But basically, yeah, look at this, man. This is death move down. Now gapping lower. I mean, I think we come in on Monday, and this thing probably goes to, like, how many times can it short squeeze before it actually just fails all the way down? Where's the next line of support? I have no idea, but I almost want to say 10 because psychological level, and then 8 because it had the run up, and then it stopped at 8, and then we actually broke and ran. So from a kind of longer term perspective, I would say 8 or just in front of 8 and 10 are your next kind of levels. It is right at the moving average right now, but I just think, I mean, it's down 5% today. This doesn't look good, and it gives you a double top. Doesn't spend any time above 12. Just pop and drop into VWAP, getting the flush. Probably going to give an 11 test at some point. Yeah, absolutely dead on that one. So this is one that I'm sort of beating myself up for not swinging it short. But at the same time, there's no free lunch, and I'd imagine those put contracts were not cheap, man, because the market is not free. The market knows all, and you pay the piper for a lot of these moves. Time is not on your side. You have to time it right. So yeah, all these things you got to kind of ask yourself. Let's go back and look at Tesla very quickly to see where this is. We're at 194 now. Wow. Okay. All right, Tesla.
Yeah, everything's coming down, man.
Yeah, man. Next up, Tesla 185. Maybe not today, but like, yeah, I think we're headed to 185 on that one.
Yeah, I was just looking at NVIDIA here. I'll pull in my chart over here. Check this out. This 210 area that we're looking at, this consolidation, you can see it much nicer on this chart closer together. But yeah, it seems like we've kind of broken into this, and we have these extreme extension lows down here in the 208s. So yeah, like, you just take it level to level. If it breaks a level, like, I know some people like to play under over, and if you can finesse the under over nice, you can hold on to extended moves if we do test the bottom of this range here. That 210 breaking on NVIDIA here, I got that on watch. Google also, again, still playing with that 95 area on Google. Some consolidation here. I don't really want to touch it right now. I'm just waiting for it to pick a direction off of this 95 area, really. Luca?
Yeah, thanks for that. I'm just quickly looking at the chat, seeing somebody is Trader TV holding a birthday party with beers tonight for Luca.
Oh, that would be fun.
I mean, we could do Friday beers.
Hey, it is your birthday, right? I mean, it could be your birthday any day, every day, right?
So
we're enjoying life here, right?
Yeah. We're enjoying. Last week was amazing, and part of me put on the Ferrari jacket because it had the red, and I was like, oh, Free Fall Friday, I got the red. But the other part of me was like, I wore it last time, and we had Spros and cannolis and pizza. I was like, do we do it again? Yeah, guys, it's up to you. Make it happen if you're interested. But yeah, man, I see somebody in the chat saying something else here about Tesla 17. Farm trader, yeah, man. I think eventually Tesla 21,
Tesla 17,
Tesla 23. That's kind of 2023. Tesla goes to 23. I don't know. Anything's possible there.
$23? Is that what they're saying?
$23.
Right.
Well, he's farm trader saying Tesla 17, and I.
So you got those leap shorts, those leap puts on.
Yeah,
right?
man. It's I don't know, man. I think like this run up was crazy. Guys, look at the daily on Tesla. Obviously, you know, we're trading it every single day, but just take a second to realize this was the start of the year. Where was it? Right here. Yeah, right over here. So Tesla was at 106 to start the year. It dipped into 101. It broke 200 just like the other day. So that is 100% return in like a month. Like in a month, 100% return. That's wild, man. That's wild. On something like Tesla, oh my God, you could have literally bought like 175 calls for the end of the month. You would have paid nothing for them, and that would have probably paid like a 50x on something like that. So yeah, I would say like, yeah, that's a crazy move, man. That's an absolutely crazy move. The Meek saying, Luca, I can get a reference for you for work on the floor. Will you bring 100 pounds of? I will bring 100 pounds of peanut butter. Yeah, guys, if you're interested in applying to trade on the prop floor, feel free to email Brankles. That's Brandon at selectvantage.com. You know, if you think it's something that'll interest you, spend time with like-minded people, feel free to send your resume through. You need to be in the GTA. The next training group starts the end of February, so get those resumes in the next couple weeks. If you are interested in something like that. And yeah, man, I mean, feel free to bring 100 pounds of peanut butter. I would be a happy camper on that one if you bring that through. I'm looking at Tesla 194 thinking, do I try this bounce play? Yes, absolutely. So let's gonna put a bid in front of 194, see if I get that fill, bounce, take the 50 cents over and over again. That is the plan. It worked on NVIDIA. Why not Tesla again? I like these kind of plans where I can just do the same trade over and over again. It doesn't matter the symbol. This is kind of like a strategy that I apply to many different names. And so, for example, whoever called NVIDIA 210, thank you so much for that one, because it was literally get long, get it out. I mean, it doesn't, obviously, NVIDIA, you know, moved from 220 down to 210, but I'll take this little bit of a scalp trade and then get out, break even on the rest of that. So pretty solid. I'm going to try it with Tesla. Hopefully it doesn't absolutely butcher me. But yeah, let's go with that one. Dennis saying, Luca, what are your thoughts on XPON? We can have a look here. XPON, I was looking at it in the morning, and then I was like, I don't know. It sort of feels like the one to do high day clear out. I think I was talking to one of the traders in the back. And where did I see this? This was at, okay, so that I didn't even look at it after that. It was sort of, no, maybe I was thinking of another one, actually. Okay, disregard what I just said there. This is not the one. But I think potential double top on this. Let's look at the daily, because anytime you look at small caps, like large caps, they're going to have personalities. And this one, the first thing that stands out to me is the fact that we exploded to the north side and then rejected, exploded to the north side again, rejected again. And I think third time's the charm, it's going to do the exact same. But the key level on this one is clearly 4. If we break 4, then you get maybe an explosive move to the upside. But it just feels like it cannot really spend a lot of time above this sort of 3, I would even say like 350 into 4. So it literally goes 350 above, trigger the stops, and tank below. I'm assuming that's what it did on this day and this day. So I would not be surprised if it just kind of flushes back down. But it's not, yeah, it's not really, I mean, it does like a little bit of an over-under flush. It does it again, flush. Maybe it wants to go a third time and then flush. I would just say if you guys see something intraday and a stock shows you its personality and it shows you its hand, it shows you it does something the first time, the second time, do not be surprised if it does it the third time. And so what I'm referring to is the fact that, look at this candle right here. And I know it's very, very specific, right? But it literally makes a high, it goes down, it makes another high for 1 second, flushes, right? Goes up again, flushes, makes a high, flushes, makes a high, flushes, right? Makes another high, flushes. So if it wants to make another high, I would just assume that it's going to flush again. Eventually, maybe this thing kind of fails back down, depending the catalyst. If you think the catalyst is real, if you think there's actually volume for this thing to continue and go, then, you know, take shots where shots are warranted. But volume is always the tell. Volume is sort of dying down, and it really does pick up on the high day moves. So for me, this is not a specific high day clear out, but it is always going to the highs, triggering the stops, and then it just kind of flushes back to the downside. So yeah, I would say I think Joshua 3.7 to 4 are the two levels that you're looking at. I kind of agree with that, but I kind of use an area. So I would say if it gets into the 370 to 4 area, that is a potential area for like an over-under tape teleportation. And if you see it very, very slow, then it gets there, and then it goes crazy and then flushes down, like that's your sign that the short is good there. So I'm actually long Tesla right now. It is breaking the level. I'm going to add a little bit more to this one, and then I'm going to see if this can actually bounce here. So my average is not too bad. Let's see if this wants to bounce up 20, 30 cents. If not, if we keep going to the downside, where's the market here? Market is, yeah, making another low on that one. This one feels okay. So I think I'm sized accordingly too. So yeah, this is like a little bit of a dip. Broke the level though, broke the level. So lighter size the first time, letting it break the level, watching it quickly. I like where I stand on this one. I like where I stand for the time being. So let's see if this can rip back to the upside, maybe get 50 cents out of it. And yeah, right now catching a falling knife. Hopefully it doesn't turn into a sword and slice my my body in half here. I think it was Sean one time who said, yeah, sword, knife. And I was like, yeah, it's a sword when it's really painful. Maybe Stressla is the sword and Apple is the knife. But let's just see where this one wants to go. Gonna hold on to it for a little bit and reevaluate. If it breaks that 93.50, 40 area and keeps going to the downside, obviously the short is good. But yeah, sized accordingly, so not really too worried with this one.
Yeah, I'm here looking at this NVIDIA real close because like we are approaching this, was it 208 area from before? I have a small short on. I'm looking for that 208 test going into the area, and if we get it, I'll cover right in front of the 208 and reassess around that area. But that's what I'm looking for right now. We are about, I think it's 20 cents in the money right now. Looking for further selling pressure coming in. I think I want to start covering a little bit, going into the level right here. Take some covers. And here we are. We're here at 208, and now I'm watching to see if those sellers really are taking out the bids that last quarter on top of 28, how aggressive that last quarter gets taken out. And based off of that, like we can gauge the probability of a 208 break, right? So just it's a little bit of a tape reading there on this NVIDIA short.
Yeah, guys, you can come back to my screen very quickly. So this is basically what I was going for, man. So I took the long, it popped, I got the fill, I was lucky with it. And I do understand this is against the trend. I get that. But at the same time, I've seen these so many times, and it's just a part of my playbook. Like, play the bounce play, get out on the pop. Play the bounce play, get out on the pop. It looks silly, but again, I'm not the trader to get into a short and then hold it the whole way down. It's just not the way that I trade. I try to do it. It just never works. Look, I was long here. I tried to hold and I lost, but I made money on the scalp. So for myself, long, take it out, long, take it out. Let's see if it breaks 93 and continues to the downside. It's just my strategy, man. I just think liquidity vacuums. If something flushes very hard into one area, you have this huge liquidity vacuum in the other area, and then you kind of play off fresh liquidity. If it doesn't keep going, where's it going to go? It's going to instantly rip back, and then I just provide liquidity and take it out on the other side. It's always a challenge when you're trying to get fills in strategies like that against the trend, but at the same time, I'm not taking this trade with extreme amounts of size at 12:20 on a Friday in the afternoon. I'm taking this trade with reasonable amounts of size, a part of the things that I've seen over and over again, repeatable strategy, and I just go from there. So it's definitely not complaining at this point if it keeps bouncing to the north side. It's just not a part of my strategy anyways, and yeah, it is down 6.5%. So where's the bottom? I don't know. I guess 190 maybe. 190 psychological level on that one. So we'll see if it actually wants to get there. Let's pull up the daily very quickly just to see if there's anything that stands out to me. Yeah, maybe 190.81. So real bounce play that I would actually potentially hold for a little bit of a bigger move up is a 190.81-ish area. And I want to believe that this bottom wick is real. So I'm basically going off the fact that it was around 190.50 before it actually ran into 200 and then broke. That is a huge indecision candle, man. That looks like a doji, indecision candle right at the top. Now we kind of reject and go to the downside. I do still think that Tesla will be headed towards at least this moving average, so call it 184, 180 area. And then we kind of test, and then do we continue back down and then go to 160? Potentially. But for the time being, intraday, oh man, what a bounce. Okay, now I just feel dumb. Okay, yeah, whatever. This is the thing. I still get upset, man. I still get upset. What a dip and rip. Oh, wow, man. Wow. Okay, so yeah, maybe I should have held that one. But no, but that's the thing. You can't, because it's not a part of the strategy. You got to do things and just stick to the plan. That's the main thing as a day trader. Stick to the plan and then watch it go without you and just be very upset about it. Be very upset about it. Oh,
don't
my
get
God.
tilted.
It's, you know what it is? I feel so dumb. And I'm doing this live, man. I'm doing this like you're watching this in real time. So it's what a feeling coming on here, doing this live, explaining that, yeah, I'm just taking my win. It's against the trend. And then it explodes. And that's like $1.60 now I would have been in the money. Whatever. It's all good, man. It's, you know what? It's all good because I'll find another trade. I will find another trade. I will make more money. Life is good. I will manifest this into reality. Let's see if Google can actually get closer to 94. I didn't get that fill. I think I was bidding 21s, and this thing goes to 25s. All right, noted. Next time, 26. Don't ever say, oh, man, why am I so dumb? Because you're literally going to answer that question, and you're not going to like the answer. Say, what could I do differently? So on the Google bounce play where I'm bidding 94 21s, I don't say, oh, why don't I bid 26? I go, what could I do differently? And the answer to that is bid 26 next time. So when there's a next time, I'll go up 5 more cents from there, and yeah, go and then kind of reevaluate and try to make decisions. Yeah, I try, man. TOD, I assume your name is Todd. I try. I see Connor in the chat saying SPY just touched 161 downside gap, fib target. Hence the reason. Oh, yeah, nice. Thank you for coming through with all these kind of levels and everything. It's nice to see. I love the community. I obviously love coming on here. It's, a pleasure spending time here. Guys, we got 2.1K likes This is light, man. This is light. I think we can get those numbers up. If you're enjoying the video, if you like the video, like the video. It's Friday. It's free day. Life is good going into the weekend. As a trader, I think we have the best of both worlds because we come in on Monday and say, thank God it's Monday, man. Let's go.
Oh, yeah.
And then when it's Friday, I go,
Do you like
let's
the weekends?
go. Huh?
Do you like the weekends?
I love the weekends, man.
Oh, the weekends are great, but like, I don't know, man. I don't know how I feel too much about the weekends. I like the weekdays because the markets are open. I just, sometimes you wish they were just open 24 hours.
Yeah.
Which is a great thing about crypto. But like, if I ever started seriously trading crypto, I don't think that'd be great for my health.
See, that's the thing, man. My friends used to trade crypto, and they would be like, I was in this position, I went to sleep, I was up like 15 grand. And then they're like, if I just like woke up at 3:30 in the morning and sold it, I would have made 27, but I lost everything.
Oh man, have your orders out, man. Have your orders out.
Yeah, guys, I don't think, I honestly don't believe that 24-hour markets for the stock market is a good idea. And the specific reason why I say that is because Citadel wants that.
Oh,
so
yeah.
Citadel wants that, so I don't want it, because I know Citadel, they only want things that are good for themselves. And they'll say all types of things, saying it's good for liquidity, and you could trade anytime. Let's be real here. No. They'll say, oh, it's a globalized market. Why do we have to go based on New York times when there's people all over the world in different time zones? Just know that anytime somebody that's making a lot of money, like an institution like Citadel says, yeah, we'll cut the spread in half. We'll give you fractions of a cent.
Oh.
We'll provide so much liquidity for you guys to make money. Just keep in mind that, they are a business. They do have a vested interest. And didn't they post like crazy profits? Like they just blew through all-time highs on their profits.
Yeah.
I think they paid Cardi B $1 million, $2 million for like a 30-minute show.
Wow.
I don't know if it was them. I don't know if it was them.
They got stupid money to blow then.
If you're doing that, yeah, man, it's wild. So again, nothing against them. They're obviously providing, a lot of liquidity to the markets, making things flow steadily. But they wouldn't be doing it if they weren't making a lot of money, and it's all public. You can go see. They are making tons of money. So yeah, they want 24-hour markets. I think that's a huge concern. I definitely do not agree with 24-hour open markets. I think that's very silly. So yeah, hopefully that doesn't happen. But anything's possible. I have no say. I understand that. Let's go back to Apple here very quickly, because this thing rejected 150, gave me my money back, and I'm coming back with a vengeance, I feel like. So do we actually reject 150 again, or do we now go through it? We're at the 50-period cap. I'm going to go long here because I think we're actually going to get to 150. But I'm willing to add to this, and I'm willing to off this very quickly. But I just want to see how it rejects around 150. I think we test it, we drop a little bit, we eventually get to 150. 150 is going to, if 150 prints, there's tons of liquidity at that level. So let's see if it wants to actually get there. Going to add a little bit more on this dip. And I'm not convinced that we're actually going to continue to sell off extremely hard. And the market is sort of curling back to the upside. But again, have to be a little bit careful with this one because it was already up. It's now like breaking, so it's not making a higher low and then going to the upside. It is going down, and I know Connor in the chat is going to basically say, Luca, bro, what are you doing longing again? We'll see, man. We'll see. I'm not like too committed to this one anyway. So yeah, pretty chilling with it. All is good. Boba Plays, US 199 super chat. Thank you so much. Thoughts on Lyft? I think I spoke about it before, but let's pull it up again because I assume I didn't get the fill yet. It's okay. We're still at 10:30 here. I really like this over VWAP. And let me just draw like a line here. I love being able to draw on these charts. So let's pull this up very quickly. 12 is the better level on the daily. Just to kind of say this again, 12 is where it sort of closed yesterday post earnings, give or take around 12. If in the morning it opened at around 11, ripped into 12, I would have thought that it would have ripped to the upside and then faded back to the opening price, if not lower, and then that's like the banger short. For myself, I long and short in all areas, but I really like the odds when something like this rips into 12. You can actually take that short and then ride it all the way back down, kind of better bang for your buck. So 12 is like the serious resistance level. We didn't actually get there. We just faded right off the morning. At this point going forward for the rest of the day, I was hoping that this would pop because I wanted this to like pop, and then I thought we could like drop again. So like this is where I wanted it. But it's not doing that, right? It's just kind of doing nothing. So if for whatever reason it does like that, I want to see this, right? If it does this, great. What I don't want to see is, a continuation of that move, which would then entail some sort of short squeeze. But again, negative earnings, down on the day, down 36%. If it goes up and then goes like this and then goes up again, I should just be out over here. So like short here, it should go down. If it goes up, get out. Asymmetrical risk, I don't mind if it makes another high. I actually want it to. That'll be the volume spike for the over-under. So if it goes to here, it can like slowly go down. Then it could do like that, right? But if it goes to there, maybe like a quick, like over-under, give me the fill, give me the part fill, I don't even care, and ride all the way back down. So that's my thoughts on Lyft. Thank you again for the super chat. Austin Sowers, what's going on, Austin? Saying, Luca, would you say Baba wicked into the uptrend today? Okay, let's have a look at Baba. I always lose on Alibaba. I always lose. So yeah, Michelle, if you're still watching, you want to inverse something, inverse my Baba trades, man. I'm telling you, I lose all the time on Alibaba. So yeah, maybe I should just stay away from those trades. But do I think it wicked into an uptrend? I'm gonna let me pull up the daily because the 15-minute.
What's happening?
Yeah, let me have a look here. Yeah, so I was essentially gonna pull up the daily here, and we had this is what I was speaking about before. We had the up move, and then we're getting that dip on the daily. And so it is, the low here is around that 103 area, and you're getting the 50 period, I think, on the daily here that's actually getting close to the 100 level. I don't know where the rest, oh, there it is. Okay, perfect. So it's kind of like right in and around the 100. So I actually, like for like a swing, like if we get a dip into like 100 or this 50 period, if it comes on Monday, or if we get a gap down and this thing opens at like 101 for whatever reason, I think I'll fade the gap to the upside. Maybe I'll try something like that, kind of playing off the 100 level. But again, this is something that's it's pretty clean in terms of where we're headed. Up move, dip. I think we're going to get another dip potential, and then back to the upside. Let me do another little bit of a where's this thing here? Let me kind of show what I want. What I would like to happen is a test of this and then back up. Like that would be it following the trend, staying extra clean on it. So yeah, intraday, bouncing off the 103 level. That's been like the low for the past couple days on the daily. I think you can respect that level until it breaks, give or take. And then if it breaks, we maybe test the 50 period on the daily. That would be probably a bigger level. And then if we flush there, then everybody would be eyeing the 100 level. So yeah, 3 levels there: 103, 101.88, give or take, and then 100 for the bounce there. I don't know where my chart just went here. I have so many charts open. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so that's kind of the level. Now, if we break 100 and go, then yeah, I don't know, maybe this line. But then this is like a loose line of support. It's more so like an area. So yeah, this general area right over here, if holds and bounce back to the upside, then we could get going and then go retest that maybe 110 and then maybe 120. Obviously, everything is kind of dependent of market sentiment. If market rips down, then all these things are kind of off the table. I know that CPI, if I'm not mistaken, CPI is coming in next week.
Yeah, I think that's definitely next week.
Yeah, so CPI is coming through. Let's see if that wants to move the market. Wow, what a move on Apple. Okay, sick.
Yeah, I think things are starting to bottom or starting to consolidate.
Nice
check out this 208 area we were talking about on Nvidia. Literally the bottom wick. I played the short. Catching that 208 test, and then I went long after that 208 hold. I kind of missed that initial pop. I looked away literally for a couple of minutes, and it was at 209 again. Like that's how badly this price didn't want to hold. So now I'm looking for that 209 hold and continuation to see if this downtrend on the day could be potentially broken. And if it is broken, like I could imagine all the shorts that are kind of riding their positions are going to start to get a little sweaty, and we might get some buying pressure that we can ride off of those. On Nvidia and maybe on other names in the market too. I'm just talking about Nvidia here, but other names like Amazon broke that 97. That was also a key area. And after we broke that 97, look at that. We almost test the 96. And again, similar trades here. I'm taking the 97 break, right? Not so great at catching the momentum. Like I need to work on my executions. But after that 97 broke, like look, you test the 96.50 and then you attempt to test that 96 area. And now this is also curling with the rest of the market. So let's see if there is any continuation on this, or this is just part of the overall trend, and we're just going to hit the top of the range there on Amazon and Nvidia. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see what happens there, guys. Apple ripping to the north side with the rest of the market. Look at this chart, baby. This is absolutely awesome. So I'm in this long. It's going to the downside. I'm looking at my position. I'm saying like, oh man, like it's going down now. Like, should I be adding? I didn't because I don't actually love it. Then we ripped to the upside, taking the fills at 150. I thought that it could continue. That's why I kind of held. And then we instantly broke back through 150. So yeah, I don't know. That was a fast move, man. That was a fast move from like 4080s into through VWAP. So like a 6-point move, give or take, like that, like super quick. So it kind of ripped, and I got a little excited, and I thought I should have had probably more orders out. But then I just offed the majority. So like this was a good fill. Then this was like the rest of the size. Now I'm sort of in the position, but I'm chilling with it. I want to see if this thing can actually like curl up. Like is this move up in the overall market? Is this a sign that we're going to actually continue back and then go through VWAP on the market, on Apple, on a lot of these names? Or was this just like a kind of whipsaw action for whatever reason? And now we just kind of fade back into the range. So at this point now, guys, if Apple goes against me, and even if it gets down here, I'm not super worried. I made the majority of the money on that, pretty good, taking like 10, 20 cents. I think it was actually, yeah, 20-cent win on that. So yeah, definitely can't complain. We'll look for another one. So I'm going to hold on to the rest of that. I'll probably off this trade if we don't hold, right? If we don't hold and we're just kind of drifting and then selling, then I'll just go back to it and reevaluate. So not really too worried with it anymore. So yeah, that was a sick trade on that one. Google also went up, so everything basically went up. I know somebody was asking, what's happening? Google's flying to the upside. Everything kind of had that very quick move to the upside and then instantly reversed. I want to long Google, but like closer to 94. So right now I'm just kind of chilling. This is sort of telling me to go long though. Yeah, let me go long this actually. I'm gonna go long here, light size, really light size, because this could just flush. I don't know what's gonna happen next. I want to be in something right now for the longs. So yeah, long Apple, long Google, pretty light on the size, so not like super concerned with it. I'll just reevaluate. If this goes to the north side, I'll take the money. If it goes against me, I'll lose like a little amount. So I'm not really like super concerned with it. And yeah, guys, for anybody wondering, and Bears vs. Bulls obviously updating along the way. Thank you so much. Oh, is Fed Whaler talking right now? I guess he's live. I didn't even know that. Well, there you go. That's cause for something to pop there. But yeah, for anybody wondering, the trader to the right of me, Obi, the man, the myth, the legend himself, coming in clutch today. Sharif is, yeah, maybe somebody said in the morning, they're like, yeah, Sharif's not in because he's trying to locate more eggs. That could be.
Yeah, he's on the hunt for more protein. That's what it is.
Yeah, trying to get more protein there. But yeah, no, he's fine. He's just taking the day off to kind of reset. Yeah, never a good time to come in sick. I told him, man, I said, listen, Sharif, if you're sick, I don't want you beside me, bro. You take as much time as you need. I can do the show, and Obi coming in clutch to sit beside me, or else it would have literally been the Luca show with nobody else, and I would have just sat here all day. And I mean, I love to talk.
I mean, you could probably do that. You could probably have your own show,
yeah,
just the Luca show, and you know you can just kill it.
The Luca show, 10 hours a day, all day, every day. Yeah, nonstop talking. That would be a lot of fun. I guess I would get tired, maybe. I'm not sure. Apple's moving back to the upside here, so liking the way that it looks thus far. I'm going to throw out some stink offers at like 150.30 in case we like wick up there. In case whoever's speaking right now, if he gives a reason for this market to just explode to the upside, then yeah, double it saying, hell yeah, Luca, show 8 to 4. Oh man, could you imagine 8 to 4? It's funny because I talk all day, and then I get off the show and I continue to talk, and I'm like, no, I can't do that. That would be so much talking, but I talk forever. Yeah,
oh,
well,
wow.
Crypto 24 hours. I'll be talking 24 hours all day, all night.
All of it.
Oh man, imagine how many espressos I would be drinking on a 24-hour show. That'd be probably like, yeah, at least 24 espressos. I would probably need a lot of sauna to get that out of me and then kind of reset from there. Yeah, I don't know where I'm going with this, but yeah, it's because I'm Italian. Of course I can talk. Yeah, man, having a great time. The Meek saying Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Are you a Star Wars fan?
I am not really. I've watched, but I'm not like
I'm not like a super fan, but like I love the story, I love the books. Sorry, the movies and some of the games too are great. Oh wow, look at this Nvidia go, man. Like I was trying to long off this area, I took some scalps, but like bigger picture move, man. Like that 208 to 210, that's like $2 that you could have made, right? So it's like instead of taking all of these, I'm trying to get better at like my executions where I'm like thinking a little bit bigger picture where like if it is a key area, I want to hold it a little bit longer for that bounce. And like you guys were here for that. We talked about 211 being an area, 210 being an area, and then 208 being the ultimate bottom before longs really start to sweat off of this consolidation area for the past few months. But yeah, that's 208 to 210, that $2 I think was very high probability. We took scalps in it, but again, I'm working on that execution to clean that up and take out the noise from my trading.
Can I just say one thing very quickly? Come to my screen very quickly, guys. This is Pride in the back on the 1s and 2s in my ear, and he goes, Luke Skywalker and Obi-Wan Kenobi. This is digital warfare. We're coming in. We're slicing robots. Oh,
dual
my goodness.
lightsabers out here.
Why don't I think of that? That's wow, man. This is okay. I'm excited now. I'm excited. Yeah, I want to trade more now.
Trading with the force out here.
It's yeah, man. That's oh wow, yeah.
Oh, look at that.
Let's go. Let's go. Okay, yeah. Somebody Photoshop that. Hopefully, screenshot that. Tag me on Instagram if you follow me. I can repost that. Luke Skywalker, Obi-Wan Kenobi. We got this. This is digital warfare. The bots got nothing on us, man. They got nothing on us. The Death Star Citadel is maybe watching, maybe not. And all I gotta say is, bring it on, baby. Bring it on. Bring your best. I'm here. I'm dancing, and yeah, having a great time doing it. I want to quickly talk about XPON because I think it was Joshua in the chat who's like, Luca, yeah, XPON, whatever. So this is the thing. It makes the high a day. I was going over the high a day and then how it kind of pop and drops. It literally just did that. So it made the high sort of held, then did the quick over under, and then flush. And I think, was it you who was saying 370 into 4? That was the area, and it literally goes 370. It does the volume, and then boom, to the downside. Now, it's not what it could be. What it could be is into a down halt and then prints all the way lower. That's like banger for the shorts. But yeah, kind of over under flush. You know, if you take that kind of area, if you're watching the tape, or if you let it go up and then it goes back down, you hit the short with it. You know, you're in the money now, and you're basically chilling and laughing because you are 20 cents in the money. Now it's trade management. What do you want to do with that? It's completely up to you. But yeah, it was a good look. And again, it's not rocket science. It's more so it did it the first time, it did it the second time, it did it the third time. It's showing you its hand. You know, the algo is smart, but it's not that smart because it continues to show its hand. So yeah, take shots where shots are warranted. If you recognize patterns, that's, in my opinion, an intraday pattern that you can recognize on a small cap, something that's repeatable over and over again. I sometimes trade them, sometimes I don't. When I do get into these trades, what I really want to see is a lot of volume all day because then it pops, drops, goes into a down halt, and completely nukes. So that's kind of the best. That's kind of the best case scenario for yeah, Scalp Jedi. Who said that? John Mark. Scalp Jedi's over here scalping the market. Oh baby, oh baby, guys, hit the like button. 2.2K likes. Come on. We got Luke Skywalker. We got Obi-Wan Kenobi scalping the markets.
I'm loving these NVIDIA scalps, man.
Yeah, man, I know you're all over NVIDIA, eh?
Oh yeah, like that 208 level, man. Like I like that. I like that a lot. And now that we're pushing back above 210, I think that's something to be watching out for. And like if this continues off into a trend break on the overall day, like yeah, we might get a close on Friday trying to push into this 212 area. So. Again, I don't know what the market's going to do. I'm just looking for signs that will change my bias and probabilities. So let's see if there's any follow through and break of the range in the trend here on NVIDIA.
Yeah, for sure. Use the force, Luke. Oh man, I'm using all the tools in my toolkit. Somebody before was asking me. They're like, hey, Luca, or hey, Scalp Demon, one of the two, saying, hey, you know, you scalp a lot. What do you do with your orders? Okay, to be honest, I don't remember the specific question, but it was something about order management and all that stuff. So let me just quickly comment on that. When Google was dropping down, and this was around 12:10, when Google was dropping down, I was like, okay, maybe 94 bounce play. So what I do is I'm throwing my orders out in and around 94 for the bounce play. I want it to come down. I want it to fill my orders. I want it to bounce. I want to get out. You guys know the deal. Now this is type of order management. I'm just kind of sending them. I send to whichever venues that I want. So I know Sean always talks about like using ARCA. Sometimes they pay a rebate. Sometimes they don't. Digital Warfare, or Wild West, I should say. I'm not really sure. But for the most part, they should be paying some sort of a rebate the last time I checked. But depending where you route is not really super important in my opinion, unless you think you have the specific level dead to rights. You want to just go with the venues that print the most volume. That's kind of your safest bet. So if you're trading a NASDAQ stock, it's probably going to be NASDAQ. It's probably going to be ARCA. It's probably going to be, you know, one of the two. And if you want to route to dark pools, if that's kind of your thing, just make sure you go to FINRA and look at the stocks that you're trading. Look at which dark pools do the most volume. So for example, if you're trading an Apple, maybe it's JP Morgan's dark pool that does the most volume on Apple. But if you're trading Google, maybe it's somebody else, Credit Suisse's dark pool that does the most volume there. So if you're battling for fills and you're having challenges, you can always look into that. But essentially, order management, I have the orders out for the bounce play, and it doesn't get there. So now at this point, those orders are canceled. I am no longer waiting for a bounce play because it didn't really, the bounce play is right here. It's like if it keeps going, it dips and then it bounces. This is more of like it's just kind of floating back into the 50. Now it's ranging, it's struggling at 95. It's finding a little bit of support at 94.50. It's in this tight 50-cent range, no longer a bounce play. So yeah, canceling the orders, waiting for the next setup. Maybe I still like the long at 94, but not bounce play, so I restructure it all together. So what that means is I basically I restructure how the orders are and go from there. As you guys can see, I'm long Google now, just kind of off the 50 period, light size. I'm wondering, do we drift higher? I want to be long something. Apple, I offed a little bit because it's like a time stop. So it popped. That's the size. That's the size. Now holding a little bit. It can't get over 150. It gets there again. I was like, okay, let me take a little bit off. As it's popping here, I want to, let me take a little bit more off over here. It's just taking too long. Like if this ripped, I would still be in the trade because it'd be like up, hold trend, continue to go higher, test the VWAP. But it's just chilling over here, not really exploding to the north side. So I'm just kind of slowly going to get, like if it keeps testing 150 and it doesn't break, I'll just continue to get out, get out, get out, get out. But yeah, I still want to kind of see if this wants to go to the upside and continue. Hills, I got some out at 220, still holding the majority of this light position, but I got a little bit out at 221 because I wanted it to do kind of parabolic move to the upside. It stalled in and around this level last time, and it keeps like flushing to the downside. So I was just like, hey, let me get some out in case we flush. At least I get some out. But I just feel like that was the right thing to do, and clearly like we're down again. But yeah, hopefully this thing can continue to the north side. I'm still in the position, so still watching that very closely to see where that one wants to go. Ice Baby saying Luke Skywalker is a cool scalp demon, is on the dark side. I'm in my own world, man, doing my own thing. There's no sides. This is the Luca world. You're watching it live, ladies and gentlemen. Hit that like button if you are liking the video. Trying my best to multitask here. It's been a lot of fun to start the year, and hopefully continues to be fun going into the future. Bob saying what's good for Citadel is not good for retail. Yeah, man, they obviously it's a zero-sum game for sure. So my win is somebody else's loss, and vice versa. My loss, somebody else's win. That's why when I lose, I just kind of leave that loss, and I'm just like, okay, who was on the other side of that one? But trying my best to not remind myself that it is a zero-sum game and just trade my own plan, stick to the plan that I think works, build a repeatable strategy, and continue to do the right thing, in my opinion, and go from there. I am basically chilling with these longs right now and waiting to see if we do get the pop-up on any of these names, I can finally flip short. I do want the shorts up here. On Apple, like that 150, 50 into 151. It's just struggling so much that if for whatever reason we rip with no news, those will probably be money shorts. So yeah, let's see if any of these names can go up, and then I will kind of reevaluate. The Tesla is like floating around, so yeah, maybe it runs into a little bit of resistance, which it already did actually. This is kind of the bottoming out area, this area into this area. So call it 196 into 196.50, and it already rejected the first time. I think if we get back there, I actually like 196.5 for a scalp trade. So yeah, let me go 196.5 on the short over there, start the position. The market is, struggling with VWAP right now. So I just think like the common theme this week, in my opinion, has been serious flushes to the downside at any given moment. This is the 1 minute on the ES. So let's just pull this up for a sec. It's like it had the up move, and now it's like struggling. So even if we break the high, are we going to break out to the upside, or are we going to break, quickly reverse, and then reverse back to the low of the day? So I'm kind of waiting for that reaction to happen, and then if it does happen, I can then make a decision based on that. Pretty light on the longs anyway, so if it goes to the upside, I'll be right on it. But I would love to get Tesla short at some point and then kind of ride that down. I mean, down 5.6%. I want to short the pops here. So yeah, if we can get to 96.50, going to try that. Willing to average into it. I don't think it's going to rip to VWAP and continue. If it does, then 200 will be maybe a little bit of a magnet. And then it could be interesting for like some type of over-under action. So yeah, watching that area there, waiting for either bounce play on Google or short the pops on Apple, Google. And yeah, this Hills, just kind of waiting for the Hills, man. Does it want to go there? Does it not? Maybe I got to call a weekend and he can expedite that process.
Yeah, I really like this this 95 area on Google, man. Like, actually, like I've talked to a couple traders about this. So Google has two stocks, right? That trade. There's GOG and then GOGL. In my opinion, then now it's just for me. It depends on like how you do your charting and everything. I think that the charting is nicer for me on the C-class shares, so I prefer trading those. But again, like it's pretty much the same stuff. It's up to you, but yeah, this 95 area, like, see, we've slowed down on the trend, and then we've kind of started consolidating around this 95 orbit. So this could be a tell as to where the rest of the day might lead to if we can judge how it interacts with this 95 area on Google. But you can see that ES also kind of bounced off this 4070 area, which is also key. I think it was 4075 I have down as a key area. But again, it's an area. It's almost never gonna be like that exact price. It's very rare to hit your exact price, but it's always gonna be an area, and we have kind of pulled back up off of that 4075 area. But I don't think it doesn't look very likely that we will reach like the 4100 again, but we'll see. Who knows? I don't know.
Yeah, well, we shall see. A lot of day trading is you're going to just say to yourself, we shall see. I feel like I say that all the time. But yeah, definitely exciting, man. Definitely exciting. What am I looking at here? What are we watching? Let's see if there's anything else moving. Guys in the chat, let me know what you're trading as well. Somebody's saying lift bottom in, question mark. I have no idea, lift bottom in. I'm not even like thinking the long here, man. It's like when you see this, especially on a Friday, like you're hoping that you get long, and it just like rips to the north side. But I just don't love that. There's a little bit of size at 1025. You know, there's probably going to be size 1025, and then your next level is maybe like 10, going into 10. John, the trading show with Luca. Yeah, exactly. Doing it live, man. Doing it live. Just patiently waiting for something to come to fruition, for something to move here. I think, is that the rejection we're looking for? Okay, I got to short something here. Let me off this Apple trade. I'm out of this Apple trade. And let me off this Google trade as well. I just don't want this anymore. I don't want this to distract me because I have a bad habit of getting distracted. I'm in a long, but I really want the short if the short's going to be good. And is the market actually now rejecting? I feel like, okay, maybe. Do we get one more pop? And what is a name that I should short? Somebody's saying look at NEO. Okay, I'll quickly look at this before I find some shorts. Where is this thing? NEO, okay, high day here. This is, yeah, I don't really know what I think about NEO. It's in a pretty tight range, so 10 the bottom. This is actually, when a bounce play comes to fruition on something like NEO, I really like it if it comes into 10. Look at this. This goes to 10.02, doesn't break 10, and then rips all the way up to 10.20. Talk about you could risk off the size of 10 if you're like quick enough to do so. And if you're bidding like, let's say 10.03, you're risking 3 cents to get 20 cents to the upside. That's what? That's like a 7 to 1 almost. So yeah, in day trading, you know, a lot of people love day trading that don't day trade, and the reason why I love day trading is because of the asymmetrical risk. Where else do you find, you know, 15 to 1s, 10 to 1s in like, what is this, 10.06 to 10.13? So in 5 minutes, you could get a 7 to 1, and on something like NEO, I mean, unlimited size, give or take. So yeah, NEO right now, I don't think anything of it. I don't want to long or short it. Maybe this is a little bit of a potential head and shoulders here, where it kind of shoulders, head, pop again, and then reverses. It's just very, very slow. It's not really doing anything too crazy. So I am going to stay away from that. I got to short something now. I feel like that's my gut is telling me short something. I don't know what to short though. Let's see here. Tesla, no, Tesla. Nothing like looks really, really good to like jump in for the short. How about AMD, bro? Yeah, sure. Thank you for that. Let's look at AMD. Where are we on AMD? Yeah, let me try a short here. Let me try a short on AMD. I want this, if we can get up here. Where do I want to? Yeah, I'm willing to average into this. This is, I know sometimes I look at things, I get a really quick gut feel. So if this rips up, then I'll be wrong and I'll just get out of it. But I just feel like pop, pop, pop. If we're going to drop, maybe there's a little bit of room to go back to below the 50 period. So as much as I want to take I want to find like an A+ short right now, but I just feel like there's just none that are actually like setting themselves up. So maybe I got to go into this, short above 50 period, cover below, short above, cover below, and then if we start to magnet into VWAP, then it's a whole different trade altogether. So yeah, let me do that. So I'll like send some offers here on AMD. I'll do the same thing with Google as well. Let's like short this one as well. And then let me short. Apple's been struggling at 150 this whole time. So let me just punch into all these shorts right now and see if we can go. Oh, thank you so much. Water is key, man. Hydration nation, especially when you're talking nonstop. Somebody's saying, sorry?
Yeah. All right. Yeah, hydration nation, man. Got to stay hydrated. Talking this much and trading, your brain has to stay hydrated and ready to make fast and quick decisions.
Yeah, especially when you're trading like an absolute beast. So all these shorts instantly in the money right away. Let's see where they want to go here. That was like a quick move down. I want to short a little bit more actually. Let me just try to get a little bit more here of Google and Apple. Same level basically. AMD. Let me get a little bit more of this one as well. Okay, now we see where these go. If these now rip against me, it is what it is. It's super choppy, man. It's super choppy, but I just think if it's gonna be so, I'm sort of changing my now that we're approaching 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It's Friday. A lot of the volume is not there. It's probably gonna come in on the close, so like after 2. So definitely stay tuned. Closing show will probably be tons of action, and this market. I mean, it's at a key sort of area, 4,100-ish. Does that test and break up? Do we sell off? Do people think we're going to get a gap down going into next week ahead of CPI? All these things can happen. So I do think the shorts could be good. So yeah, that's basically why I'm short here. I'm basically building these positions, and then I'm putting on the hat that says we probably print the 50 period and below. Or at least I'm hoping that we do that because we're just kind of chopping around. So I will basically short all the way up for the flush back down. So I'm going to use Google, AMD, and Apple. AMD is something that I didn't look at all day, but I kind of pulled it up, and I just had a kind of intuition that, yeah, maybe this gives a flush down too. Jordan's saying NVIDIA as well. Well, I got AMD on board. So, I see what you're saying with the 211. Okay, now I got a lot, though. You know what? Let me take this too, but let me take this with like way less size. We'll take this short as well. If we get a quick flush down, I'm just going to cover this as fast as I can. Actually, where's the bottom of this? 210? Yeah, let's get down there. This one I'm pretty light on the position, though. So I'm watching a few of these. I'm going to see where everything goes. And I know Adam in the chat is like, yeah, Luca, just be patient, wait for the levels. It's fine. I think a lot of the times what I do is if I want to get in a trade that I don't absolutely love, or if I think there's a potential that it could like rip against me. So for example, a lot of these trades are correlated. NVIDIA, Apple, it's like if they pop, they're all going to pop together. So for example, we're seeing that these are all popping together. And this is the move that I was waiting for, the market to clear this level. Now it's maybe like an over-under, and then we flush back down. But I am light on the position. So because it's positions that I'm like, I don't know if I love them. Maybe this is going to happen. Maybe it's not. It's like a sort of, maybe we go back to the 50 period and print below. I'm just kind of light on the size. I just got to deal with it, right? So if I have a losing trade, then it's not like an extreme losing trade. It just is what it is. But if I have a winning trade, I'll be like, oh, sick, I won the trade. But then I'm just like, yeah, but it is the lighter size on it. But yeah, still going to take my shot because this is basically the move that I was thinking was possible, was a break of the move, kind of do a little bit more volume. It's just struggling, and then now we actually maybe flush back to the downside. So yeah, I was out of the money on everything for a moment there, but we're actually now flushing to the downside on everything. So I'm actually now in the money on everything. That was sort of the move that I was waiting for on the market, like the break of that range and then kind of flush back to the downside. So let's see where these want to go. I'm basically flat on everything. I'm literally like flat on everything right now. But let me just add maybe like a little bit more here. Actually, no, I think I missed the areas here. So yeah, we'll chill with this one. I'm basically eyeing the 50 period on everything. So Google 50 period, which is around 94.61. Let's see if it wants to get there. For the covers, AMD, same thing, 80, just below 80.90. So let's see if that wants to go down there as well. Apple popped into VWAP and then kind of dropped and now popping again. This one I want to add to this one. Let me add a little bit more here to Apple. See if it wants to flush back, and then see if it gets to 149.90s and 149.80s down over there. That'd be awesome. And we'll see where that one wants to go. Sorry, what'd you say there?
Nothing. I'm just. Okay. Oh wow, is that you?
Yeah, I guess.
That looks kind of like you, man.
Is that?
Are you
is
sure?
that with the AI thing?
Get the hell out.
No.
That was awesome, man.
Wow.
Guys, if you like that, hit the like button. Was that like
crazy.
the AI where you?
The viewer submitted it on Discord.
Oh, somebody submitted on
okay.
Discord.
That's
Thank you so
sick.
much. That was pretty awesome, man. That was pretty
You're
awesome there.
You got a Jedi picture, bro.
Oh, can you send that to me? Brad, send that to me if you can. That'd be awesome. That'd be awesome to keep. Thank you so much for that one. Yeah, man, pretty awesome. Peter's saying AMC. Do you want to have a look at AMC?
Sure, yeah, I'll take a look at AMC. Let me just, I'm dealing with this 95 position on Google. I just want to see what how it's going to act around it. Let me just quickly throw in a stop. And actually, you know what? I'll just give me a couple minutes. I'm going to probably get out of this position. If it doesn't hold, you know what? Yeah, I don't like that 95 hold. All right, so you said AMC or AMD? Luca.
Sorry, what did you say?
AMC.
AMC.
Okay. AMC, yeah, let's, AMD looking nice. All right, sometimes I feel a little excited when I see a nice chart, you know, that's
AMC, yeah.
it's a trader thing, I think. Oh, wow, look at that. Holy, that 5-break clean fade into the 470s, and then pre-market consolidation break, which was also yesterday's low. Yeah, this thing's settling off nicely. That's what it looks like. For this, we can check AMC on the daily, see what it's been doing. I know there's a lot of retail interest in this, for sure. And I think I was reading this article a few days ago that there is a lot of institutional interest on the short side on this as well. So you can see pretty much clear downtrend on the day chart for AMC with these crazy outlier pops that happen every couple months now, it seems. But yeah, bigger picture, we're coming into into these lows here. We'll see if we can finally break below, or you can see that obviously the selling on the larger time frame is outweighing the buying, which should give you a direction on where this stock might want to go. But again, you never know. All it takes is one trader, right? All it takes is one trader. You never know where the price could go. But yeah, that's my take on AMC.
Yeah, it's I looked at AMC and I was just like, I don't want to talk about this until it goes absolutely crazy. Yeah, just fading to the downside. As soon as you pulled it up and I just saw down, I go, oh yeah, AMC. Every day for AMC is a free fall kind of day. Yeah, guys, market is moving to the upside, so I'm just adding to all these shorts as per the plan, and we'll see if I'm going to be absolutely dead wrong on these trades or if I'm actually going to make some money on them. So yeah, Apple now above VWAP, basically adding a little bit here. Going to wait to see where that one wants to go. I offed the NVIDIA trade because it was a little bit of lighter size, and then I was like, whatever, I'm in the AMD. It's too correlated. I don't want to be distracted. So yeah, off the NVIDIA for the small loser, but adding to Apple, adding to AMD at the top here, and adding to Google. I think Google is the better short because all these names are moving, and I'm more out of the money. I'm down 15 cents on AMD, or sorry, 18 cents AMD and Apple, and then Google's flat. So I feel like I should be adding a little bit more to the Google trade. So let's do that. Let me add just a little bit more to the Google trade. And yeah, if we fade back down, at least I'll have Google on board for the real sick fade down. And then we'll see where these wants to go. If these actually start to rip to the upside, I probably have to have an out, which it's probably going to come back and print VWAP again. And my averages, if I'm not mistaken, are close to VWAP. So let me just, let me watch these. I'm going to basically watch these now and see what happens next. Give it a couple moments to see if I'm going to be wrong on the trade or if it's going to be, if it's actually going to work out. Chris saying I can predict the future of the stock. Laugh aloud. Yeah, no. Does this channel ever trade options? We do not trade options. We trade shares. You know, not options, but if you have any options questions, feel free to ask. I used to trade options before. It was definitely a lot of fun, had a lot of swings with it. You know, I was in university and yeah, swinging away in my account with options. It was definitely a lot of fun. It's one way to make a lot of money and then lose a lot of money very, very quickly.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, definitely fun there. Yeah, Alibaba moving to the north side for sure. Free fall Friday, I guess not, man. I guess not. If we're actually moving to the north side, maybe we just drift into the end of the day. I don't know. Maybe my read is like dead wrong on this, but I do feel that we're probably going to get back to VWAP on, for example, the Apple trade, and then AMD is like kind of still have the VWAP overhead. Google is like not even moving, so I feel like the Google short's going to be a banger there. Chill vibes, Luca. What do you think of the Cybertruck? No, that's like a no for me. I personally, yeah, I don't. It's not my, yeah, not my type of truck there. But it's, yeah, I mean, some people like it. My friend. Oh yeah, I gotta share a picture with you guys. I forgot. I don't have it available now, but I'll get it. My friend, yeah, bought a funny license plate. Actually, maybe I shouldn't share it. Actually, yeah, maybe I shouldn't. Anyways, forget I ever said that. Anyways, my friend, yeah, had a crazy Tesla. Had a crazy Tesla trade and then bought a Tesla with the profits. Wow. And nice. Yeah, so he's into that. Me, not so much. Yeah, I'll wait for the Ferrari, that's for sure.
What do you think about Ferrari making an electric vehicle?
I think, yeah, why not, to compete, but at the same time, I don't know. Electric, I'm not, yeah, I don't care for electric vehicles.
Really?
Yeah, I don't care for
What about like 5-10 years from now when almost everything may or may not be electric?
I think that's the vibe, and that's where we're going. And I'm just going to hold on to the old school cars.
Yeah.
And then everyone's going to be, and then that's what's going to happen. You know, buy the old school cars when everybody's offering them, because like, oh, electric vehicle, blah blah blah. And then when they, yeah, actually, I shouldn't say anything. Next topic. Yeah, we'll chill to see if any of these, if these shorts want to continue here. What is this? Why did this just do this? Oh, that went to 1 hour. Yeah, basically chilling with these positions. You had another topic that you wanted to say, so let me ask you a couple questions.
Sure.
Coming in as a trader, you know, into a prop floor, what changes did you have to make on the mental side of things? So, for example, like your health, what you were eating, if you how do you stay healthy? It's obviously, we're mental athletes. Right. It's very challenging to do this job. You know, you have good days. What do you do with that excitement? You have bad days. What do you do with that pain? When you started versus now, you've been here for maybe, you know, a few months, yeah, give or take. So coming in, how did you handle like the stress of it? What did you think was good and bad? And then now, how are you evolving, but all on the mental side of things?
Sure. When it's totally different. Trading on the floor, like you have to change your mindset. You have to change a lot of your style of trading and a lot of ways you think, because like you learn a lot of things. You think you know. The thing is, like there's always people who get into the market, and I was one of those people where I was like, like you feel like you know everything, and then you come into an environment, and then you're like, oh wow, I didn't know anything at all. You scrap a lot of what didn't work, what doesn't work, and like I found that I had a lot of mental traps. Like a lot of biases that were holding me back, like a lot of cognitive biases, and really being aware of those and working on those is what's changed with my mindset. And I think meditation is huge for me. I like to visualize. I was talking to a couple of my buddies about visualizing the trade. Like, for example, like on the train to the floor in the morning, I'll sit there with my eyes closed and I'll imagine myself seeing the right kind of tape, seeing that trade come in, seeing the level come in, and I'm punching the keys, right? That I feel like that's been really helping me, you know, get more confident with taking the trades that I like. And meditation really keeps your mind at ease, peaceful. Like you've seen it in your mind already, now you see it live in the markets, and then you take an action on it. I feel like that confidence was definitely something I was missing, and like even like just general knowledge of the markets. Like you learn that almost every day that like you don't know what the market's gonna do. It's all probabilities, and then if you can clean up the biases on the psychological side, your ability, I'm finding, to read and adapt to those changing probabilities becomes much, much cleaner. And it just gives you a much nicer read on the markets. but yeah, I think meditation is huge. In terms of routine, I think routine is key. Like you said, we're athletes, right? So like just like a professional athlete, like sleep is everything, right? If you like, I've tracked this literally on my daily P&L versus how many hours of sleep I'm getting, right? There's a direct correlation. And this also confirms with studies that have been done in the scientific literature, where like a lack of sleep can weigh heavily on your decision-making process. So like if you're coming in 4 hours of sleep, like the probability of you having bad decisions or making bad decisions just skyrockets. Like I've literally looked at my P&L on some days where I've had less than 4 or 5 hours of sleep, and I was like, it's better just not to trade that day, or come in, it's better to even come in late and get those full hours of sleep so that you can have a prime decision-making process. Those are some key things that have changed with my psychology. And again, eating well and staying fit. Like we sit all day, right? We sit all day, 24 hours. Even when you go home, like you're reviewing your trades, you're watching tape, you're doing all that. Like there's so much sitting involved. It's a very sedentary lifestyle. So like getting up, moving around can be very key. Again, healthy body, healthy mind. Again, it's all about preserving confidence, preserving that decision making, preserving this right here, and giving it everything it needs to perform at its peak, right? So yeah, it's a great question, and that has been some of the biggest changes in my lifestyle when it comes to trading. Has been not necessarily in front of the screen, not necessarily live on the markets, but the time off away from the markets, where I'm really starting to compartmentalize the knowledge of like I should be acting like this, and I should have a set schedule, and if anything goes against that schedule, like you can sometimes observe changes in your trading. So it's just, again, it's a learning process. I'm still going through it. Again, I would still consider myself a noob when it comes to trading. But yeah, these are things that have changed, and I'm learning and growing over time. And this is things I've only acquired after coming to the floor, after interacting with other traders, more experienced traders. These guys have been trading for over 10, 15, 20 years in the game. Like, yeah, these guys are spitting facts. These guys are dropping gold. And like, if you can absorb this knowledge and really apply it to that trading mindset that you already have and what works for you, I think there is definitely a benefit for trading on a floor versus just trading by yourself at home. Like having that cohort, having that pod is very, very key. I think a lot of traders would agree on that note. What do you think?
Yeah, 100%. And I think what you said about the sleep, super important, man, super important. It's obviously mentally draining, trading every single day. You can burn out very, very quickly. And I think it was Neil in the chat saying, I have a 90% loss rate when I'm hungover. Mine's probably 100% loss rate when I'm hungover.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, I leave the hangovers to Saturday when no trading is taking place. But super important to get sleep. People look at day trading and they say, oh, you're telling me that I can make a decent salary only working 2 hours a day? Well, guess what? That 2 hours is very mentally taxing. You're going to feel like you work 20 hours, even though it's only 2. So you got to respect that fact, and you need to get the proper rest. It was the other day, earlier this week, that I was super exhausted doing it with Sharif, and I literally said, see you guys later. I'm going home. I'm going straight to sleep. And I literally went home and I slept for like 15, 16 hours in a row. Woke up the next day and I was like, all right, good to go,
yeah,
good to go.
You need that sometimes, man. That's very, very important. Like, it's, if it literally, you're gonna learn how much that costs, like literally from the market. Like how like things can be expensive, bad habits can be expensive. And when you're a trader, that expense literally shows on your P&L. So like you have a hard number to show like where you might be improving. I think a lot of I've heard a lot of people say this on the floor, that like your P&L is a laggard for your process, right?
For sure.
So
100%.
It's like working on the process is definitely something I'm mainly focused on. Like P&L is secondary. Like P&L should always be a byproduct of the process. Like forget about P&L, it doesn't matter. You should be taking good trades. That's the biggest thing. And then obviously sizing up is the last thing we want to be working on after we are able to achieve taking some good trades, right?
Yeah, 100%. I agree with that. We are mental athletes, 100%, guys.
Sure.
So if you are day trading, if you've been day trading for more than 5 years, you know exactly what I'm talking about. If you're new to day trading and saying, I want to learn a lot about day trading, I want to get better every single day, just keep that in mind. We are mental athletes. This is the Super Bowl. This is the finals, man, and it is a long stretch. So yeah, stay in shape, eat healthy, do all the right things, meditate, visualize your trades. I like what you said. Visualizing how you're going to trade, what you're going to trade, when you're going to get in. I would even add to say, make sure you are recording your screen and going back and watching film. The pros do it.
Oh, yeah.
Right? The pros do it every single day. They watch themselves and they say, oh, I could have done this better. I could have done that better. So yeah, I think recording your screen goes a long way. You watch that video over and over again. The next day, that similar setup sets itself up. You're watching the tape and you're saying to yourself, wait a sec, I saw this yesterday. So yeah, exactly, Kevy. Do the do's. Get them done, and hopefully things work out for you. I am short Tesla now, guys, at that 96.50-ish area. It's starting to work for me. I'm in these other positions. I'm kind of letting them float around as we're having this discussion because I am sort of light on the side, so I'm not really too worried, and everything's sort of in free float mode. Yeah, Google is not really. I think I'm like out of the money, like 10, 20 cents on these. So it's like basically not really doing anything. And then Tesla instantly 45 cents in the money on the flush. So yeah, let me just cover some of this Tesla flush. I'll take that win right away, and we'll see if this one wants to move back to the downside. But yeah, hopefully it's always a pleasure having these conversations. It's nice to get other traders' opinions on how they kind of manage their emotions, manage their mental capital, and how they try to improve and get better. I obviously was new to trading, and I think Greg was the one who said this, saying, you are your worst your first day. You can only get better as long as you practice and try to build the right habits. Yep. So yeah, and then I will add to that and actually say it eventually comes full circle where you've done everything under the sun, and then you say, I'm done with trading altogether. I'm never doing this again. And then you say, okay, wait a second. Let me stick with it. Let me try to get better. So yeah, guys, if you are having a tough time in trading, just understand that you're not alone. Everybody goes through the same process. It's process over profits, but peanut butter is ahead of all that stuff, just for myself. But process over profits, guys. P&L is a product of good trading, so focus on trading well first, then the profits will come. This is why I say trade very, very actively, but trade very, very small. Because it doesn't matter if you make money, you're early in the game, you don't know what you're doing. And if you think you know what you're doing, you're going to get smoked. Oh, yeah. And if you're doing stuff that's right and you're making money, you can just scale up and scale very slowly, add 10%, add 20%. Keep it easy on the mental because it's a long game. I see Chill Vibe saying, yeah, if you lose, just go to the gym. Go to the gym all the time, man. Health is wealth. Go to the gym. Super important to stay healthy so that you can make sharp decisions and not get absolutely smoked. I think this market's ripping to the north side, so I might just cut these positions here and move on. I think I'm going to hold on to Google, but let's see. AMD is now like kind of like above VWAP, so let me just I'll hold some, but let me like lighten up on this position from what I have, and then it feels like the right thing. And Apple too is like 150 moving to the upside. I feel like
150 broke, okay.
I'll just like cover all of Apple here and see. This is probably maybe a top punch, but that was like a nice wick up. I feel like at this point now my thesis is invalid, and I did miss the VWAP fills to the downside. So we actually got the flush into the downside, and I thought I had bids, but I didn't. But it's all good, man, no worries. And yeah, move to the upside. So yeah, covering this Apple trade. Gonna hold on to Google and AMD to see where they go. Lighter on AMD now anyway, so not really too worried. Made the money on the Tesla flush, definitely can't complain. We'll see here. I feel like I want to add to Tesla. I want to add to Google. And the AMD, I'm just going to reevaluate. Maybe it gets back down here for whatever reason. And then I will just cover a little bit more. I'm in it mostly at like 81. Yeah, so I'm not like it's not like too bad, like 20, 30 cents. When things start to go more than like 30, 40 cents for me, I'm just like, like I usually go for like 30, 40 cent wins. So now when they're like 30 cents against, I'm just like, okay, like I don't want this to turn into like 60 cents. That'll be like double. So yeah, basically watching that, and we'll see where those want to go. But yeah, guys, when you are, rule of thumb, guys, if you're trading and having conversations, maybe don't do that, because then you watch things go against you and you go, oh, damn, these things keep going to the upside here. I guess this market's going up. Okay, we're maybe going to high a day, maybe going to 4,100. So before I was like, oh, yeah, the short over here looks okay. Now it's like 10 points higher. So yeah, I know things are moving to the north side. The long seems to not be wrong. Do not, so abort the short, I think.
Maybe, I don't know, man.
Maybe, man, maybe. So yeah, I gotta manage some of these things. I don't know if you're looking at anything at the time.
Yeah, I'm looking at Amazon here. Like, talk about missed opportunity. We were talking about that 96 area holding. I even took some longs here, just some scalps, and then look away, like you said, talking for a few minutes, and then it's all the way from 96.40s to 97.40s, $1 above. Now that's fine. We've missed $1 on the move, but like 97.50, I like that. So I started a bit of a short against that area, and we have this consolidation from this morning also, like straight bars going straight up into 97.50. 3 minutes. This probably the 5 minute probably looks the same, and the past 15 minute probably looks the same too. So like, let's see if we get any sort of like relief towards the downside. Maybe like if the trend is changing, like this, like we were talking about the trend to break, so the trend did break, right? And now we're grinding back up to the upside. Now this support level from the morning becomes resistance. That's how I'm looking at it. And you also have the 97.50, right? So like here, I took a couple of shorts, 97.45, and now we're 10 pennies in the money. You're taking scalps, right? Because the momentum is very heavy to the upside. If we squeeze, I don't want to get caught, right? So like 10 cents at a time, but like, yeah, we did miss this whole $1 off of this, this consolidation, and literally the tape was slowing down in this area and looking hesitant to sell off even more. Missed that trade, but again, market has opportunities wherever you look, so no harm done there. Start covering this position here into that 95.50, like a little pull off of 95.50. Now, sure, we could come back all the way into 97, but like that's not really what I'm looking for here. I'm just looking for a small pullback off the 97.50 to cover this short into.
Yeah, man, don't, Finch Jane, don't beat yourself down. Don't beat yourself up. Don't beat yourself left. Don't beat yourself right. Choose to smile. Choose to be happy. It's Friday. You know, nothing can ruin this day for me, even though these trades are going against me. It's all good, man. Yeah, some Robinhood, Zach, Luca, you should be long. It's all good, man. I mean, sometimes you're right, sometimes you're wrong. But yeah, I'm chilling, man. It's Friday. I'm not really too worried, man. Don't beat yourself in general, Warren Buffett. Yeah, man. It's, yeah, Sean, I think, had the AMD long. That was an absolute banger. I sort of, yeah, I'm just kind of exhausted, to be honest. So not reading that correctly. But that's the thing, man. And I said this initially. I was like, let me see if this is going to actually go down. We moved to the upside. I'm like lighter on the size. And then this was like the majority of the size and then getting out of it. So this is like the loss. This is like nothing. And it's basically the same like across the board with all these positions. And Google's like still kind of chilling here around 95, not really like going up. So Google's the one that really not so much worried about, but Google's like, okay, I'm like watching this one. Apple, like same thing. It was like this was like the size, but a little bit smaller because you know, I thought we were gonna go up and watch it. Glad that I'm kind of out of that one. We are like ripping to high a day.
That 50.
Anytime the chart does that, where it's like pushing and like the chart's like changing like the way that it looks. I love that on our charting system. It makes it look like it's just like exploding to the north side. Yeah, I'm probably just gonna, I guess I'll just, yeah, let me just see if I can get, see, this is the thing. Do I want to punch high a day? I guess I should have punched it all out of AMD. Yeah, 4,100. Oh, you're the best, dude. Thank you so much. Brankel's coming in clutch with the espresso. Thanks, dude. Hey, that was absolutely amazing, man. Yeah, I think it's safe to say, so I'm pretty, not light on the Tesla position, but I want to kind of get this a little more short. Let me short it like right here. Add to the Tesla short, and then yeah, Google. Where are we on this one? We're into VWAP. Yeah, that's like a huge up move. I'm just gonna. I think I'll just like take the L's on these. Yeah, I'll just take the L's. And AMD, I might as well just take the L on this one as well. Okay, yeah. Thank you for that, Market Gods. Yeah, Matt saying I was gonna ask if you ever got the Spro. I got the Spro, baby. Spro Life. Michael S saying, bro, stop adding. It's, no, I'm like, I covered these trades. But yeah, again, guys, if you see like certain setups that you're trading, so for example, I'm like, okay, let me not get too committed. Like, let me be really light on these positions. And then, yeah, rips up here and that's like the losses. So yeah, losses across the board. But it's all good, man. It's all good. I'm basically waiting now. We'll see what happens for the rest of the day there. Do not multitask, ladies and gentlemen, unless you are willing to get smoked on trades. Then it just becomes a lot of fun there. But yeah, go look at Sean's AMD trades, and that's how you should trade AMD, not what I'm doing while I'm multitasking. Absolute bangers, man. Long. Rip to the north side. Wow. Pretty key, man. Pretty key, pretty sick. For now, I'm just kind of chilling, yeah, I'm not really too sure what to look at. A lot of these things coming into high of day. Maybe you're going to get some action at the high of day area, which is like right over. Well, it's kind of breaking this area, but I almost want to put like a line there and a line there into this region. Do we actually run to like this area? Actually, sorry, that's not like where I want to draw the line here, but maybe, yeah, maybe like over here and like over here. Like area up top, maybe that's where I'll consider like reversing. But yeah, man, it's yeah, what a move to the upside, man. What a move to the upside.
Crazy, yeah.
At any moment, man, the market will never fail to surprise you. As long as you stick to the plan, stick to your guns, manage risk accordingly. You know, it's good things will happen over the long run. But yeah, make sure you guys are trading your own book for sure.
Yeah, we were talking about like the general market being in that downtrend all morning long, right? And then now we talked about hitting that bottom, slowing down of the tape, and then slowing down of the ES and everything, and then you revisit the top of the range, and then you break that channel also. So like, yeah, the trend is looking like it has changed, but like we'll see, because it could just be an extension off of that trend, right? You never know. But it does look like we are turning off of some key areas on the markets, and like Apple again above 150, attempting to break through this consolidation on the day. Let's see, we opened. Yeah, actually, we're pretty close to high of day, only about 30 cents away on Apple. So like if Apple goes, I could definitely see it dragging along some other names in the market.
Yeah, I'm just messaging some of the guys in the back saying thank you so much to Brankles. This guy's clutch, man. Usually it's Sharif who comes in, you know, and whatever. But yeah, man, Spro Life, baby. Spro Life all the time. At this point, I am not going to try to trade AMD, Google, or any of those names that gave me the pain there. Let's stick to Tesla. Let's see if we can get some trades going on this one. Do we continue to go higher? Maybe. We'll see where that one wants to go. Yeah, Camel Crushing. Luca basically called the bottom today and was so right. But also, wait a second. Also so wrong. Look at this. AMD, wrong. Google, wrong. So it's easy to make calls, man, but it's actually, you got to put your money where your mouth is. And yeah, that's the thing. Sometimes I get into like these bottom longs, and then I don't really hold them when we actually go up, and then I flip short too early. So I think for myself, it's like something to improve on, right? You're not going to be perfect. You're going to make mistakes all the time. I make mistakes all the time. I don't come on here and say, I'm the best trader ever. Look at all the profits that I make. No. I say, look at all these mistakes and look at all these areas that I can improve on, and then like try to improve on it and get better little by little every single day. So when I make a mistake, it's a good opportunity to say it live and say, look, this is where I made a mistake. I can definitely improve on this and get better into the future. So again, if I'm trading these kind of mean reversion plays, essentially, we're at the bottom, we're going down, basically long scalp. When it actually turns to the upside, I should be holding that and waiting and not flipping short too early and then getting distracted and not paying attention. Also, burnout is a thing. Trading all day, like all morning, all afternoon into the close, 5 days a week, the burnout is real. So understand when you should be sizing down. If you didn't get a lot of sleep or if you're extra exhausted, size down. If you think you're like, oh, like I sleep 10 hours, but I only got 5 hours, maybe take 50% of the size. Maybe that could be a thing.
Yeah, you get different ways to compensate, right? Like,
yeah,
like
exactly.
I said, like if you don't have enough sleep, maybe it's worth it for you to come in a little bit later. I don't know, but that decision making, I do feel has to be prime. I am trying to short this Amazon here. It looks like it might give us a little bit of relief off of this. I did chase a bit. So we will see how this 97.50 area trades. I am short just under it, which yeah, I did chase a little bit, but again, trying to get better with my executions, looking for this move to kind of drop, or we could just still continue, and I could be wrong if it re-breaks the top of these candles here. But yeah, this market's looking pretty strong. It has slowed down on this run here, so I'm keeping a close eye on some of the other names in the market at the same time to see if we look for ES is almost back at this 4100 area. So by the end of the day, if we have a top break and that we've had a downtrend all day, yeah, we're going to squeeze some shorts at the end of the day if it does come to that. And I will be watching for that move this evening. when it comes in, if it does. Because I do think that like it's built up so much pressure during the day, and if that pressure gets released by end of day, oh yeah, we might have a potential move on our hands. What do you think about that, Luca?
Sorry, what were you saying?
I said we've broken the trend, right? So like I'm assuming that people are sitting short on ES, on Amazon, on Apple, on some of these larger caps from these morning highs, and if price does re-break those highs, we're going to start squeezing a big part of that float.
Yeah, it's maybe. I mean, yesterday, so like if you want to talk bigger picture, obviously yesterday, you know, the big down move, and now sort of kind of some sideways action. I do think 4,100, in my opinion, just myself, is a great opportunity for like a swing short if you think that we're headed lower. Again, my bias is lower, but I don't really stick to that bias, and I don't really swing trade with too much size anyways if I take the trade. So, you know, take what I say with a grain of salt. But yeah, if we're kind of rejecting this 4,100 area, and then we start to go lower and we break 46, and this is more of like a swing trade ideology, not so much today, then I think we just continue to go lower. But it will depend on CPI. You know, it's been a good trade last year. It's been a market mover last year, and kind of slowed down a little bit. But I almost want to say that if people are offside, or if people think one thing and then something else happens, if the print comes in way higher than expected and inflation was supposed to cool for all these reasons, you know, then you're going to get that kind of sharp move down. But again, I'm not super convicted this time around. I'm not really too sure. And I think you have a point where kind of, you know, a lot of people seeing yesterday's move are short, holding and waiting. And so it's you know, there's traders who take positions at like 41.50, 41.40 on the ES, and this thing has been working for them, and it never put them out of the money. If I was that type of trader, if I was in that position, I would not be covering right now. I'd not even be worried. I'd be like, okay, right, I'm still 50 points well in the money. My thesis is not invalid. Like, do we get a gap down and do we go test maybe 4,000 next week? Like, that'd be crazy, and then you want to kind of hold that short. But I believe that the 4,100 break to the upside is not the start of a short squeeze. And this is just my opinion. Everyone has their own opinions. But I think the break of 4,100 to the upside is not the start of a short squeeze, but a break of like 4,130, which would be kind of like a very strong move now. Like if we get to 4,130, that would be like cause for concern for any shorts that are in and around this region from yesterday. And you know, that would be you know, an explosive move to the upside. Now, do I think the market has it in it? No. I honestly don't think the market has it in it. I don't think we're going to actually squeeze into the end of the day. I do think that we continue to go lower, but that's just my bias, and I don't really let that affect my day trade so much. I sort of day trade off of these kind of specific levels, give or take. But yeah, it all kind of lines up with these key levels. Like for the market to really squeeze to the upside, I almost want to say that like Google, Amazon, Apple, like they have to really rip higher and continue. And then that Google overhead resistance is probably a lot. We probably head towards 90 before we go back to 100, I would think. But then again, anything is possible with this market. I just think like you have the 100 resistance on Google, you have the 100 resistance on Amazon, you have Apple that just had earnings come through, run to 157, now back around 150. If it fails, the rest of this market's just going to kind of turn there. Yeah, so the market's actually rolling over now. I have only Tesla on board, which is working for me, but I'm looking at my positions and I'm just like, yeah, maybe this is where I should have been shorting. Sometimes you just get tired and you're off and you're not like seeing things correctly, which is fine, things to improve on. Same with AMD. So patience would have paid for the move into 82. I think I even said it and then I didn't even do it. But that's what happens, man. That's what happens. It's hopefully you guys are enjoying the show. I mean, had a couple good trades, had a couple bad trades. But yeah, I would say that 4,100 level on the ES, it topped out there the first time. It quickly pumped and rejected the second time. Now the real question is, do we fade all the way back into VWAP and below? It is kind of like a range day for sure. So yeah, like here, it's kind of like showing you like 4,100 at the top, 4,175 the bottom. I think if we go back to VWAP, we probably have a chance to get back to 4075. But yeah, that 4,100 lining up with a few of those kind of top-ish areas, pretty good, man. Yeah, definitely be a sniper, be patient. You don't have to trade 400,000 fills in one day. I mean, I try. Sometimes I do well, sometimes I give it all back, but it's definitely a lot of fun along the way. I'm going to cover some more of Tesla here on the 50 period. Sorry, when I say some more, I mean, let me cover like way more than I just covered. Okay, beautiful. Yeah, nice move into the 50 period, and we'll see if this one to break the 50 period, flush into 95s, 94s, and yeah, make some money back, man. Make some money back. That was a nice move off 4,100. I personally would bet against the short squeeze, but if the short squeeze happens, anything's possible. Maybe we like rip to the north side. Yeah, man, it's having a lot of fun here, having a lot of fun. Again, hopefully you guys are enjoying the show. Thanks for tuning in. I am going to take a sip of water now because I think I am running out of words.
All right. So I think Bloody Masters here asked a question that I've definitely had before. He's saying, is it just me or some of your IRL friends ask you to trade for them? I've had family and friends recently asking. It's a no in my book. What about any of y'all? Yeah, there's definitely people who will approach you that want you to trade their money and want you to make some trades for them at whatever profit cut. But yeah, no, that's definitely a no from me. I don't want to manage personal, family, friends accounts, anything like that. Like, I'm still learning. I don't want to be necessarily liable for anything like that. And I work hard for what I can do. So it's definitely a no in my books. What about you?
Sorry.
People like friends ask you to trade for them or anything like that?
Oh yeah. I've gotten those questions. The answer has been no.
Yeah.
Absolutely not. I mean, somebody before said, they're like, they made a joke. They're like, I made 100,000 and then I lost it all, and now I'm trading for a prop firm. And I just think like that's you landed the interview, and did you tell them that?
Yeah,
but I think the beauty of trading with the prop floor is obviously the leverage that comes with it. I'm not going to comment on the buying power that that I have per se, but yeah, it's pretty good. So when people ask, Luca, what percentage did you make today? And I'm like, oh man, I don't know. Like I don't have the answer to that. And they're like, wow, a professional trader who can't tell me the percentage of what they made today. And I'm like, you obviously don't know what.
Focus is one good trade, right?
Yeah, like you obviously.
Just the focus is like making good trades. That's all it is.
Yeah. So it's just more so like it's I think the benefit of being on a prop floor is being surrounded by like-minded people. So you come through, you meet people. It's like I would have never met you.
Right.
We kind of bounce our ideas off each other. I hear your ideas, you hear mine. I take, oh, you know what? That I never thought of it that way. That's pretty interesting. So it's actually nice to listen to other people's kind of opinions. And see what's worked for them. Listen to other people's stories. I have my story. He has his story. And I think it's just nice, especially when we go to the bar, have a couple beers.
Yeah, you're never gonna get this kind of crowd. Cause like think about it. Like I don't know about anybody else, but me trading from home when I was like, finding like-minded people on the internet is very difficult. And finding people who will give you, I guess, mentorship is very difficult. Now, I have an individual that I really have to thank. When I first started trading a few years ago, I didn't know what a bid or a ask was. I didn't know what a broker was. Now we'll call him Sniper because that's what he liked to call himself. Sniper, thank you, Sniper, for those initial. The mentorship that I received from you. This guy, we would sit on comms like almost every day on Discord and just trade, and I would listen to how he was trading in and out for different things, and it really opened my that really accelerates your learning. And then coming to the floor, you have people that are literally surrounding you in real life that you could walk up to, ask them questions, see how they're trading, and like if you have any problems, concerns, like they're there. That type of environment definitely accelerates your learning. Like the learning curve is already steep as it is when it comes to trading. Like anything and everything you can do to make that curve a little bit less steep for yourself, I think is definitely going to set you apart from the rest.
Yeah, for sure. There's another question here in the chat. Franco Sativa saying, Luca, what to do when you lose 5 weeks worth of gains for one bad trade? Yeah. Huh?
Or looking at oil names, like XOM is at 190.
Oh, wow.
Oh, really?
Flying?
Oh, really? Wow. Yeah, this is all-time highs. Oh, man. That's actually, I love that 120 level if it actually comes into play. Yeah, nice up move on oil there. I didn't even see that. How many times do we see this pattern? Up, down, hold the pre-market low, and then drift up into the rest of the day. I just wish I could recognize that when it actually comes to fruition. I need to find a setup around that one. That one's pretty solid. But yeah, quickly, Franco Sativa saying, Luca, what do you do when you lose 5 weeks worth of gains in one bad trade? Oh, boy. That's yeah, man. You wanna make sure that you have a risk management in place. Sorry. So that should not happen. But the only thing I can say is, it obviously sucks. I've been there. Just put something into place so that it doesn't happen again. because if it happens again and again and again, you're just never gonna survive as a trader. It's easy to lose everything. Trading is not easy. As much as people make it seem like it is easy, it is very, very difficult. So you need to put these little things into place so that you don't do that. And then the other thing I can say to that is just move on, man. Just move on. Forget that it ever happened. Learn from it. Write it down. Put things into place to make it never happen again. Move on and continue to try to find good trades and go from there. A lot of the times people think who aren't day traders, they think, oh, I'm gonna day trade. I'm gonna buy something at $1. I'm gonna sell it at 50. I'm gonna retire that day. Like, no, it doesn't work like that. Everybody wants fast money. They don't want to put in the work. You're gonna lose all your money, and you're never gonna be a day trader. So go for base hits. Don't go for home runs. That's what I would say. Size accordingly. Scale up very slowly at 10%, at 20%. I was having a conversation with Arun. This was back in the day, and I was talking about sizing, and he's like, yeah, man, just make sure. If you want to be really aggressive with your sizing, size up maybe 20, 30%. And I was like, oh, Arun, I'm sizing up like 5 times. He goes, no. He goes, well, you could do whatever, but good luck with that. So yeah, it's a lot of pain. So if you're having pain with 1x, whatever your size is, if you go 5x, just understand it's going to be 20x the pain. So yeah, for myself, I'm okay with it. I like pain. It's it makes me feel alive. But at the same time, you got to make sure that you're doing the right thing. You want to build something that's a little bit sustainable. I know somebody in the chat was like, Luca, cover that Tesla short. So I did cover some, and we popped a little bit again. Maybe we go back down. I'm just kind of waiting with this one. So this was like nice ad, nice cover, being patient with it. Let's see where that one wants to go. Yeah, XOM, nice up move. Oil names, nice up move. It's kind of in floating territory, so I'm not really going to take a trade on it. But we'll see where that goes next week. Do we get 120 to do something? I don't know. 120 would be an all-time, like it's at all-time highs right now. 120 would be a fresh all-time high. Could be an interesting level to look at going into next week. But yeah, I'm just gonna leave it be for now. But what a move, man! Up, down, hold the pre-market lows, give you 1-2 wick-off bottoms, giving you the double bottom, and then kind of reversing back to VWAP and just drifting into high a day. This is a setup again where it's pretty interesting. It shows you the double bottom pattern, the wick-off bottom showing you that it doesn't want to spend too much time near the opening price, and then ripping into VWAP. That's your first stop, and then ripping into high a day. That would be your second kind of target, at least my second target. And then now it's just like floater, let it run if it's working for you, and go from there. AMC in the chat, what's going on, AMC? Saying, Luca, do you think Google will go up to 100? Not today, no way. Definitely not today. But for in the short term, I think lower before higher, in my opinion. But obviously, anything's possible. I think we're headed down. I think we test 90 before we test 100. It's at 95, so it's a 50-50. I'm going to go with a test of 90 before 100. But knowing the way the market works, it'll probably go to 93 and then go back to 98 and then back to 95. And both opinions are proven invalid on that one. Stock day trading saying, Luca, what is the typical execution fee to the gross P&L when you scalp fast in and outs on your day trading? So it really does depend which venues you route to. Some venues pay you to add liquidity. Some venues pay you to remove liquidity. You can do the research on that. There's just a lot of details there. So yeah, it just really depends where you route to. If you're just passive waiting for fills to come through and you route to venues that are paying rebates because you're adding liquidity, then you're actually getting paid to do that. So that's the benefit of being on a prop floor and trading in the Wild West. You can do exactly as you please and structure it accordingly. There's no like commission or anything. You're not paying like $10 commission, $5 commission per trade. You're actually getting paid to trade sometimes. So yeah, there's that. Somebody's saying, Luca, look at BBBY. Is this thing popping? Short the pops on this thing, man. Where's this thing? I assume it's just dead on the floor. Yeah, this thing, just dead on the floor. It gave you one pop at like 11:30, and just.
Oh, we broke the 250.
Yeah, pop and drop.
Nice.
Yeah, you're saying.
Yeah, it was holding the past couple of days.
Yesterday,
yeah. It kind of fell down from like 3 a couple of days ago. Yesterday retested the 3 and then failed back into that 250, and now we finally broke 250 today.
Yeah.
I didn't even notice.
That do you remember the size from yesterday? I don't know if you were watching it as well. There was like the 8,000 lots or whatever. At,
wow.
Yeah, there are 8,000 lots at like 260.
Yeah, and look, today we didn't even look back.
And so there was that big buyer who's probably covering a short at 260. Didn't even bounce, just flushed right through it, and then retest end of day and then look where this thing is today, man. It didn't even get past 260. So yeah, this thing is probably going to 1. But again, I'm not, it's like it would have been a 6 swing trade short to have if I had that at 25 into 1. But yeah, sometimes you can't always call tops and bottoms. We'll see where that one wants to go.
Yeah, I think it started running again because of like bankruptcy news or something, right?
Yeah.
Like there's definitely, I don't know, these names, yeah, sure, they're great and fun to trade, but like it's just, I think it's just residual short covers for the most part. And yeah, sure, if you have PR, you're going to get some buying pressure come in.
Guys, Tesla flushed through the 50 period. Okay, yeah, Tesla to the ground, man. Tesla's going to 193. Is the market, where's the market here? Yeah, market's selling off now. Nope, don't want to draw this line. Market's selling off. Tesla breaking 50 period, covering a little bit more as this thing works for me. Yeah, man, the short is good, at least on this one, so I'm going to continue to hold it. And I think, is that Sean posting the BBBY chart? Let's have a look at this one here. Yeah, there you go, man. Short the pops. Beautiful short into that magical green line, which I assume is the 50 period on a longer time frame. I don't know. But look at those, man. Banger. Into 250, yeah. Yeah. Banger shorts and then kind of covering on the flush. Nice little trade on that one. Yeah, man, Tesla flush. This is, I'm holding this, man. I'm obviously covering as it continues to pay me here, but let's see if it wants to go for a test of 95, 195. Maybe throw a bit out closer to 195 if it wants to get there and fill me. Yeah, I definitely can't complain on that one. Someone's saying, yeah, Luca beat Sharif up. No, I don't even think that's possible, man. This, yeah, no, it's, I think, you know, this guy gets 250 grams of protein a day. Sharif. So that should tell you guys in the chat, you know, I don't think, for me, you know, 150, 160 grams, that's kind of my go-to. So yeah, that should tell you all you need to know about who's going to win in a fight on that one.
160 grams, what are you talking about?
Of protein.
Oh, protein, okay.
Yeah, protein,
okay.
yeah.
All right.
That's why
I thought it was 160 grams of something else. I was like, whoa.
Oh, no.
You're about to have a party or what?
Yeah. Yeah, man, it's, yeah. Oh, you're going to, so somebody's saying, Luca, I'm going to an Italian restaurant tonight. Any suggestions? I don't know where you are or anything, but I would say in terms of pasta dish, if you're going to have pasta and you've never had any pasta dishes before, I personally like pasta carbonara. That's my go-to. Pasta alla vodka, gnocchi alla vodka.
Try whatever the meatballs are because it's a decent place.
Yeah, try the meatballs. You know what? The main thing, the main thing I would say, if you're going to a restaurant, ask them what they make fresh. Ask them, so if you want pasta, ask them which pasta do you make? Which pasta do you make fresh today? Because there's a lot of pasta that they'll just, that's not made in-house. So for example, if they say, oh, you know, we make the gnocchi in-house, but a lot of the other pastas we don't make in-house, we just kind of use the packages, whatever. If you want fresh pasta made that day, it goes such a long way. So yeah, that's huge. Ask them which pasta is made in-house, you know, which is fresh, and then, you know, whatever kind of dish that you go with. I would say try them all if you're not familiar with the ones that you like. Popular is obviously, again, pasta carbonara, alla vodka is really good. Those are like my first go-tos. You know, you can obviously try the meatballs. I personally love getting calamari as an antipasto. You know, a nice bottle of wine. Yeah, now it's turning into a cooking channel. You know, make sure you get a nice espresso. Cannoli, you can get a Verna after for a little digestivo. And yeah, you know, just there's all types of things. But it is really personal preference. It really depends the place. Sometimes I do like pasta combined with like what's the word I'm looking for? Chicken parmigiano or something like that. So yeah, it's yeah, you can. I mean, yeah, exactly. Calzone. You can. Yeah. There's just so many. Here's a pasta talk. I'm gonna stop it here. The ravioli.
My stomach's like starting to grumble, man. Like, you're making me hungry.
Get pizza, black.
You gotta go get Italian right after this.
Yeah. Soprasata, black olives. Tell them to do it well done. You could. I mean, you could just get it all, man. Get it all. Get it all. I personally, yeah, the gnocchi is the best, man. Gnocchi's the best. Okay, I'm getting lost in the sauce here.
Lost in the sauce.
Yeah, man. It's, yeah, hopefully you have a great time. It's obviously Friday. You know, have that extra glass of wine. You deserve it. It's been a stressful week. It's been stressful for me because I've been all over Stressla. But today it's paying me. The shorts are working. I'm just waiting for that next leg down. I think we're getting another leg down soon. I'm not going to add to it. I have a nice average. I'm going to wait for that flush. My bids are out 195 and below to see if I can get those covers on the flush down. And yeah, man, I should have held on to some of these other shorts. But you can't have it all, man. But the main thing, guys, remember this. You know, as a trader, you're going to make good decisions. You're going to make bad decisions. Don't be happy with the good decisions. Don't be sad with the bad ones. Write them down. What could you do differently? Move on, and then eat pasta. That's all I got to say.
Yeah. I mean, hey, listen, if a man does not have the sauce, then he is lost. Right? Have you heard that one before?
Does not have the sauce.
Someone said it in the chat. I'm like, oh, yeah, I remember that. I think that was the Birdman. On an interview. That's funny. I say that all the time. Like trading, you can get mixed up with like the wrong information, or maybe you're not trading the right mindset, and it's just like getting lost in the sauce is what I like to call it. And like when I'm making the wrong decision and I'm not looking at the things I should be looking at, not managing my risk, I am definitely lost in the sauce.
Yeah, it's you know, we could have the conversation. Did you ever watch that video where the guy's like the sauce versus the juice?
No.
Okay. Oh my God, I don't even know how to find that. But hopefully, I don't know if any of you in the chat know what I'm talking about. Somebody's like giving the explanation of the sauce versus the. I can't do it because I'll butcher it. I don't even remember it. But he's basically saying the difference between if you got the sauce and if you got the juice, and it's really good, guys. If I find it, I'll post it on my Instagram. So yeah, guys, feel free to follow me. The Italian Trader, obviously. Ferrari jacket on. I'll definitely be eating some type of pasta tonight. But yeah, I'll see if I can find that video and post it for you guys because it's absolutely hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. Somebody's saying, is Olive Garden true Italian? It's I think it's an Italian restaurant. I don't I don't want to say shots at anything. I've never been.
It's a public company.
It's a public. It's you know.
I don't eat at public company Italian place.
Yeah, I'm just gonna be polite and say I've never eaten there. I don't go there. So, do what you want with that information.
That's something, doesn't it?
Yeah, no, I go to a lot of restaurants that I don't even know the names, but they're awesome, man. The portions are huge. So good, so good.
Market does look like it's starting to slow down and turn here. What do you think? Like Google is still holding on to this 95. Maybe not. I don't know about Google, but I'm looking at Google. And it's been orbiting around this 95 area. Amazon also I have here. Like I tried to take the short. Like I told you guys, I scalped some of the short off of this relief, off of the morning trend break. And then it looks like we are holding. We're going to start going sideways. And if I want to see this really start to come into this 98, like this should hold and then push up into this area for a potential break. Like that's the picture I'm looking to read, and if it shows up as anything else, then we can reassess. But it looks like I had some nice covers here. Price was slowing down and it was holding, and then we also have this bottom wick from here. From before, so a quick scalp into that, and now like I'm just looking for this range to form and see if we have any direction given, and then there could be more opportunity there. Sure, I could come into this and play this range, but like in the middle of the range, I don't really see that much opportunity there. The probabilities are all skewed for me. The probabilities really shine like near the tops and bottoms of the ranges, in my opinion, and how you play with them. But yeah, the market does look like it's starting to slow down. Where is ES? ES is still playing around with that 41. So it could be a potential double top. Here, let me pull this chart into my screen so you guys can see a little better. Check that out. This is the 15-minute. We can check out the 3-hour also. Yeah, like look.
Yeah, so sorry not to cut you off, but somebody said LJD. Juice is temporary, whereas the sauce is forever. And yeah, guys, I'll post that video on my Instagram, so feel free to follow me. It's absolutely hilarious. But yeah, no, I didn't want to cut you off from what you were saying.
No worries. I'm just saying this 4100. But yeah, you got to have the juice. Yeah. Sorry, you got to have the sauce, not the juice. You got to have the sauce. Or else you're lost.
Yeah. It's lots of fun, man. We got 9 minutes to go here. Time flies when you're having fun, guys. Tesla is slowly inching back to the upside. I'm just waiting to see, do we actually slam lower on like another leg down, or are we just now going to like drift back into the 50 and then run to 197? If so, I covered already, so I'm pretty like I'm chilling with this one, but I'm basically waiting. If flush lower, 95, 94s, that's my target. If higher and we break 97s, I might just like get out of the rest. Like I'm in at 97.31. So yeah, if we break higher, I'm not gonna like let this turn into a loser. I'll just kind of get it out for sort of like a break even if we do get up there. But yeah, let's see how this gets rejected in that general area. Yeah, market had that kind of first rejection of 4,100. and then you were saying double top, and I'm like, please double
Potentially,
top.
maybe. I mean, that's
And
what
I'm
it.
like, come on.
Like, look at this. Like the 15-minute 41 double top. Like that's what it's looking like right now. Now
Yeah.
that could change, right? But this is a piece of information that we've had. It's printed already on the chart. So like that's what I'm going off of. And if that changes, then yeah, sure, that idea will be wrong, right? So again, just gotta. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the idea to play out. And until it does, yeah, sure, I feel comfortable taking shorts around this this price action here.
Yeah.
And speaking of that, yeah, maybe why not take this Amazon short 97.34s, just under the 97.50, right? And if we break that 50 convincingly, yeah, I'll get out.
Yeah, it's you know, I like that. I like that a lot. I like the double top. Hopefully it's a double top and we just flush, because I know my Tesla trade to the downside is just going to pay me. I don't want to take any losers anymore. So yes, Tesla, continue to go down and continue to pay me, and life will be good. As you guys noticed, I'm no longer in the Hills trade. Somebody was like, Luca, Hills is dead. There's no volume. I pulled it up. I was like, yeah, man, you're right. So this was a super light cover on light size. And then I covered the rest, so I didn't actually make any money on this trade. But I mean, I could have had a stop if it broke too. I just think like, yeah, there's no volume in it. This thing's probably gonna break too. So yeah, basically gonna let it go. Sherry saying, no, need Tesla to go up this afternoon. Oh God, you need. Words that you should not say in trading. Hope, need, yeah, all these.
Yeah, I literally have a sticky note on my screens, if you can see back there. Like they're little reminders.
Yeah.
For again, psychological reminders or like mistakes I'm making a lot. Literally, I have in there because I've caught myself getting into a position, switch the mind off, and I'm hoping for it to be in the right. Hope is not a strategy, guys. Hope is not a strategy.
Yeah, that's
we're
your
all
desk
human.
Right back there.
Yeah,
in the middle.
yeah, right.
Yeah,
in the middle, right there. So like, look at the sticky notes, right? So like, I have some reminding me of like a sniper waits for the most opportune moment, right? So I'm not diddling in the middle. I'm not taking like low probability trades. I'm waiting for the high probability to set up, and I'm trying to get to the point where like when I see that happen and I've tracked it enough times, I can really smash it with some size. So yeah, it's just like little reminders like that. Hope is definitely not a strategy. You have to be aware of those words for sure.
Yeah, I think when I catch myself saying hope, which I do say it a lot, I go, oh man, I hope this trade works for me, and then I go, uh-oh.
Yeah, yeah, right then and there. That's a tell, man. That's like, oh no, should I be managing this better? Like, what's going on?
Yeah.
You got to catch yourself, man.
Like in the AMD trade, let's look, guys, little mistake of the day. They got trade of the day coming up after us, but mistake of the day, getting too aggressive on the AMD VWAP, and then saying, oh man, I hope this goes back down. And I was like, oh man. And you were saying some fire stuff, and somebody in the chat, I missed all the super chats that came through, so I want to just quickly go over them if I can find them here somewhere to address them. But somebody, and I can't remember who it was like, Obi spitting absolute facts, no printers here, and I was like, yeah, absolute facts. Yeah. As I'm hoping that my trade goes down, and he's saying all the things not to do, and I was I'm like going through pain, so I should really like meditate. I'm gonna meditate after this one, because I punched the high a day on the rest of the position on AMD, and I even said I'm punching the high a day, but I just have to do it because whatever. So I mean whatever, it is what it is. But yeah, man, it was definitely a great chatting with you. I mean coming in with absolute fire. So let me just address here to see super chat. I guess it's me, you know who. Well done, Obi. I like how you talk. Thank you so much. $2 super chat.
Thank you.
Chill vibes. Luke Skywalker and Obi-Wan Kenobi. I don't know if that was a super chat, but thank you so much.
That.
Absolutely,
I like that
man.
A lot.
Absolutely. You know, the bots got me here, but I'll get them back, and I'll be back on Monday for sure to make that back. Another super chat from Bradishka, or member for 14 months, DX saying DXY ripping with a sad face. Oh, I hope you're not short that one. But thank you so much for being a member and for the super chat there. I'm just kind of reading these in hindsight. Super chat from Iron Horse, $2 super chat. Thank you so much. What happened to Lucy Scientific Discovery? I think that's Lucy, so I hope this is Lucy. Let me Google this quick. Lucy stock. I think it is, but I'm just gonna. Oh no, not even close. Lucy Scientific Discovery. Oh, LSDI. Okay, here we go. LSDI. I guess they didn't have they didn't have the rights to that Lucy symbol. LSDI. Was this the one from the other day? Maybe. Or this is the, or maybe this was the IPO. This is the IPO from today? From yesterday? Or from a couple days ago. So, oh yeah, you know what? This was this one? You know what? We look at so many symbols. So yeah, you're gonna have to forgive me when I say things like, what is this again? I look at like 100,000 things a day. This thing, it looks like it's doing nothing. It is down on the day. Maybe this was the IPO. It's only showing 1 day of data. But essentially, when you see IPOs that come out and there's no volume and then they kind of die off, essentially it's not that anything happened. It's just there was just no interest. There was no market demand for the stock. And so it sort of just does nothing and then barcodes and kind of moves on. Maybe it picks up volume if more news comes out. But yeah, it's not really doing anything. But again, thank you for the super chat. Always appreciated. And this is from Austin, member for 15 months. Tesla long, more like Tesla strong. Yeah, these are now old super chats because yeah, Tesla long was from, maybe you were saying that from here when it was like ripping to the upside. Now the shorts are paying. Look at this. I'm getting another fill at 195. Okay, banger on that one. And let me see if I'm gonna throw out a couple more bids just down below so I don't miss the fills when we actually get the flush here. Because we could just potentially get that flush quickly. So yeah, pretty solid on that one. But again, thank you for that super chat as well. Nicole Harris, Snoop Doggy Dogg. Oh no, this is from yesterday. Okay, now I'm getting into yesterday here. Okay, yeah, thank you everybody for the super chat. Oh, and this one too, super chat, Bloody Masters. That was the one. Obi got facts. No printers here.
Yeah, he's the same guy who asked about the friends trading for you.
Sorry?
The question about like, would you let your family friends?
Oh yes, and I probably got sidetracked. But really, what I wanted to say was, no, man. When my friends say, "Hey, Luca, can I throw money at you?" I go, "No, I got more than enough. I don't need to, be more stressed out to trade your money." And what do I even get from it? What am I going to do? A 220 here? And how much are you actually going to give me? It's just not scalable, man, in my opinion. Unless somebody's going to throw like millions and millions and multi-millions at me, then I'm just going to say, yeah, man, I'll go to town, no problem. But again, yeah, it's obviously, I think that's the beauty of trading with a prop floor. Endless buying power if you're doing well. So I don't really need any capital from friends, nor do I want to damage relationships. You know what they say, keep business and friends not separate. Yeah, separate. There it goes.
Separate,
yeah,
yes.
yeah, man, it's, I'm actually...
Definitely agree with that.
Yes, keep it separated. And don't talk about all those things at the dinner table and blah, 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 and all the other things as well. We have 20 seconds left, OB.
What's going on? Today was a great day.
Today was a great day, man.
It was a great midday show, I think so. Like we had some fun trading. We caught a piece of that market turn after the morning of a dump. I think we've done a good bit here. What do you think?
I had a great time. It was a new challenge for myself. But thank you so much for stepping up.
No worries,
I think you did a great job. And anytime you want to come on the show in the future, you let me know.
Ask the chat. Do they want me to come back? I don't know.
Yeah, guys, hit the like button if you like the show. Obi stepped up big time, absolutely huge. It's not easy coming on here and trading and talking and multitasking. Things go against you, you get offside. Yeah. I'm sure you've been in a few things that you're like, what's going on?
Yeah, I was in an
here?
NVIDIA position. I talked to you for a second and bang, all the way down. And I was like, oh, okay, well, I gotta zone in a little bit,
Exactly. So it's definitely a challenge. It's not an easy job, man. So, shout out to you for coming on. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's Friday. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the show. Hopefully you hit that like button. We'll be back next week. I'm sure Sharif will be back in action. And, I had a great time as always, but we're now going to go to Brendo at the big desk for an update. And, I'm going to pass it back to Neil and Sean over there. They're miking up. They're getting ready. This market's for sure going to be exciting into the end of the day. I'm sure more volume comes through. So thanks again, everybody, for watching. We'll be back next week and see you then.
Thanks, everyone.
Hey guys, welcome back in. Yeah, 2 o'clock, couple hours left on a Friday afternoon that's turning into a bit of a negative one outside of the Dow holding on to positive territory currently as we head into the final 2 hours of not only today, but obviously the week. I just double